What's up, everybody? Welcome to You Rankin with me. I am your host, Chad Webb. Over here, I got it right. Over here, we have James Tancock, my co-host, and we got my buddy JPO here. How's it going, James? Over
Good
James.
man, doing great. I'm glad to be here. Glad to be finally doing this. It's been a while. Been in
Absolutely,
the workings
JPO.
for a while now.
I mean, as a wise man once said, shampoo is better. No, conditioner is better. Shampoo cleans the hair. Conditioner makes the neck smoothie. Oh, really, fool? Really? Stop looking at me, Chad.
A shabadoo to you as well. This
I got
is an
to. I got
idea.
to.
This is an idea that we've had going back probably a year now, that we said, you know what, we love Adam Sandler. Let's do a big Adam Sandler ranking. Then it was probably closer to 40 films. Now we're at 50 films. So we have a full. I didn't even mention we're doing an Adam Sandler ranking today, and we're going to do 50 of his full movies that we've all ranked. And this is another kind of thing that we've done once before, where we've actually already decided what the combined list is. How that worked was we each independently watched a lot of Adam Sandler movies, and we did our own lists, our own rankings individually. And then my wife, Carrie, who is a very big name on the channel, has gone and combined all three lists. So we have a full combined. So it's exactly what we're going to go through now. And I don't know. I guess if we get to ones that end up in people's top 10, if you want to talk about it later, we could say wait for it. And if not, we could just go through it and talk about it when it comes. And when you go to talk about a movie, if you want to give where the ranking, where it ranks on your list, which I actually have to pull up mine, then you can go ahead and say, this movie is here, but I ranked it at number 10. So I really love it, and here's why, kind of a deal. But yeah, if you want to talk about it a little bit later, like it's in your top 10, and you're like, we're talking about it with all the other movies that I don't think are good, say wait for it or hold off on that. We'll get to it a little bit later. Just let people know that you love the movie. Without further ado, this has been a long time coming. We need to actually start talking about these movies now. So we're going to go ahead and start with the lowest ranked movie, and this one actually really makes sense for it to be the lowest ranked, is at number 42, because there were ties, so it's not a clean 50, Going Overboard. Um, I'll go ahead and start with this one. This was like his first movie that he did. It feels like a foot in the door kind of movie, where it also feels barely a movie. It's almost like, let's get a lot of people I know and just film this movie on a cruise ship. There's barely a story here. There's really not much going on, but you get a little bit of Sandler comedy in there, and that's about it. That's at least all I got from it. I watched this a little while ago, and I couldn't find anything. I was hoping for like a lot of really like great early Sandler stuff, but I feel like everyone was just trying to find their own push first footing. So yeah, I'd put this under barely a movie, and I had it ranked pretty low. I actually didn't have this one the lowest, but I did almost. So I had it at number 49. So yeah, there you go. James, Going Overboard.
Yeah, I got pretty much the same vibes you did, Chad. I mean, obviously it's his first one, so things aren't like the most connected, the most thought out. Like he is just trying to like find like his footing. He's trying to just, like you said, foot in the door. Definitely got that impression from it. This one I put at number 45 actually, because there were, as much as like this one may not have been that good, there are just some other ones I didn't like more than this one.
Absolutely, JPO.
I am flabbergasted to see what you guys like less than this. Because, yeah, as Chad said, I barely even think this is a movie. I mean, this is like a glorified commercial at points. There's a tracking shot of him, like, walking downstairs. That they just leave, like, the entire thing in. Because I feel like they just didn't know what the fuck to do. This is a bad movie. It's funny enough, my story with this movie, too, is I I almost put this movie too much on a pedestal because when I was young, I was able to see almost all the Sandler movies because they were PG-13 for the most part. This was that one kind of weird R-rated one that like my parents just wouldn't let me get because it was R-rated. So for years I was like, I gotta get to Going Overboard. I gotta get to Going Overboard, and I finally got to it. And I was like, what is this trash? What is this? Thank God I saw this after Billy Madison and Happy Gilmore and everything. Because it's barely a movie here. So I guess maybe this is where he met Alan Covert. So that's a good thing. Billy Zane's in this evidently. Billy Bob Thornton. Not that I remember them. This is not a good movie here. It's a badly made movie. This deserves number 50.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, it is the lowest ranked of our thing. But yeah, I actually want to mirror something JPO said. Is just our experiences that we actually didn't start the show off with, which probably we should have. But we can all talk about our experiences like early on. Like I don't know where we all came into Sandler and stuff like that, but it sounds like JPO from a very early age and myself as well. One of my higher ranked movies, I'll say, was a movie that I watched nonstop and I fell in love, and then I instantly, became just a huge Sandler fan. So that one made me want to go and watch everything else. And there were a lot of, movies when you're at a young age that you're like, it's not as accessible for me. But there were some that I ended up watching probably a lot younger than I should have. And then I'm just like, could not understand them. And one that I have incredibly highly ranked is one that I'll get to that I ended up watching really young, did not understand it one bit, and then now it's one of my favorites. So the growing older and aging with Sandler has been very interesting because there was a sharp period where I fell off of watching a lot of his movies, so that's why I had to catch up with a lot of the ones in between like a certain period. But I'm glad I did because it's very interesting filmography that you go through where you kind of have to not want to put a lot of these movies up against like other movies because I think a Sandler film is a specific genre, a specific type of writing that he does that I feel like a lot of people just don't want to get into it, don't want to acknowledge as its own pure genre. So like when you start to watch them, a lot of things can be better and more charming than if you're trying to put up, one of Sandler's best movies with like, The Shawshank Redemption or something that a lot of people would, revere as one of the greatest films ever made, which I think there are some in here actually. But that being said, James, did you want to quickly talk about your history with Sandler?
Yeah, sure. So I think I got into all this in the Happy Gilmore years. These movies were
The
like,
90s.
yeah. 'Cause I was born like on the decade of 1990, so like a lot of this like way early stuff, I wouldn't even try to like find that much. So
Yeah.
a lot of this started like with probably I would say like Happy Gilmore, Little Nicky, things like that, and just kind of went up from there. So I really never saw these until we did this ranking. So what I kind of take it as like the way I see a lot of Sandler films, there's like the ones that are just plain like dumb. There's like the comedy ones. There's ones that have actual like plot and storyline that are good, and there's plot and storyline that aren't good. There's just plain good ones. There's dumb funny. There's good funny, and then there's like gems, which I'm sure we'll get to later. But like a lot of it, to me, like I said, that Going Overboard was 45, and that's not really saying much because there are ones that I liked way less than this one, but this like bottom like kind of like 8 or so like are just the ones that I plain just didn't really like that much at all. So it was just like a mix of like where I felt like putting it. But I would say that I started with the Happy Gilmore era and kind of went from there with this.
Yeah, makes total sense. And I think a lot of people would say that like 90s Sandler was peak Sandler, but He's got kind of got a
I mean,
renaissance
there
going.
were some there were some ones after that that were good. There were.
Yeah, for sure. JPO, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, no, I'm a '90s kid on the dot, 1990. So yeah, it was
Same.
just kind of organically grew up kind of with Sandler. Yeah, so it was the right peak of those bangers, kind of like Jim Carrey in a way, like of just coming out with it's Billy Madison, it's Happy Gilmore,
Yeah.
it's Waterboy, Big Daddy. You know what I mean? And so just really kind of falling in love with him, and because I think of those like first 4 or 5 just huge bangers. Just it was my dude, man. Like, and like do the good and the bad. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, we're gonna start with
Yeah.
the bad here, but then later on, once we get to that, even the like the 30 range, and then definitely the 20 and definitely the 10 range, there's gonna be some great stuff too. So, he's kind of one of those cats that like if he's in it, I'm sold. Like, I'm gonna give it a shot, even though I'm gonna probably hate these first 10, but I'm gonna absolutely love these last 10 because he's my dude, man. I love the Sandman to death to the final days.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely right there with you. And for me, I'm kind of sad that I did fall off at one point because early on, I was listening to all of his comedy CDs and stuff, and then most recently, I've gotten back to him where I saw him in concert, and I loved it. I thought it was great. So I'm happy to be back on the Sandman train. And yeah, let's get back to the other ones. I just wanted to have that little bit of discussion about our personal takes, and we can talk more about it as we go. But yeah, so Going Overboard was our number 42, or ranked 42 because there are ties, like I said. And then this one's no surprise at number 41. We have The Ridiculous Six. James, you can start with this one.
Yeah, this one I forget. This one I watched once and was like, I'm not going to watch this again. I couldn't watch this movie in more than like 10-minute increments. I'm sorry, I could not take this movie, and it was 2 hours long. I know he's got a couple of movies that encroach on the 2 hour mark, a few over it. This did not need to be one. I can't tell you how much I don't remember about this and how much I didn't like this movie. And it's funny though, because this was, I think, the second ever Netflix original film. I think the first one was Beast of No Nation, which was incredible. And it
Wow.
probably didn't help that this one followed that. And as much as I loved Adam Sandler, like this one, I couldn't get with the story, the acting, the dialogue. I just there was so much I couldn't do about this. This was number 50 on my list. This one I will probably not try to watch ever again. This is to me bottom of the list. Just plain did not like this movie.
Makes sense. JPO.
I mean, I ain't far off. This is so far. I'm 2 for 2 on this list. This is 49 for me here. At least this is a movie. It's not a good movie, but at least this has kind of a structure and is kind of shot all right by Frank Karachi. But yeah, otherwise, the humor is so just bad here, and he's got such a stellar caster. I mean, literally throw a rock and you'll see someone famous, or including some even like kind of outside of the Sandman box here. I mean, fucking. I'm sorry, I'm cursing so much. Harvey Keitel, Nick Nolte. Like it's kind of weird. Like that he's got all these people come to play. Will Forte, who's only been in a couple of them, is in this too, and it's kind of wasted. And I mean, again, like the. Rob Schneider getting, I think pooped on and just stuff like that, and it's just continually not funny. James made a good point too of like, it's that I believe I just looked at 1 hour 50 mark, so it also kind of overwords its welcome. Not that you were ever really welcomed in the first place, but like it also could have been tighter to begin with. And now I can't wait for Chad to defend this movie because according to Letterboxd, you are the highest rated person I have on my Letterboxd, Chad. 2 stars.
Okay. Yeah, that actually might be a little high, to be honest.
That's a little high. You're the only one that approached 2 stars. Everyone else that's friends with me is at the 1 to 1.5.
Yeah, I probably will drop it a little bit. I with my letterbox like ratings, I'll just say if it's like each. So I think about it as in like Rotten Tomatoes kind of percentages. So it's like every half star is a 10%. So technically that means I gave Ridiculous Six 40%. I'd probably put it closer to the 20 to 30% range. In fact, I mean, I actually didn't have complete disenjoyment with this movie. There were some parts that I actually found kind of funny, just because it's one of those like turn your brain off and seeing like how ridiculous it actually is. Um, yeah, no, I agree. This is definitely still a movie, whereas Going Overboard isn't. But I feel like uh, one of the things that I think turns people off very quickly with a Sandler film, or at least later Sandler films, is often how kind of problematic they can become sometimes, and we'll get to other movies that hit it even harder, I think. But this one, like, Sandler trying to make like a western where he's like part like Native American, and you already have like so many roles where Rob Schneider is playing somebody of a different race, and it just gets really kind of weird and awkward a lot of the times. And I feel like Ridiculous Six definitely approaches that. So that's where I could see ranking something like Ridiculous Six above or below Going Overboard, like James did. But I personally had this at 43. It's not that, it's a little high, but there's a lot of like movies that I don't really enjoy of Sandler's, unfortunately. But this one, actually, the thing that I actually did kind of enjoy, oddly enough, was Taylor Lautner, because going from like Twilight and all the other stuff that he's been in, just seeing him be really freaking goofy, for some reason, I just was like, I'm actually kind of enjoying this because it's being really weird. So I don't know. It's one of those things where you're watching it and you're like, I have to watch this for a thing, and hey, that's kind of funny. So I don't know. That's why I rank this higher than other people did, and we'll probably get to those types of things. According to Carrie, we were all kind of over the place with certain movies, where one person would have something ranked really high, and so one person would have it ranked really low. So I'm interested to see when those actually come up. So far, we're all around the same page, and that's why these are the lowest ranked. But yeah, not a good movie. Kind of racist, and it's not really that enjoyable to watch. But there's some funny moments, I thought, in the Ridiculous Six. But the next one at number 40 is, number 40, Eight Crazy Nights. This is actually one that I saw in the theater, but I'll let JPO start with this one.
Hey, I had it a little bit higher, so this is 46 with a 50 for me here. So I had a couple before it. Yeah, no, this is another one where I was totally down for the concept here because Sandler now in cartoon form, and it truly is Sandler himself. It's even imaged after him. I was like, all right, cool. Like we're going to a different way here now. And again, I just don't think the humor lands here. It's a movie I've tried a few times over the years. You know what I mean? Like every once in a while, I'll go back to it. Like maybe I just wasn't in the right mood. Like the kind of hopeful rewatches you do sometimes. And it still doesn't hold up here. I don't like the character really too. Like I don't really root for the character. I'm not really charmed by it here. The animation's not bad here actually. And again, I wish the movie was better because I wouldn't mind more movies like this, but it just really doesn't work for me. So yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not far right. Like I said, I'm still very much. This is pretty in agreement with me in the bottom 10. So
yeah, I had this at 42, so it's just slightly above Ridiculous Six. I think this one is like more like less like problematic, but like I said, oh, and also I wanted to note when JPO got like a really high pitched voice, it almost reminded me of him doing a Whitey impression. But yeah, it's interesting because he's trying to go like full like Eddie Murphy, where he's like voicing a lot of the characters, and just it was really really novel at the time because he hadn't done a animated film then, right? That was the first one. So that being really nuanced for him was really cool, and also it being around the holidays, like a Hanukkah movie, I thought was like really really cool. It's like if that one were good, if it were like an Arthur Christmas or something like that, where you're like, this one is so delightful and jolly and just amazing, and just I love this. Yeah, sure, there are some people that are like, a humbug kind of a deal. Like if you want to go that route with Hanukkah and stuff, or someone who maybe wants to convert, or I don't know, it just doesn't believe in the Hanukkah spirit, and then someone shows why Hanukkah is important and stuff like that to so many people. I think that could have actually been really special and something that we would actually have really highly ranked. Unfortunately, that's just not the movie that they made. I agree 100% with JPO that the character I kind of hate. The Sandler's character, he's an asshole, and he just like never really like redeems, and he's just such a douchebag that you're just like, I don't even want to see him try to get redeemed, even. And yeah, I don't know. A lot of the other characters just really aren't that interesting to me either. So it's just really not that enjoyable of a movie, unfortunately. Although I do agree that the animation and the try was respectable. It's just I wish it were a lot better. James.
Yeah, I had Eight Crazy Nights number 47. This is again one I definitely did not like that much. For being such a short movie, it's one of these again. For being so short, it just wouldn't end. Like I don't know if it was like a pacing thing or just the way that my attention was being held with this. But this, like you guys have said, this was definitely not good. I didn't like the main character at all. Like I get like he like had his demons or whatever. You know, he had his issues and whatnot. But I don't like the way. I mean, I know he was like insulting Whitey and his sister at the one time at the ice rink, but this, I don't know if it was like if it was trying to be fun because I'm trying to picture him like being him like behind the microphone, like when you're watching the movie itself, but you can like picture them speaking in the microphone. Like I could see him being like his like Sandler self, but I didn't see it like portray like translate well to like the scenes. Like it was just blatantly being like disrespectful. Like I don't know if it was like trying to be funny in a way or not, or like in a joking way. But I didn't think it was. But like was it though? Because like the way like he was like enunciating, the way he was like saying things, like maybe he was, but I wasn't really getting that from it. I didn't like the end. It was really weird when they were laughing and the deer were laughing and shitting at the same time. That was kind of a weird kind of bit at the end there. So this one couldn't get through it. Hard to watch. Long for being so short. Definitely didn't like it.
That a great argument, and I do think it's funny that when you describe some of the things that happen in this movie, is like when you're watching the movie, you're like, oh god, that's so lowbrow, but not like funny lowbrow. You're just
Right.
like, just so. Why is that in this movie? It would be a lot better if that wasn't in the movie. But when you describe it, it's almost like so ridiculous that you want to chuckle a little bit. You describe something crazy in the movie. All right, so yeah, absolutely, I agree. At number 39, still no ties yet, but we're getting there. Is I now pronounce you Chuck and Larry. And so far, no one's outraged at any of these because we're still early on. But yeah, it's back up at me. I'll start with this one. Um, I've bounced all over the place with this one. I currently have it at number 45. And a lot of the times when I have a lot of these like movies that I'm like, okay, these are bad. But like, how bad, I'm looking at like, do I enjoy the story? Do I enjoy the characters? Is it problematic? Like, does it have a lot of racist stuff in it, homophobic stuff? This one is that one, the homophobic stuff, where you can see the try. You can see what they're going for. They're trying to do this concept and then stretch it to where at the end they can go, you know what? Everyone should be valued and should be valued at who they are, who they say they are, or who they are, and you should accept that. And they do this thing where, they form this relationship for weird reasons, and then they make a lot of jokes about it. At the end, they have like the whole thing where the entire fire department is like against them, and then they're like, hey, didn't you guys stand up for me that one time, or I stood up for you that one time when you were down, and I was gay then, kind of a deal. And it's just like, I see where you guys are going with this, but you are going for it in a very weird, problematic way where you had just spent like an hour and a half, like 90 minutes or even 60 minutes, like joking about all this stuff and like having like being gay the butt of the joke. And then at the end, you want to have this great message of acceptance and, you know, everyone should just be equal and inclusive and love each other. Oh, by the way, we actually lied about being gay, and and stuff, and this whole concept is really kind of fucked up and flawed, and something that you would have seen in the 80s and people would have thought hilarious and the best, and nowadays not as much, not as much, and then it shouldn't have been either. But the times the times change. um yeah, I don't know. I've jumped around. There are some moments in the movie I've enjoyed, but then I think Sandler, just the way like his writing team does concepts like this, and trying to balance their very silly humor with the messaging in the movie, a lot of the times just doesn't flow very well together. Um, and there's one part in the movie that also just really bugs me a lot of the times, and it's when, I guess it's because I have a son now, but it's because Kevin James's son is very like flamboyant, kind of feminine in a lot of ways. He likes dancing and stuff like that, and they make it a joke to like make fun of him and stuff like that, and that actually really bugs me, because it's just like I feel like there's a lot of people that in who have kids who do ridicule their sons for being anything but like a play football and do all this manly stuff, and you can't like Barbie dolls and stuff like that. And it's just like, for me, like that's not how I want to raise my son, and it's just like stuff like that just bugs me. So yeah, that's another knock on the movie. But yeah, I can actually talk a lot about this one. James.
Yeah, I had this one at number 49. Again, this, as you said, Chad, I mean, this did not hold up at all. Like 10 minutes in, I was like, oh boy, this didn't hold up. And yeah, just from there on, I was like, yep, didn't hold up. Again, like you said, like message received, I get it, but this was a weird way to go about it. So that's all I'm really going to say about this one. It just plain didn't hold up.
JPO.
The one thing I disagree with you about, Chad, is you kind of tried doing the whole like, oh, but this was times were different. This movie, it didn't hold up back in then either. I mean, even in 2007, we were past this kind of shit.
I agree.
You know what I mean? So even in 2007, like the first time I watched it, I feel like this wasn't a theater experience. I feel like this is one I waited for on DVD. I remember 2007, 2008 being like, yeah, they really are trying to have their cake and eat it too. They really are trying to do nonstop gay jokes, and at the end being like, but when you really think about it, guys, it's like, you don't earn that. You don't earn that. No, you know what I mean? It's like, I'd like to think like the intention was well. Because, you know what I mean? I feel like Sandler is pretty, like, a nice guy all around. Like, he's got gay friends and Big Daddy. And in Blended, they at least do the quick shout-out with there's gay couples in that little retreat. Like, so I feel like it's well-intended. But I don't know. Like I said, a lot of it just doesn't hold up. There are moments where, so this is a little higher for me than some. Like, this, but still in my bottom 10. This is number 40, so it's still in my bottom 10. And, yeah, like I said, it's always had its problems from day one, and probably it's less funny as time goes along. Even then, Jay made a good point about the son thing. That's super outdated. Oh, God forbid he likes to dance. Like, come on,
Right.
So yeah, not a great one here. A couple moments, but the bad definitely outweighs the good.
Yeah, they didn't watch Billy Elliot, that's for sure. But yeah, no, I wanted to add. I think it's something to do because apparently, like from back in the day, like Adam Sandler, like he's so charismatic and approachable. People love him, and so like he would always get like these large groups of like friends, and apparently when they would all hang out, it'd be a very like college fraternity style. Environment. So I feel like he has a lot of these, even though he's apparently one of the nicest people. He's actually like seems like he's kind of progressive. Even I feel like even then it's a very Gen X kind of progressive, where it's like, yeah, they want to be accepting, but then there's a lot of times there's just outdated mindsets that
So that machismo kind of old school, yeah.
that you refuse to let go, and it's just hard to when it's ingrained in your mind, it's hard to let go and choose a different path. I find myself struggling with that sometimes as well, with things that I used to think or things that I still think that could probably be a little bit you know sharpened or whatever, progressed. But yeah, what I was saying with that movie though is that I was saying like the concept probably would have worked a lot better back in the '80s, but even
Oh yeah, no, true, yeah.
but even in like the '80s, even though it would have worked back then, I'm sure it still would have been problematic from like today's what we think of.
Yeah. Now I just remember even at the time being like, this feels outdated now.
Yeah, yeah. No, you're right. You're absolutely
This
right.
feels like a script that like sat around for 10 years. You know?
Especially when they had like the big like tired joke of someone dropping the soap in the shower, and then everyone,
Yeah,
oh, and it's
yeah.
like
That
this
that
really,
old that old trope. Yeah.
yeah,
Oh, and
and
then also too, you kind of approached this with earlier, but this is also one of the more infamous Schneider as a someone
yeah,
else character. He's the Asian minister or whatever. Yeah. So
yep,
yeah, not probably his worst actually. I would think of his different characters.
yeah. Honestly, I think it's probably the worst one. I agree. It's his breakfast at Tiffany's, if you
Yeah,
will.
that's it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
All right,
That's
there you
very
go.
Rooney.
Yeah, the next one is at number 38, still no ties, The Do-Over. That's a big action attempt for Sandler here. But James, do you want to start with The Do-Over?
Sure, yeah. So this is where I kind of branch off a little bit. I had this one at 37. This still like really wasn't that good. I didn't like this movie that much. I kind of have to explain this just a little bit because I know the bottom like 10 are just his absolute worst, and like I think the middle ones, like I would say like 30 to 40, like are just like below mid tier ish. So this one I didn't really like the. I understood like the concept enough, but I didn't really like the acting. I didn't like the dialogue that much. I think the story wasn't that great. This one just didn't do it for me. But I think in the grand scheme of his movies, there were other ones that just didn't do it more for me. So this would be like below middle of the pack, really. But I didn't like the do over that much. The do over, yeah, 37. Yeah, I had this at 37. Yeah, I didn't like this one that much.
Yeah, yeah, it makes sense. JPO.
Now this tracks for me. We're at the my number three now. My worst as in towards the end. So 4/5 of my bottom five have been checked off here. Yeah, I wanted to like this here because semi spoiler. I don't mind Bulletproof. I thought it was kind of a fun, interesting, different perspective of Sandler, like an action perspective. So when I saw the premise of this, I was like, oh, we're getting a little more actiony again. Like we don't get to really see that a lot from Sandler. At this point, we had seen several drama things, obviously tons of comedy. So I kind of like Sandler with some guns. I wanted to see it, but yeah, unfortunately, I just really, really disliked this movie here. I thought the humor didn't work. I thought it was a weird mix too because I don't know. I just didn't think they handled it right. I mean, they go immediately from blowjob sucking finger joke to then shooting the guy in the head, and it's very uber violent, but then at the same time trying to be uber silly, and it didn't land for me in either way. And then again, also too, I didn't really like the Sandler character here. Spade's fine. He's not the best Spade character either. So yeah, this one just really didn't work for me. It's another one I've tried a couple times because I like the premise. I like to see an action Sandler, but this is not the action Sandler I'd wanted.
Yeah, I don't know. Like maybe like it just feels a little off because in like Bulletproof, he's not the big like action star like machismo kind of guy, and in
Yeah,
this he's trying to be like the big action lead, like the Bruce Willis Die Hard of the Do Over. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I wanted to like this more because I think if Sandler really wanted to, he could probably make a really good like I don't know if he can make like a Die Hard, but like
like a
something.
48 hours, like something like Eddie Murphy, like it's just something.
Yeah,
I think he definitely has in him. Yeah,
absolutely, yeah. And even today, trying to do this when he's getting older, he's not getting younger. So
or Bulletproof 3 because there's already a 2. That's a true story.
interesting. Okay, more on that later. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I also like the idea of Sandler pairing with Spade, and in this, as Spade is the kind of second in command, like Derp, not derpy, but like nerdy kind of guy who doesn't really see any action, and then this one guy who seems like he has it all, and there's more to it. I feel like there could have been an interesting story there, but I just didn't see it as an interesting story. And I also, a lot of the humor just is not my vibe. I don't like the big raunchy, like shocking kind of stuff, and it just kind of a lot of the times when it happens, just kind of feels like just comes out of nowhere, and just like what movie is this? And I feel like it could have been a lot better. Unfortunately, it wasn't. I had this at number 47. Um, and yeah, so we all talked about that one. So now we're going to go to number 37, Still No Ties, which is a movie that many people probably would have said that we would rank this the lowest, but it is not the lowest. It is number 37. So it's one, two, three, four, five. It's the sixth lowest. It is Jack and Jill, which is a very famous movie that people do not like a lot. But yeah, JPO, do you want to start with this one?
I mean, if I have to. Later on, I'll be excited to start, but we're in the rounds where it's like, I got to be the first. No, actually, I don't know if it's a hot take or not to say it's not like my top bottom five. It's only my bottom 10. It's my number 41 here. Maybe expectations helped it because I definitely went in with the knowledge of everyone being like, it's trash, it's the worst thing ever, and finding a couple laughs here. I do enjoy Dunkachinos. I do enjoy the weird fact that like Al Pacino's technically third build if you go by screen time. For some reason Johnny Depp's in this as well. So there's a couple moments where like at least I found some humor where I found I put a little bit over a couple of the other ones here. But yeah, it is still not a great movie here. It is grating. It is again. Occasionally, Sandler likes to do a voice that annoys you for the whole runtime, and Jesus history, it does. And it's a silly concept here. Norm Macdonald scene's kind of funny here when he's clinging on to the lamp trying to escape the date. So like, there's a couple of things here and there, but like, yeah, no, it is a bad movie, so it is worthy of the bottom 10 here. I think if you think it's the worst Sandler, you just haven't seen the other Sandlers that we talked about already.
That's actually a good point. JPO said this was at his number 41. That's actually interesting. It's also my number 41.
Hey, see?
So, there's a reason why this is a little bit higher. Is because I feel like a lot of people trash on this movie because it is so unique in that it's like Sandler playing two characters on screen, and they're like kind of two leads, and like one's a male version, one's a lady version. And this is not Tootsie. This is not something that has like a great story where you can actually see why this is happening. And also, that's actually a man playing. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but this one is actually him playing two distinct characters. And we can go all the way back to Sandler's roots in like SNL, playing women in sketches and just being really funny, especially when he's next to Chris Farley. So that, and it's kind of sad that they never actually got to like do their like big movie where they like co-star together. That could have been really cool. But, you can see going back then like why something like that was really funny, but maybe in like more of a short form, a sketch, very short thing. This is a full movie where you actually have like an arc for Jill and stuff like that, and and stuff, and you have like the normal like farting in the movie theater, and just a lot of these types of jokes and stuff. But honestly, because this movie's so famous for being like one of Sandler's worst movies, something that people make fun of and go, oh, at least this movie isn't Jack and Jill, that when I finally got around to watch it, I was like, it's actually kind of cute in ways. Like, sure, he's annoying when he's Jill a lot of the times, but then there are times when Jill has like sad, sweet moments, and I'm like, okay, like he's actually committing to it. And that's one of my favorite things about Sandler is that even when he's doing something that he knows a lot of people might hate, he's gonna do Sandler. He's just gonna do his shit, and you either like it or you hate it, or you love it even sometimes. And then even like in an interview, someone asked him like about his career and like, what about all the duds? What about all the bad stuff? And he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I love everything that I do. So and it's one of those where it's like, sure, he's been a little naive, maybe a little defensive, but in a way, that's awesome. If you can do what you love to do and there's an audience for it, that's awesome. And I think Jack and Jill probably has an audience. Obviously, we ranked it a little bit higher. It's still in our bottom 10. But but yeah, I enjoyed it somewhat. You know, the Dunkachino thing's kind of funny. James.
I guess I'm responsible for this being a little bit lower because I had this at 48. This is definitely one of my least liked Sandler films. I mean, yeah, Dunkachino, hilarious. At least we got a few memes on the internet a few months ago. There was a Dunkachino kind of sprint of memes for a little bit there. But everything else, I don't know. It just I couldn't take. I mean, I couldn't take Jill's voice. The editing looked weird. Like I know when you got the same guy playing himself, twins and whatnot like that. Like there's only so much you can do to make it not obvious. But this one, I don't know if it did enough to me. Like when they're both on the screen at the same time, I couldn't take some of this humor. Like I just didn't like this one, and I kind of heard it wasn't that great going into it. But like I'll give these movies a chance for sure. But I didn't like this one that much. This really wasn't that good.
Yeah, makes sense. There is the one joke though when Jill's hanging out with Al Pacino because he's like super turned on by Jill, and and I think they're making a joke about like his Oscars, and then she's like, shouldn't you have more Oscars? And he's like, you'd think. Kind of
Oh yeah. And that like again, like there's always usually like one or two good lines or good jokes. There's always at least something in here I can find, but
I think most of his movies, even
yeah.
even going overboard, like
Too.
JPO was talking about Ridiculous Six, like even going overboard has a lot of like, wow, this must have been these people's first movie too. There's a lot of faces that you know
Right.
in that movie as well. So it's the one thing with Sandler's filmography is most of them you can look through and just find like, oh my god, that person's in an Adam Sandler movie. That's crazy. They must have just been not busy. Then like, you want to come have some fun on the Sandler set? Sure, let's do it. All right, and then so we'll go to the next one, which is wrong list. We're going to number 36, Grown Ups 2. People imagine this is probably coming up soon, and
Waiting.
forget. Am I starting on this one? Yes, I am because you
Yeah.
started on Jack and Jill JPO. So I'm going to start on Grown Ups 2. I'm not a huge fan of just like the Grown Up series. Obviously, I have the first one ranked a little bit higher than the second one. There are some sequels in the history of cinema that are better than the original. This is not one of them. I think any problem that you have with the original Grown Ups, it's just worse than this. There's not really a story that I like. There's not really that much like charm that I think the first one had a little bit. And I don't know, it just kind of like went off the wall. And I like the one part that I remember just going like, I kind of might hate this movie was everything with and I love Nick Swartzen, but everything with Nick Swartzen on the bus and stuff, I was like, this just they're not even trying. This is so stupid. But it is still like their style of humor. I guess just that specific kind of jokes just wasn't working for me. But yeah, I don't know. I just didn't really find that much to be enjoyable about this one. I have it at number 44. So it's all around the 40s. If it's in my 40s, I'll say just it's I didn't find it good, like at all. So yeah, James.
Yeah, this one, I mean, there was something you said, Chad, earlier about like he just wants to like hang out with his friends and make movies, and that's like pretty much what this is. And like honestly, like I get it. I get it when they made the first one. I get it for this one. This one wasn't as good as the first one for sure. It is you could call it a cash grab, maybe. Like I say, he just wants to like chill with his friends and make movies. I did have this one a little bit high, like a good bit higher than that one, because there were others that I liked less than this. Because I can at least watch this and like just appreciate it for like kind of the turn your brain off type thing that it is. So I can appreciate it for that. I did have this at 34, so I had this one a good bit higher. But it's in that like kind of section of movies where it's not great but not good still.
Yeah, I will say it was very surprising as a big This Is Us fan to see Milo Ventimiglia playing like a crazy bro in this movie.
Yeah.
Like, what the? going
Well,
on.
this is not even the craziest Mila performance we're going to talk about
I
today.
know.
That's
Yeah.
true. That's true.
Yeah. There's
JPL,
another
go ahead.
one.
Yeah, Mila gets not the greatest roles with the other movies. Now this tracks for me. This is my number 47, so my bottom five has been scratched off here. Yeah, I really have a disdain for this movie here. I did a double dip at the theater one time. I saw this after I saw something else. Didn't pay for it. I'll admit it. Still wanted my money back. I it's almost again. I think barely a movie here. When you say you didn't like the story, what's the story? They're kind of leading up to the Halloween party, I guess. What's Chris Rock's narrative? His wife forgets the anniversary and he gets to drink more soda. Like what the fuck? Even Chris Rock has joked about how like he had little to do in this movie and he was so bored that he wrote top five. Like that's a true story. Like the it's just the jokes don't land. I believe isn't the opening sequence him getting the deer pissing in his mouth? That's your
Yeah.
first joke. So like
Oh yeah,
that's your
yeah,
welcome to this movie. Um, you mentioned Nick Swartzen. I was gonna bring him up too. I love Nick Swartzen stand up. His initial like Comedy Central presents are great. I love them. They're maybe some of the most rewatched specials I've ever watched. I hate him so much in this movie. Every time he's on screen, please take him away. This movie makes me love Grown Ups 1. I don't even like Grown Ups 1 that much. This movie makes me yearn for those days. At least I felt like it had kind of a narrative here and there. It even makes you miss Schneider. They were fighting, I think, during this point. So there's no Schneider in this one here. I don't know if it's good or bad. But yeah, no, I think it's a very, very sloppily, like you said, this is the epitome of where's my buddies? Let's get a hold of Grown Ups back. Let's get Tim Meadows. Shaq, what you doing? Like,
yeah.
I didn't like this movie at all. So I'm happy it's towards the end.
Yeah, definitely. And I wanted to also throw in there. This is about the show. I forgot. Did I mention at the beginning that Carrie threw together this awesome list that we're reading right now? I did. I think I did. I just
Yep.
wanted to throw that out again because
Yeah, you did.
I mentioned at one point.
I'm just still in awe that she did that for us because she didn't want to be on the episode, but she was down to still make us the big bracket. And I just think it's so well made. I'm very excited to continue going through this. So yeah, that was Grown Ups 2. Not that great. Now we're gonna go on to number 35, and this is actually the last one before we're actually going to get into some ties. But this is purely 35, and it is Shakes the Clown, which is one that I alluded to before. That was one that I watched like way too early, and I just did not get it. And it's one that I got on VHS because I was like, I gotta watch all the Sandler movies, and I still hadn't got around to going overboard. I don't even know if it was available when I was trying to find it, but Shakes the Clown I got. I was just like, this is probably not for me. But yeah, let's go on to who started with the Grown Ups 2. Was it me? Yeah, it was me. James, do you want to start with
Yeah.
Shakes the Clown?
Yeah, I probably watched this one too late because I did not know what this really was, or this was definitely not my thing at all. This I had this at 46, so I guess I there was maybe a little more like dirty haha humor compared to like the ones I had below it. So maybe it at least had that going for it. I will admit I think I've only ever seen Bobcat Goldthwait in some of the Police Academy movies. So I guess like he was funny in those, but I guess he was okay in this one. I mean, he's Bobcat Goldthwait, so it's his own little kind of persona he has going on. But there wasn't much else in this one for me at all. So yeah, this was just one of those that wasn't that good.
Yeah, James, have you seen Scrooged?
Oh, not in like forever, not in a
Uh,
long time, but I have seen it before. I have seen it.
he plays a wronged like office worker, and
Uh-huh.
he goes insane. It's
I have to
amazing.
find that. I have to find that after this.
Yeah, Scrooge is a great like yearly watch. Yeah, JPO Shakes the Clown.
Yeah, so I came to this different than everyone. I actually only saw this relatively recently. This might be one of the rare ones I had to do before we did this bracket. Actually, it's fabulous in the last year or two. Um, yeah, I embrace some of the zaniness. It is a really, it tries and some things do work, but it does kind of outwords welcome kind of quickly here. So I embrace some of it, but yeah, and I think it is. It's in my bottom 10 as well. Where did I have it? I had it. I was looking at Bobcat Goldthwait films. Which, by the way, if you have his some of his other filmography, there's things he directed as well, because Bobcat directed this, World's Greatest Dad, and God Bless America. He's got a weird, dark sense of humor here. This is actually one of the lighter movies. I have this at number 44. And it's also kind of fun seeing Sandler in a more of a co-starring role as well. He's kind of young, too. It's kind of interesting. Not kind of an age that you don't see much of Sandler in film. So, like, yeah, I thought there was some that I embraced, but yeah, for the most part, it did kind of drag as well, and it's not one I would go back to too often.
Yeah, I'm not too far off. I actually have this. Where'd you have a JPO ranked?
44.
I had this a little higher. I had this at 29. The reason
Okay.
being is
Wow.
back in the day when I got on like VHS as like a kid, young kid, just like trying to watch all the Adam Sandler movies. I got it, and I was probably just like trying to fast forward through any parts that didn't have Sandler in it, and just trying to figure out what this movie was, and then just seeing him as a clown and stuff like that. And I was just like, I don't know what's going on with this story or anything going on in this movie, but it's not really that exciting, especially as like a Sandler fan. But then watching it recently, like from beginning to end, as more of a cinephile minded person, I actually kind of enjoyed it. Like I thought it was an interesting concept. It's kind of like Bad Santa in a way, where it's just a alcoholic clown. He really wants like this job, and he's trying to get it, and this stupid asshole clown is gonna get it, and it's the guy who voices SpongeBob SquarePants is gonna get
Yeah,
it, like
funny.
Binky
Yeah.
the clown. And I just thought like the interesting like kind of clown politics that went into this movie, where they're all trying to get this one spot at the show, and then a lot of things play into it, and he's also got a lot of issues that he's got to like overcome and stuff. I also like to see Sandler and Blake Clark together, just being like clown pals, and they all hang out at this clown bar. And I don't know, it's a very strange movie, and it actually doesn't really get that dark or that like you know uh, shocking or that R rated at that many times, really. So I feel like this is a very approachable movie, but it's one that, because it's I think seen as a bad like Bobcat Goldthwait film, that it doesn't really get talked about enough. I don't know. I kind of want to champion a little bit more, but it's still my 29. It's not like that much higher, but I'd say like because like my top 18 to 20 are ones that I'm like, these are good to great. And then everything else I'd say is approaching bad to bad. It's really bad kind of a deal. So I kind of like this one. I don't know. But yeah, that was our collective 35. And so now we go to a tie, and it is a two-way tie between That's My Boy and The Cobbler. So there you go. James started with Shakes the Clown. JPO, do you want to start with That's My Boy and The Cobbler?
Sure. So just double team it. Yeah. So
You
we
can
got the
split, or you can start with one. It doesn't matter. If you want to talk about
yeah.
both, fine.
Yeah, we got so these is my 33 and 35, so they're kind of close to me here. For I have That's My Boy a little bit higher, so I guess I'll start with the Cobbler here. Again, I really love the concept of the Cobbler here in the cast. Like, I almost kind of feel like this could have, it with a better script, this could have sneakily been like a fantastic movie here. And even the director is Tom McCarthy, who is literally coming off of or about to do Spotlight. Like a year
Right.
later, he does the Academy Award winning Spotlight. A few years earlier, he had done The Visitor, which got Richard Jenkins his first kind of breakout leading role in an Oscar winning,
Yeah.
Oscar nominated performance. He did a really good movie called Win Win with Paul Giamatti,
Oh,
and also The
good
Station
movie.
Agent, which was breakout for Peter Dinklage as a lead role. So like so far, he's got a perfect track record. He's working with the Sandman. It's an interesting concept here. You got Dan Stevens, Dustin Hoffman, Buscemi, like everything's on paper here. And then yeah, I don't know. This is another. I think the script is not what it wants to be. Sometimes it wants to be almost like the Method Man stuff almost tries to get violent, and then there's other weird stuff with Dan Stevens, and yeah, it's never totally funny. It gets a little kind of melodramatic with Hoffman all of a sudden, but that's kind of quickly kind of transition to and whatnot. So yeah, this is another one that just damn, I really want to like it more than I do, and it's one that I feel like maybe I'll revisit again sometime at some point, but I don't really see it changing much. But yeah, interesting concept that I just don't think it was executed extremely well here. I think that's why it's kind of one of those weird Sandler ones that very much fell under the radar. Like I feel there's even Sandler fans out there that probably don't even know this movie exists, and it's from the last 10 years, or from like about 10 years now. That's my boy. Kind of one of his first. I'm trying to think, right? Like, how many R-rated movies did he really have? You had Bulletproof, obviously. So, like, I feel like it's kind of one of his, as far as like comedy wise, see like straight like R-rated comedy. So, again, kind of doing an annoying voice here, not the greatest character as well, but there is laughs here. Some are kind of really out there. The Milo stuff is really weird. It was we mentioned before earlier. If you thought that Milo character is weird, this Milo character is even weirder. In his underwear, wrestling, and then the half towards the end, which I don't think was necessary, but whatever. One of the rare James, not Bulletproof, James Caan appearing for a Sandler movie again for the first time in a while. So yeah, I mean, there's some fun stuff, and I love Sandberg as well here. I kind of always thought Sandberg had it in him to kind of maybe be the next Adam Sandler. Like maybe cranking out really great comedies every year, but I feel like just unfortunately the box office was never there for Hot Rod or Popstar, because I think he's great. So it's kind of fun seeing these two in a movie together. But yeah, they're in the 30s, so I'm not too far off on these two.
Yeah, well, speaking of Sandberg, it's really interesting because like I feel like he's not like on the level of like Sandler where he can make all these movies, but it's really interesting because I feel like Sandberg is on a track now where, I mean, he had like one of the greatest like sitcoms of all time, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, that people adore.
Which Sandler guest starred on.
Yeah, true. And then you also have what is the Time movie that he did?
Palm Springs is really good on Hulu. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Is like with Palm Springs and like other movies that like he is trying to like produce and get made. I feel like he's on the track that he can actually start making some like Oscar level movies and stuff like that if he wants to go.
I'm rooting for him.
Because yeah, I agree. And I think he is actually pretty funny, and that's my boy. It was a long time. I remember James for a long time was like, oh, you gotta see That's My Boy, kind of a deal. Because of how like wacky and R-rated it gets and stuff. It took me a long time, but for this, I actually bought and watched That's My Boy, and I enjoyed it. There were a lot of jokes in it that I really enjoyed. The kind of story. It does have a problematic premise where he had relations as a very young boy with a older teacher, and they don't really dive into that and like why it's super problematic and stuff like that.
Although really, really good casting, because it's legitimately in the end it's Susan Sarandon. That's legitimately her daughter at the beginning.
Oh, that's a great point. That is really cool.
So fun casting, at least. Problematic, thing. Fun casting.
Fun casting, and then I feel like Susan Sarandon is a really appropriate also like age for that too, to be kind of like the dynamic with Sandler. But that being said, we just recently had a movie come out like May December that like covers this in a very, it's also sort of comedic but a very also dramatic way where you show the effect.
I only found out recently May December was comedy. What?
I know. It's one of those to where like when I watched it, I knew it had the label of comedy, and then I just did not understand it at all. But then when you talk to people who go, yeah, it's comedy for sure, they'll talk about just how melodramatic it is, but on purpose, so that they're trying to do this kind of like soap opera, like outlandish kind of thing with the acting and stuff. So I want to rewatch it as a comedy because I actually really did like that movie. But like my point is that the movie does show the problems of grooming like a young person like that, like an older teacher, doing that is very, very damaging for the rest of someone's life. And I feel like it's when Sandler tries to tackle these heavy subjects in such a comedic way like that, like overtly like R-rated, like raunchy, like yeah, kind of way, it does kind of maybe dismiss it a little bit. So I can see why this one is very low rated, but also if you watch it, there's some funny parts. So I can see just hating it out of principle and on concept alone. But I don't know, it's enjoyable somewhat. It's not one like a Ridiculous Six where you're like, this is just all stupid. And so I had That's My Boy at 34. I had a little bit higher. It's not in the 40s. It's in the 30s. So it's getting a little bit better. And I'm sorry, what was the other one? The other one was The Cobbler. Cobbler's my
Cobbler.
number. Cobbler's my number 50. That was my lowest ranked. Reason being is because I wanted to like JPO. I wanted to like this one a lot more. But when I was watching it, I was like, this movie is so convoluted. It like breaks its own rules all the time. It like makes no sense. And then I really did not like the whole. I think it was like a trans character that they were trying to like do something with that, and it just got really weird. And like he's just like trying to like get in people's shoes so he can become them, so he can just like have sex with people, and just doing all this random problematic weird shit. And I'm just like, this movie's irresponsible and weird, and just like a lot of these movies are just like really propagating like just like things that just shouldn't be, I think, repeated and just like shown and stuff like that. And I don't know, I just felt like this one was just so weird. And I don't know, like JPO said, it's an interesting concept. Like Sandler in some ways is the king of the what if you could do this in life. What if you could jump in people's shoes and you could look like them and stuff? And it's just like it never capitalizes on it. So I was just like sitting there, I was like, yeah, Going Overboard doesn't have a story, but I was like, it's not like irresponsible like The Cobbler is. Honestly, there's probably a lot of these movies that I could have ranked lower than Going Overboard, just being really irresponsible, like Chuck and Larry and Ridiculous Six and stuff like that, that just really hammer in on like the racial stuff. But especially because like trans issues are like very prevalent in today's society, because there's just so much like hatred towards like that group. I feel like, speaking about it in any way that's not like completely positive and informative is just very detrimental. And I just like, I don't know, I didn't vibe with that. But yeah, that was my number 50, and I was surprised that I put it that low too, because I heard the concept and I was like, that's a cool kind of concept. Didn't work for me. James.
All right, so I'll start with the Cobbler because I had this one higher than both of you by a good bit. I think. I guess I kind of liked the aspects about that you guys have talked about that like were overshadowed by maybe like the overall like concept of it or like the plot of the storyline. But I had this one at 23,
Ooh.
and I looked at the rest of my list, and really there's not much else I could like personally put above this necessarily. So this one it was an interesting concept. I liked it overall. I think yeah, it was a little bit weird, like with Method Man getting like all like belligerent and kind of like aggressive towards, and that was a little bit out. That was a little out of place. I'll give it that. But I kind of didn't really mind the story that much, and the concept was cool enough. Like for this one, this was one of the ones that kind of surprised me when I watched it. And then oh, That's My Boy. I had this one at 41, so I know I told you I was all like kind of gung ho about it when it came out, Chad. I watched this again. This one was just plain dumb, dude. And this was just bad dumb. And I think what it was, because this was 2012 over the summer. This was the summer of 2012. I know because I was working at the movie theater still. And Jack and Jill was 2011. So this came off the heels of Jack and Jill, which was terrible, and this was at least like return to comedy form for Sandler, like to a good degree. Like it was rated R, it needed to be. It was dumb, raunchy humor with him and Vanilla Ice and all whatever he's able to blend into this to make it what it was. But I watched it again for this ranking, and I was like, wow, that was dumb. That was just plain dumb. The I didn't like much about it. Of course, it doesn't talk enough about why, hooking up with your teacher's wrong, of course. And for being 2012, I was a little surprised too when they, kind of threw that in the beginning. Like, I didn't think that was very funny, like right off the bat. But this one, on the second watch around, not that good. I had it at 41. This did not hold up comedy wise at all.
Yeah, makes sense. When he puts on the shoes and he is pretending to be his dad, I'm like, is he about to have sex with his mother? Like, where's this movie going, Cobbler? Anyway,
Right?
I,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
didn't think
yeah,
I didn't think that.
yeah.
anyways, no, that's awesome. That's actually like, I think the like biggest gap that
Difference
we've
so far.
had so far. So that's really cool. I like that James. It's James is 23 in his top 25, and it's my number 50. So that's
And I'm
wild.
kind of in the middle. It's in my 30s.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. All right. Maybe I owe it a rewatch. I don't know. But at number 33. Oh nope, we have a tie for our 33, and it's another two-way tie. So I'll begin with this one, but it is at number 33, Pixels and Zookeeper. Um, yeah, this is an interesting combo. I think Pixels is pretty bad. I didn't love it, but I don't know. It's one of those where I'm like, and it's not that bad. It's kind of fun. There's a lot of really interesting action stuff, but it does get really dumb. It's weird. It's kind of funny that like Kevin James is the president, and then he's just like inviting his buddy over just all the time. It's just like
Yeah, come on in the Oval Office, bro. You can just walk on in.
yeah, you don't even have to have a clearance. You just do whatever you want. You're my buddy, so yeah, boom, fist bump. But yeah, it's interesting. There's uh, some fun stuff in it, and I really like a lot of the comedy in it. So I enjoyed it for what it was. I put that one at number 37 pixels. And then I'm sorry, what did I say the other one? Zookeeper, I had it 33, so a little bit higher than Pixels. Both still in like my bottom 25, but yeah, Zookeeper I thought was actually kind of sweet and cute. And stuff with Kevin James and animals, and the story that comes with that. He just wants to meet someone and stuff like that. I thought that one was really cute. Sandler as the monkey doing a voice is just really silly, and just of course he did that. Kind of a deal. Um, yeah, it's not really that memorable of a movie. So, but I had it a little bit higher because I thought there really was nothing really too bad with it. It's just silly and cute. So I put Zookeeper a little bit higher. Pixels was dumb fun, I guess. Yeah, James.
Yeah, I had Pixels at 31 and Zookeeper at 29. So pretty close to each other, like you said. They're not bad. They're definitely not bad, but maybe they're not that good at the same time. They're just kind of like middle of the pack, like mid tier. Just like they're fun watches. They're amusing to watch. Like, I don't know if I would rewatch them necessarily, but they're fun enough. Like you said, that the Zookeeper's a cute concept. It's something you can enjoy when you watch it. It's a little more like grounded in overall, I guess, like comedy or like tone for the most part. Or coming off of like talking about That's My Boy, like there's just a huge difference in those two at least. But at least it's more like it's just more like I said. I guess grounded is the word I'll use as far as like the comedy goes, and like the Zookeeper also. But that's where I had those middle of the pack, not bad but not good.
Yeah, and in Zookeeper when it's Kevin James versus Joe Rogan, it's just
Oh right, yeah.
so weird. It's just
Joe
I do
Rogan's
not like
only
Joe
acting
Rogan.
credit too, by the way. He's never been in another movie
Joe
as
Rogan.
as a character.
Oh
Yeah,
really? Okay.
he's been himself in a couple things. He's never played a character in a movie outside of Zookeeper.
Wow. That's a fun fact. Thank you, JPL.
Yeah,
JPL.
I was about to say it was his last performance, and I looked at it. I was like, oh, he's outside of I guess news radio and maybe a couple of TV things. Yeah, I guess he never did much acting. I know he said on his podcast he doesn't like sitting around on set. So, yeah. So, yeah, it's not. Zookeeper continues to be knocking off my bottom 10 here, number 45, and then Pixels right outside of my bottom 10, number 39 here. Yeah, Zookeeper, it's fine. Like, it's not one of those I egregiously hate, but it's kind of one of those, and like, I'll say this for a couple Sandler movies here. I just don't have anything great to say about it either. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, I do think it's definitely meant for a younger demo. It really doesn't work, I think, too much for a slightly older demo here. And it was just okay. You know what I mean? Like, it's cutesy at points, but very also kind of forgettable here. Pixels, I think it's fine. It's kind of nice looking here and whatnot, but like the laughs are just never that big, and so again, it's kind of like it just again very much mid tier. Like, I don't hate it. I think anyone, because I know that Pixels is one of those Sandler movies that it kind of runs the gamut of. I know a couple people that actually really like it. A couple people think it's one of his worst, and I'm like, no, it's not one of his worst, but it's also not that great either. Again, it's another one that kind of it's a one and done kind of watch here. You know what I mean? Or if you're a Sandler enthusiast, a two and done kind of thing and whatnot. So yeah, these are both just kind of okay.
Yeah, totally. All right. So now we're getting into number 30, another tie. It's like straight up, you know, uh, two-way ties, straight down here. Not really. We're about to get into other non-ties coming up soon, but we have at number 32 two movies, Murder Mystery 2 and The Week of. James, do you want to start with those two?
Yeah, sure. So I had Murder Mystery 2 at 35. I guess this was one of the ones where just maybe the sequel wasn't quite as good as the first one, but I didn't like dislike this one necessarily too. I definitely like the concept of the movie. I still like the acting is really good. I think the stories, I mean, interesting enough. I don't know what it has going like for it or against it to make it be like any different where it is on my list. So it's middle of the pack, not like great, but there's better for sure. And then what was the other one you said it was the week of? Oh, the week of. This one, like again, this one was just okay. I get the concept of him wanting to take care of the whole wedding by himself, and then Chris Rock well, had kind of like an odd-ish take on his role. I think it was just weird the way he was kind of like cast for it. Maybe I don't really know where I'm going with this, but something was just like off-ish about it. But it definitely wasn't like a bad like one of his worst movies. This one was I put the week of at 30. So again, it's like that middle of the pack where it's one of his more like plot-based movies that aren't great but aren't bad at the same time. So again, it's two like middle of the pack movies again.
Yep. JPO.
Yeah, I might be maybe slightly the higher one here. I actually have Murder Mercy 2 higher than the first one here. I have it at number 32. I kind of just thought it was slightly funnier. I thought, even the action kind of worked a little bit more, getting a little bit of Mark Strong towards the end here. And again, maybe it is kind of one of those, like, maybe kind of know where we're coming from the first one here, which I didn't totally love. That kind of know kind of what I'm getting into. And I thought their chemistry kind of worked a little bit better as well. And then 28, I have at number 28 is what I had the week of. I kind of liked that it was a little bit of a smaller Sandler film. I kind of felt like, you know what I mean? It was a little more honed in. It gets a little, nutsy, a little, farcy here and there. But I kind of like the fact that it was just, mostly these characters here. This is not a very cameo filled movie here. You get Buscemi as well, and Rachel Dratch. You've seen in a couple other ones. She's in Click very quick, briefly. So she's the wife. And yeah, I kind of liked it. I just thought it was a nice kind of break pace of something that he could do. And so far, I believe we're now in the Netflix territory as well. Or I guess we're back to Netflix now because this is a double Netflix one.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So these not too disparate, but like a little. Where the Murder Mystery 2, I had at 39. It's not that far actually from the first one. I thought they both were kind of the same type of movie, and not like a super bad way. I found them to be interesting, and I always like Sandler with Aniston. I don't think it's a as strong of a pairing as Sandler and Barrymore, but Sandler and Aniston is a great pairing, and I think the concept's good. I like the action, the comedy in it, so I put that one a little bit higher. Like those two are a little bit higher, but the week of I actually have really low. The week of I put at 48. I don't know. I did not vibe with the week of like at all. Maybe I owe it a rewatch down the line, but it's one where it just was like, this is a Netflix one that I was just like, I don't know. I'm not into anything that's happening in this movie. Um, and I think some of like the humor that they were trying to do here and there just didn't work. I thought like Chris Rock was kind of a non-character oftentimes in it, but like I said, I don't know. Maybe I need to do a rewatch of that one, but I really didn't vibe with it, so I have it a lot lower ranked. Maybe that's on me, but yeah. Um, so that's why that one's a little bit lower. But now we go on to wait, James, did you talk about these? You did.
Mhm. Yep.
Yes. All right. So now we go on to our number 31, which is Men, Women, and Children. Is this Jason Reitman?
Mhm.
This one? Yeah. All right. So we're JPO. You want to start with that one?
Oh, no ties.
Nope. Just this one.
Yeah. So let's see. I got this. Wait, what number is this?
31.
Okay, I got this at 38 myself here. Yeah, this is another one here. I mean, again, kind of playing the cobbler game here. I mean, I was excited for it originally because, again, Jason Reitman's coming off of things like Thank You for Smoking, um, Juno. And so his track record is really good here, too. He got a fun ensemble caster as well. It's him. It's people that would end up, kind of breaking out. Ansel Elgort, Judy Greer, Jennifer Garner. So it's got a great cast here. But yeah, this is just one of those ones. I mean, I get what they're trying to say. And, like, maybe this is an important movie for some people here, but it was just so dour. It was just so kind of retread. It's an icky movie here. I don't know if they handled it as well as they could have here. It's definitely not one I'm going to go back to, and that's not necessarily something I always say here because I mean, obviously, movies are meant to tackle all sorts of subjects, whether they're happy or sad or anything here. But I don't know if this one just hit it really on the head right here, and I think just kind of focus. I don't know. It just not one that I really gravitated towards, and I thought they kind of nailed the landing as well as I wish he could have. So yeah, so it's kind of lowish for me as well.
Yeah, I actually did end up putting this one really, really low, lower than JPO at 46 is where I put this one. Um, and look, JPO started this off, his thing off by mentioning that Jason Reitman is a great director. I
Yeah,
love some Jason Reitman movies. I love Juno. I love Up in the Air. I love Young Adult. I think Tully is really good too. Um, so to see him do this movie where I feel like if the writing were a lot better, it could
yeah,
have been a really good movie. But
just double checking. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, this might be. I'm looking at his filmography. Probably my least favorite of his. Like even past like Labor Day and Front Runner.
yeah, and I don't know. It's just one that when you think about like a movie that's trying to be like super pretentious and super when it's not been super deep, but it ends up becoming pretentious. It almost feels like they're really trying too hard to be deep and I don't want to use the word woke, but like deep and we know what's going on. We're going to sum up the universe for you and just really break down these human stories. And like you've seen movies like that have actually worked really well in my estimation. But this one is one that it feels like tries to take a big swing and just totally misses the mark, and like all fronts. And this I think this is Timothy Chalamet's first movie too. Um,
Oh,
but um, but yeah, that being said, I don't know. Sometimes I want to respect like the big swings, but I feel like this one just was so tone deaf and like everything it tried to do. With uh, was it Judy Greer who was in it trying to
Mhm.
who's her
stop?
daughter?
Yeah, with the was it with the daughter going on? Oh,
She's the one that's like encouraging the daughter. I
Mhm.
think
Yeah.
that's right. But there was who was the other mom who was like
Garner.
was it Yes, it was Garner who was like, we got to stay on top of our kids like internet history and stuff like that. I'm like, what the? I don't know. There's just like all the plots, like none of them worked, and it just felt like it wanted to be this one thing where they all connect together. It's kind of like it's the same thing that happened with Crash. A lot of these movies that just really want to be something deep and just interesting and like,
Crash is underrated.
oh, okay. Well, we'll have that discussion another time.
First, it was overrated as all hell. Nowadays, it's underrated because people shit on it. I'm like, it's a fine movie. Leave it alone.
All right, all right. Well, but you can see where I'm coming from though. Even if
Yeah.
people are really down on it, I feel like it does vibe in the same. It does live in the same world, And I feel like there have been movies that have done it so much better than both of those movies. Even if you can make a case that some of them are underrated. But yeah, I don't think this one works at all, so I ranked it really low. James.
Yeah, so I had this one, funny enough, at 21. So I think overall, like probably maybe I did just get lost in all of like the like spectacle of like the setup and like just the storylines themselves. Like I think the like the concept was cool enough. I think the subject matter, like as mature as it was, I mean, I'll agree it didn't like come together how it should have probably, or like it's one of those where like I thought it was good up until maybe like the end where it just there's no like it's just kind of like that's all. You don't really get much, I think, out of the end of it that much. But I definitely liked the cast a lot. It was really cool to see like all of like those big name folks like up on the screen. I mean, admittedly, I'm kind of a sucker for cinematography, so like the cool like shots in the beginning with like the satellite going through, like that stuff kind of gets me a little bit too. So I think there's this other stuff that I maybe saw in this that like other folks probably didn't. But this was an interesting one. It was a good try. I think it was like the subject matter it covers was a little bit more, I guess, interesting to me than some of like the other ones I have below it necessarily. But it wasn't great at the same time though.
Yeah, it totally makes sense. Another big
I
gap
know, yeah, yeah.
between. I love when that happens. Um, and one time it'll be something that I have really high that other
I
people are like,
know.
"You're crazy." So I know for a fact that there's at least one. But um, the next one that we have is at number 30. Still not another tie yet. Sandy Wexler, another Netflix one. That I feel like I've had like a small conversation with JPO about this one before, and I had kind of higher, where I was like, you know what, this is one of those that I watched that I was like, I watch his Netflix ones, and then I'm like, I probably all of these are just bad, and that's just how it goes with Sandler on Netflix. And I watched Sandy Wexler, and I was like, you know what, this one's fine. I actually don't mind this. I like his character. I feel like he does a good job in that role of like manager and like mentor for people and stuff like that, and just with Sandler and how he is with like the music and wanting to write songs and stuff. So being like a big like music kind of producer who is kind of an underdog in a way, and people don't expect much from him, but he's always like trying, like a hustler, always trying to go out and get the next big thing and stuff like that. And it's fun to see him like try and take someone he discovers and try to make them bigger. And then you get the really cool, what I thought was a really cool device of the beginning of the movie with everybody being interviewed about Sandy Wexler, and you build up the character that way. And then at the very end, wait, what was it at the very end? Was it like his wedding or something like that? Or there was some sort of award ceremony or something going on with Sandy Wexler where that's the interviews that you were getting about Sandy Wexler was at an event that was happening at the end where he actually, succeeded or something like that. And I like that device. I thought that was actually kind of a cool storytelling thing. It's a little bit of a Sunset Boulevard kind of you show the ending at the very beginning, and you might not even know that you're watching the end of the movie at the beginning, which is kind of cool. So
How dare you bring up Sunset Boulevard while you talk about Sandy Wexler? All right.
I knew somebody was going to call me out on that, but it is a similar device, even though they're very different movies. Of course, one was a Best Picture nominee, and great, great, great film. But yeah, I had Sandy Wexler, not super high. Is at 35. This is like a fine movie that I didn't hate, didn't love, didn't hate. Sandy Wexler, James.
Yeah, this one was like surprisingly okay-ish. I had this at 26, so I think I like this more than like I probably thought I would have, because again, like you're right, Chad. Like a lot of like the Netflix age stuff, like isn't like super great, but this one I didn't mind like the way the point of view that they tell it from. I liked his character overall. I probably should have done a little more research. I don't know like the person he was, because he was kind of like impersonating like I think his talent manager or something like that, because trying to
Oh,
get him onto the big screen, like or like list someone famous from it. But I don't know if that's like if his voice and the way like he talked, if this is just like another like obnoxious Sandler voice we get, like whereas like trying to be funny or a channel like channels like Bobby Boucher again or something like that. Like I don't know why he thought that might work in this one, which I don't think it really did. But I think the overall like the story was interesting enough. I like the plot was pretty cool. The setting I liked. I think all the acting was done pretty well. There was a decent amount of humor and nothing like overly raunchy if that's not your thing. It worked it worked well for a movie, but like I said, 26 middle of the pack, not bad, but not great at the same time.
totally. JPO.
Not totally. I hate this movie. Number 43. I have this movie. Okay, here's the thing. Actually, let me correct myself. I don't hate this movie. I nothing this movie here.
Hmm.
This is such a bland watch from beginning to end. Here's a quick run through of me. There's 10 minutes in, 20 minutes in, 40 minutes in, hour 10. Like there's just this thing's just not that funny here. He's Terry Crews. He's a wrestler. I wish that was funnier. 'Cause I love wrestling. Rikishi, by the way, shout out to Rikishi. That's who he fights. Kevin James not very funny. Nick Swartzen doesn't get much to do. It's a weird relationship between him and Jennifer Hudson that you're not invested into, so you don't really like. Kind of maybe a little more on my taker. Don't really care about that. I don't really like the Sandler character. Again, I don't hate the Sandler character. I just don't really care about the Sandy Wexler character either. He's just kind of so blasé that again, I just don't really care about the story either. Like I don't know, this one was always just one of those like it's such a bland watch for me here. Like, there's just I don't really hate it by any means, but boy, do I nothing it.
It makes total sense. And if you didn't know, with all the bits, JPO I think is a comedian himself. So
Waka Waka.
there you go. I love the bits.
Walking around that movie half as good as Sandy Wexler.
Keep them coming. Yeah. So then we're gonna go on to number 29. Still not a tie. And it is the original Murder Mystery. I don't know if we're gonna have much more to say about this one, but yeah. Wait. Yeah, James, you're starting, right?
Yeah, sure, why not? I kind of like the first murder mystery. It was a cool enough concept. I like me a nice who done it. I think even in Sandler format, it kind of worked. I thought like the mystery was cool enough. The action in the end, I mean, it's a little bit over the top ish with, some of the scenes, but I thought it was interesting enough. You get some action in the Sandler film, so this one was. I had this one at shoot. Where did I have the first murder mystery? I lose 25. So again, one of those middle of the package movies where I liked it. It was actually kind of cool, but not overly great at the same time.
Totally. JPO.
I got a number 36 here. Yeah, I mean, again, I like the concept on paper here. Kind of interesting that I always found with this, and even the second one to a degree. There's like no Sandler regulars in this. There's actually not even a big, really comedic cast here because when you look at the cast on paper, Luke Evans, Terrence Stamp, Jim Arterton don't exactly scream, ROFL. So I think that's kind of a missed opportunity with these murder mysteries. I think if you had more of a Knives Out, really fun, eclectic ensemble, and then had a murder mystery, I think that would maybe I'm just rewriting the whole movie now. But that's always kind of the way I'd hoped it would go. Instead, it's kind of these two with slightly more serious people around them here. And so yeah, I think there's some okay chemistry between these two again, like the second one. But yeah, this one is another one where I just there's a couple laughs, but not that much to make it any higher for me. So it's 36 for me personally.
Yeah, I agree. I'm right there. I had Murder Mystery 2 at 39, and the first one is at 38. I think they're very similar qualities. Honestly, JPO said he puts 2 over the first one. I could see that. I don't really have much of an opinion on which one's better, kind of a deal. So that's why I have them right next to each other. There's other franchises in that I actually have that with as well, where it's more than one type of Sandler movie that's kind of just together. Where I'm just like they're all kind of the same thing to me. But yeah, Murder Mystery it does that. It is kind of like on the trails of Knives Out, which is like a brilliant movie that should have probably been nominated for Best Picture, and yet this one is a little bit lesser, but it's still fine. It's still fun to watch Sandler do this type of movie now, and interesting characters. Really nothing like too bad to say about it. It's just if you want a Sandler Netflix movie that's not going to be bad and you might actually like, throw this one on. It's fine, but it's not like great. You may not have that good of a time watching it. I don't know. But yeah. Wait, James. No, you started.
Yeah.
All right. So then we're gonna go into number 28, which is bedtime stories. And JPO, you can start with this one.
Another one I figured would pop up sooner than later. I can set number 34 here. Um, I mean, this is one that at least I enjoy the fact that it kind of goes several directions and it's kind of a little bit more of a. Is it even PG-13? Or is this one actually straight up PG? Actually,
I think it's PG.
This one might just be
yeah.
bad.
So like, again, kind of going a slightly different direction than like most Sandler things here because it is kind of kid oriented, and I thought it always kind of fit what it was going for here to a large degree. Here, there's some fun, fantastical elements here. You get some other characters that get to have fun here. I mean, Guy Pearce and Lucy Lawless, and necessarily get to see do this kind of humor a lot. Russell Brand I thought works. So yeah, you know what I mean. Like I never really bawled myself, but like it's at least it entertained me at least enough throughout to where it's definitely I like where it sits at in the 34 for me, and what kind of where it ended up on the list here.
Yeah, I have this at number 23, bedtime story. So I have it like a little bit higher. It's one where because when you get into the 40s, it's really bad. When you get into the 20s and 30s, it's kind of like it's not my top 20. I don't like love it to pieces to death or anything like that. But it's one that I think is cute. It's like a Zookeeper way. I just like it more than Zookeeper. I like Sandler. Teaching the kids stories, and they're all like their stories are kind of coming to life. I think there's something really sweet to that. I think this is a movie I can throw on with Elliot, my son, one day and just kind of like have fun watching it. I mean, there's some like adult stuff in it, but it's PG, so it's not that that bad, and kids can really enjoy it. And I don't know. I think sometimes Sandler should make more of these, and he does, in kind of like an animated form a lot of the times. But this being kind of like a different kind of Sandler movie, I think is really cool because there's so. The one thing in like Sandler movies that I think is why I think more people should watch Sandler movies is that in many of them, even when they're going really silly, there's fart jokes and wacky stuff, and you're just like, why is that in there? Why is that character in there? It's weird. Um, there's oftentimes just a very uh, big like charm and sweetness to them that really works. But yeah, I really find bedtime stories to be pretty sweet and pretty cute. So it's one that's like a Disney Plus kind of movie. So this wasn't a Disney movie, was it?
No, it wasn't Disney, but I think it's on that streaming service though.
It
I
definitely
think that's
is.
how I watched it.
No, it is. It's distributed by Walt Disney
Oh, it
Studios.
is. Oh, shoot.
A
Okay.
Disney. There you
Okay.
go. That's why
Well,
it's
look
so
at
sweet.
that.
But yeah, I definitely really liked it. But I don't think it's like top tier or anything. James, what do you think?
Yeah, this one, for what it is, it works. I actually kind of like this one, although I do have it at 36. So this is like the lower ish middle of the pack, probably just because there were other ones I liked more than this, or like, maybe was more amused by or appreciated a little more. But this one, it's good for what it does. I like all the actors are pretty good. I like all the performances are done pretty well. I think the story's cute enough. I think there's just more that I like more than this one. That's all.
All right, now we're gonna get into the next one, which is no 27 grown ups. Sorry, I was skipping ahead a little bit. 27 is grown ups. I'm starting, I guess. So, yeah, you know what? Following up bedtime stories, I think grown ups is a great one to follow up because they're very similar in that they're trying to appeal to like family stuff and just there's a lot of like kids in it, and a lot of kid type humor and jokes, and just family jokes and things like that. I had this one at 32. It's a little bit lower than Bedtime Stories. Honestly, I think that makes sense because when there is kind of like cute stuff and there's a lot of like really fun stuff about like friends coming together and like being adults and having fun together and things like that, and just Sandler kind of getting his buddies together to have like just make a really like kind of like sweet little film. It doesn't really go towards the this is just a really good watch because I feel like it does have a lot of like, and I'm putting a negative spin on this, dad humor, where it just feels like it's like just a generation above me, and I feel like it's just like humor that doesn't really work. I'm like, I think dads would probably really love this. Um, you know, uh, but I'm like, I don't think a lot of this humor is like actually working for me. But sometimes it does. Sometimes I think it's kind of cute, and stuff. Like they do stuff about like the. I think they get into the one thing where like this one lady's really hot, and she's Rob
Yeah,
Schneider's daughter, and it's how the hell are you Rob Schneider? I don't know.
yeah.
And there's like one girl where they're like, oh, she's not hot. I'm just like, okay, we're getting into this, and it kind of feels, very like Chuck and Larry type of humor, and I'm just like, it's not working for me here. So there's some things that do work in the movie, and there's some things that don't. I like it far better than I like Grown Ups too, but I still don't love it. So yeah, Grown Ups. James.
I actually kind of like this one, but again, for it being nothing more than just a hey, he wants to hang out with his buddies and make a movie. Like, I get it. I can go in like understanding that and not really expect that much out of it. I had this number 18, so I think this one probably with the time when it came out was probably more like grounded. I guess I would refer to That's My Boy Again. I forget what year this one came out, but I forget if this was before or after. But this one I actually didn't mind. I was entertained enough watching it. It's a good kind of chill, just kind of watch it type movie. I thought that was good enough though.
Well, my bottom 10, I believe, is now complete. I got this at number 42 personally here. Yeah, like I said, the second one makes you yearn for the first one. Doesn't mean I yearn for that much. Yeah, I think it's definitely a better, more coherent movie here, but still just not one I find great. Kind of like the second one too. I think they kind of waste the women as well. They got really funny women to play wives. Hayek, Rudolph, but like they don't really always have that much to do, and what they do have to do is not that funny. The end pool stuff is fine, but it's very very whatever here. So yeah, this is not a franchise I'm not in love with.
Yeah, makes total sense. All right, cool. So now we're going to number 26. We have Mixed Nuts, a Christmas movie that Sandler is in. I'll start with Grown Up. So James, do you want to start with Mixed Nuts?
Yeah, sure. So this one I had pretty low because I guess this again just wasn't like my thing. This was part of his like earlier movies that I definitely didn't watch until like way too late. I had this at 44. I don't think this one quite did it for me. I mean, I guess maybe it's just like the concept or just the overall story. I mean, like we talked about people who like have one-offs in his movies. I like Liev Schreiber playing the transvestite. Like that part was pretty funny. Like I can at least appreciate that, but there wasn't much else that I really found for this movie. I guess either like the topics just wasn't my thing, or it's one of the earlier ones, so it just didn't have the same feel like I'm used to, or that like I kind of look for in a Sandler film. So I just had this one bottom of the barrel again, 44.
Yeah, I actually. Wait, no, it's JPO. I forgot. But if
Whatever
he's
he
not
is.
back, then I'll go ahead and start. Yeah, I'll do mine, and then we'll pivot back to JPO after that.
Sure. Yeah.
Mixed nuts. I actually have quite a bit higher. So this is one where
Okay.
I have quite a bit higher, and you have a lot lower. I have this one at 21. And the reason being is, yeah, I don't think it's like a great movie. It definitely doesn't hit my top 20, but it is in my top 25.
Mhm.
So I think it is kind of an underrated movie. I liked, it's kind of like a murder type thing happens. It goes really wild. Or was it a murder or suicide? I can't even remember. But yeah, I the story is what it is. It's kind of a fun Christmas movie with Steve Martin in it. Adam
Mhm.
Sandler actually has a small part in it, but I really like his character. I think that's kind of what I vibed with the most. Is just I liked a lot of these characters, and I thought it was very interesting. Liev Schreiber playing a trans person, like
Mhm.
from really like early. Is this an 80s movie or 90s movie? It's like really early. So
Yeah,
I think it's like
yeah,
a very early
Mid
90s.
90s, 92 or so.
Yeah.
yeah.
And but yeah,
94.
I thought it was like
94.
actually
Okay.
really progressive in that way, where it doesn't feel like a lot of people treat Leo's character like super negatively, but it's definitely not like a normal thing, and people make that apparent. But I feel like the best part was when Liev is accepted by Adam Sandler's character, who just wants to like write songs and play songs for her. And I thought that was like really, really cute part of the movie. And I don't know, I just really vibed with a lot of characters, especially Sandler's. So when I'm ranking Sandler movies, a lot of times I'm like, he has a really good character in this movie, and it really suits like kind of stuff that he was doing in like SNL and playing guitar and stuff like that. So
Mhm.
um, I don't know. I feel like this was one I only watched it once around like Christmas time, for the Sandler ranking, and then I was like, I finally got to watch Mixed Nuts, and I actually kind of enjoyed it. And a lot of people like rank it really low much of the time, but I kind of enjoyed it, and Sandler's part especially. So Sandler ranking, I ranked it a little bit higher. JPO, what do you think about Mixed Nuts?
What did you have it at, Chad?
21.
Okay, so I was just say I thought I might have had the highest. No, I like it as well. I have it at 26,
Hmm.
personally. I did my recent rewatch. My friend hadn't seen it either, and I was like, "Oh, Adam Sandler, Steve Martin," and it was actually around Christmas. I was like, "Yeah, put it on." So the recent rewatch as well, right around the holidays. I've always been charmed by it. You mentioned Sandler and Schreiber. It's actually a relatively sweet storyline. That it gets handled kind of nice, and they got chemistry. That's a fun scene. And also, I just enjoy the entire ensemble here. It's a very wacky '90s comedy that includes death and all these different characters here. And yeah, I don't know. I've always kind of dug the movie a couple times I've seen it over the years. So yeah, I like this one. It's not too bad. I think it is worth another look at, especially for people that haven't seen it.
Absolutely. Yeah, yeah. I think a bit underrated. But yeah, let's get into the next one, which is 25, which is Blended. Um, one of the Sandler Barrymore pairings. So yeah, JPO, do you want to start with Blended?
Yeah, this is the next lowest on my list. So this tracks for me. Number 37 is where I have this one here currently. I've always said if you also want to rank Sandler, you can kind of go by Barrymore. I mean, top tier Sandler. You know what? Top second tier Sandler. That other Barrymore one. C tier Sandler. This one. With for blended here. There's again a couple shoehorn, nice moments here. When she finds out why he always goes to Hooters and whatnot, and I do think there is some chemistry there here. But again, otherwise here, I don't know. Some of the humor with the kids gets a little redundant and whatnot throughout the film here. It's a very much again feels like a vacation movie. Let's find a reason to go to Africa. You down, Drew? So like yeah, just another one that It's easily especially of the three Barrymore trilogy, the one I'm charmed by the least, the one I'm least affected in the relationship. The least funny is I feel it's against a little over the top. I kind of like Kevin Nealon when he pops up though with the younger girl. So like some stuff works. I don't hate it, but I definitely wanted to like it more, and it's definitely the lowest of the tiers for the Barrymores.
Yeah, yeah, I don't disagree. I think that's actually a great summation of the movie. I have this one at number 28. So a little bit higher. It's in the 20s. Just because I think on pure chemistry between Sandler and Barrymore alone, I think makes this movie watchable, and just something that you can throw on and have fun with. It's cute. I like both characters in the movie. I like their little families, kind of coming together. And a lot of those kids are fun and stuff. Um, but I do agree that this is the weakest of the three pairings. And I think also because of that, it does make it apparent that this is the number three. Where you sit on the other two is a different kind of story. I know there's different camps, but blended, I think, is typically there's not. I don't feel like there's a lot of people.
There's different camps. Are you sure?
I feel like there are different like generations who feel
I want to
different
meet those camps.
than we do. But I will say blended is definitely the third. Although Terry Crews seems like he's having a lot of fun in it, at least. Um, so there's that. But yeah, James, what do you think about blended?
Yeah, so I think that what like you guys have already said like made it work enough, kind of made it work more. Like when I watched it, I actually really kind of like this movie. I will say this is the middle tier of the three Sandler Barrymore pairings. So I actually was like, I know, I was kind of surprised at this one. I kind of like the story. I kind of like the concept. Again, maybe I found I have like an appreciation for it's just like let's hang out and make a movie type things because I think I liked it at least in this like format and storyline a little more. I think that I like the whole Kevin Nealon bit. That was actually kind of funny. And Terry Crews was definitely just having a good time, goofing off. But I kind of vibe with that too. So I had this one at number 17. So I think I like this one a little more than most folks might. But
Nice.
I like blended. This was good to me. I like this.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying too. Is like I think just the pure chemistry between them is enough to make it really like something that people can really vibe with.
It didn't take me long to meet another camp. I just met another camp.
I was like, oh boy, wait till we get to
Go.
some of the other ones.
Totally, yeah. All right, so we're gonna go into number 24. You don't mess with the Zohan. And we'll go ahead and start with me on this one. I saw this in the theater. I didn't really love it. Um, the humor wasn't really my jam. Then at least I feel like I've gotten a little bit better with that. And it started to find a lot of the humor in this movie over time. So I actually enjoyed it more than the first time I watched it. The second or third time I watched it. I think it was only the second time actually, but I actually really kind of enjoyed You Don't Mess with the Zohan. I don't think it's a great movie. I don't think it has like a great story or anything like that. But for the concept of this like hero level Israeli fighter that comes to the big city to cut hair. It's just so random of a concept and just so interesting. And I like a lot of the visuals and stuff, and a lot of the really silly stuff that goes down with Sandler and like John Turturro, and just a lot of the really random shit that happens. So it's just so wild and just what is going on right now. But in when normally it can be like very, very bad. I think this one is, a little bit better. I put this one around 30 at 31. So higher in the 30s, but not like super high. I still don't have it like that high. But yeah, I think this one's kind of interesting. James.
Yeah, I had this one at 28. This is to me one of his like funnier ones that like it's good but not great still, like it's middle of the pack-ish funny. It was still funny the second time around when I watched it because I saw it when it came out first and that was really funny. I saw it again, I was like, it was still like kind of funny, but not like that great. I mean, I didn't mind like the Nick Swartzen bits in this one because he has to watch his poor mom hook up with Zohan the whole time. But like there were parts of it that I thought were pretty funny, even like given what they were. But this, I mean, it was funny enough to me. It was funny enough to me. I'm going to say that it was amusing enough. That's where I am with this one. It was amusing enough.
Yeah, totally. JPO.
I'm the highest on this one, actually. I got this at
Nice.
number 20. Number 20 even.
Nice.
Yeah, you can look at the problematic stuff. Another one that some people don't love, like the Schneider part and whatnot, like that. I can understand that, but I do just find it to be funny. I do think there's enough that this one does get me out loud laughing several times throughout it here. I think it's weird that the female falls for him here, and another weird kind of female subplot, and that girl several years too younger falls for this guy who was also banging grandmas earlier in the film. Doesn't totally track, but again, the laughs do. The him and Turturro are really funny here. This is a good example of where Nick Swartzen might actually work here, where he just kind of like the fun, little, not even side necessarily, just kind of the housemate for a little while. so he's perfectly fine here. Even towards the end, throwing like on the Mariah Carey, like she's kind of funny in her brief scene. Like, yeah, this one that I actually am. I find funny relatively throughout. So, and it's kind of even grown on me, I think, with rewatches and whatnot.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. Like that was kind of my estimation as well, especially like folding like people in the pretzels and stuff like that. It's like what the f is going on? It's really silly.
Take it, sniff it. Yeah,
It's just so silly, but in like kind of a fun, funny way. So, yeah, yeah, I definitely agree. All right, going on to number 23, and here we go. This we already kind of we didn't talk about this movie, but we mentioned it. JPO brought it up. Bulletproof. Um, I started with Zohan, right?
Mhm.
All right, James, you go ahead and start with Bulletproof.
Yeah, so I have Bulletproof at number 33 on my list. I think as much as I actually kind of like this movie, like because this was one of those like earlier ish ones too. I think I forget when in the '90s this came out, but like for what it was, I was actually pretty amused when I watched this. I like he makes a good role. I like Damon Wayans in this too, and I know there's a lot of like back and forth with like when people like his stuff or not. But I thought Damon Wayans was good in this one too. I like James Caan, of course. I love the line where he's like, "Oh, if he's a cop out, suck your dick," or when they're in the car and he's like, "Where are we going?" He's like, "Disneyland." Like that to me is just funny. Like I like that part. And wasn't this the one where they have to stay overnight in the hotel and all they
Yeah,
can book is the romance suite or whatever? Like just small bits like that to me were funny. But I think I found this one somehow like when I was younger anyway, as opposed to like some of his other earlier stuff. So I give this one a little more love than I give the other ones because I thought this one was actually like pretty funny for what it was. I actually kind of like this one.
nice. Where'd you have it at?
This was number 33.
All right, JPO.
Nice. Actually, I have it even slightly higher. I got a number 29 for me personally here.
Okay,
Yeah, I
nice.
feel like my brother owned it because this is one I saw even before going overboard. So like I somehow snuck it in somehow. Um, and yeah, I've always enjoyed it. I think that's why, like I said, I wanted to like do over because I wanted to see some more Sandler and action films there because I think he's kind of perfect in this as he's a relatively nice guy who just unfortunately picks the wrong line of work here and then accidentally shoots Stephen Wayans in the head. To set off that movie here, but he lives kind of miraculously, and they go on kind of this fun road trip here. And unlike Do Over here, I think it kind of does balance the kind of real world stakes with good humor here. It's never too over the top like Do Over. It feels slightly grounded while still just being really funny at times. And then but there being stakes, James Caan's a really good villain here. I mean, you believe that dude will murder them. You know what I mean? So he's a good villain as well here. One bad part though, and if once you see it, you can't unsee it. When they're in the plane and they're jumping from the plane, you clearly sun doubles. Like it's clearly a 40-year-old
Sure.
dude playing Chandler. It's clearly a totally different guy than Damon, and like not even like well shot. Like it's not even like a way far away shot to the side. It's only a little bit back, and it kind of stares at them right in the face. Like it's clear as day a different human being. So not the greatest editing, or at least for that perspective. Yes, if you ever see that plane sequence again, watch the jump. And they don't even jump that far out of frame. I don't get it. But anywho, that's one small fun thing. But otherwise, yeah, I've always kind of had a little bit of a soft spot for this one.
Same. Yeah, I agree. And notice that we're all kind of talking about Bulletproof in a very positive way, and we're saying like this is kind of underrated, and I actually kind of enjoy this one, and maybe Sandler should get back to like this type of movie. Um, it's got 8% on Rotten Tomatoes. This movie has to be the most underrated Sandler movie. It just makes no sense in my mind. I can see it being like 40, 50%, maybe 60% in some people's minds. For me, I think it's a little higher. I had this the highest rated out of the three of us. I have it at number 16.
Oh,
Um,
nice. Okay.
I I really really like Bulletproof, and I think I do take a bit of like a defensive like champion of it a little bit because I don't understand an 8%. It just really doesn't make much sense. Like no one really gave it a chance, and I think there's a lot to love. Of course, I have a lot of nostalgia for this one. I definitely saw this one a little bit too early, but it's not like that bad or anything like that. But there are some very adult stuff in the movie, but I still saw it like as a kid. And I don't know, I've always had certain parts of the movie just like, live in my head, and just, when I rewatch it, I just love the pairing of Wayans and Sandler, and I think they have really great chemistry. They have like this stuff where you feel like they just make a really good like friendship, but then they have to go back on that and they have to like kind of hate each other for different parts of the movie. And Wayans really hates him for shooting him in the head for a long time. Then they have to be handcuffed together, and it's just like so
Right.
interesting and so just kind of funny. It's just like a really like underrated like action movie where it's like there's not like a ton of action. It's more of like a buddy adventure movie. But it does have some action, and like JPO said, maybe the action stuff isn't the best done stuff in the movie. But I think a lot of the character stuff where they're talking or they're getting into shenanigans with the motel owner and who they're being pursued, and then like he stops right before the cliff and they fall off the cliff, and then he's like, I know these woods, like that, the back of my hand or whatever. And I don't know, a lot of the jokes in the movie work. James doing the Disneyland thing is a really really funny bit.
The Disney World.
Rules. I don't know, man. There's just something
I
that
even enjoy like the kind of last scene too when they're in Mexico or whatever.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, I really vibe with this movie pretty hard, and it's just really fun. I don't know. I don't understand. Why someone can watch it and say I hate it.
I think, unfortunately, and you can find this with early Jim Carrey too. I think critics were just really on the anti Sandler train for the longest time here. You know what I mean? There's even a fun Siskel and Ebert episode where they're like, "We were wrong about Jim Carrey." Like they literally have like an entire episode where they're like, "My bad, you are truly talented." You know what I mean? I feel like now people can say that with Sandler, where it's like there is that kind of class of critic that just hated him for so long for whatever reason.
Yeah,
it's definitely a different style of comedian from Jim Carrey, and this was like one of his first times where he was trying to play it straight, and people were like, "I see through this big time." And then later, when we get to other movies where he actually plays it straight, and then you're like, "Wow, okay, he's got some chops." I feel like people should like revisit Bulletproof, and maybe it'd be a little bit higher than 8%. But that being said, obviously it's in my top 20. I really, really like Bulletproof quite a bit. So now we're going to go to one I maybe don't love as much, but it's apparently higher than Bulletproof. And it is actually, you know what? Sorry. This is a 4-way tie for 22. I was just looking at one of them that was at 22. So I'll read the 4-way tie, and then we can like just kind of I'll put it, in the private chat, and we can just like go through each of the movies.
Right.
So
Sure.
we have, and I'll read them off. 22. Click, Just Go With It, Little Nicky, and Spanglish. Click, Just Go With It, Little Nicky, and Spanglish. Very interested to get into these. James, you started with Bulletproof. JPO, do you want to do all four in one go, or do you want to like? What do you want to do?
You're the host. I can try to be quick and just get through them, and I'll get through them. What do you want to do?
Yeah, that is a good question. If there's 4, let's just go around the bend with each one. Just start just in the order that I did right there.
Yeah, I was gonna say we'll just if you want to start with Click. Yeah, so I got this number 13 here. Actually, here this is one that it is a mixed bag for me, even though it is 13 is a pretty good respectable number here because I do think the highs are high here and the lows are kind of low. So I can see why maybe it potentially could be lower for some people. Like I said, I think their highs are high here. One interesting concept here. I like Christopher Walken. There's some really jokes that nail. And there's also the heart. Absolutely, I think hits it too at one point. One of my favorite scenes, literally maybe top 5, top 10 scenes in Sandler altogether, is him mad that he didn't really say goodbye to Henry Winkler, his dad, and he's like yelling at himself to like talk to him, like look at him, and like he pauses him to like say goodbye to him, and then it continues to like get this like really like dark stuff of telling his son like don't go on that business meeting, stay with your wife, like these are the important things. and then at the same time that he's playing with his fat belly flap, and that to me is what takes me out of it. Then sometimes, you know what I mean? And there's other stuff in between where and going back to the dog humping stuff, and that's the one thing about this movie here, because I feel like this has top 5, top 10 potential, or even be just a stronger 13. But there are just sometimes where I feel like even farting in Hasselhoff's face, I just feel like they could have tackled that in a different way potentially here, than going from like ultra we want you to cry to like now we're doing this sense of humor. So it's one of the top tier like mixed bag ones for me here. But I do think the highs are high enough to where it is pretty high for me at 13.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Click. It's interesting. It's our collective 22. It's also my number 22. I feel it's one of those movies to where like it's like half maybe great and then half maybe just really not. And it kind of like falls into that camp where you're just like you want it to be just all great. And then I know people who just really love this movie and defend it, who like kind of grew up with it. And for me, when this was like after kind of a little bit of my falling off with Sandler, where I was just like, I don't know if I love the new stuff that he's making, and I'd rather just watch old Sandler, kind of a deal. Getting to Click, I was like still wanting to really get into Sandler movies and stuff, and I just like I liked it, but I didn't like love it. And I just I knew what he was going for, trying to say, like don't try to fast forward through the mundane things or the things you don't find important, because every moment matters with the people that you love. That's such a beautiful message, and this movie really tries to do it justice. And then you have him like farting in Hasselhoff's face, and just all these really dumb, just like the belly flap, like JPO brought up, just all these dumb moments that they're Sandler moments. So it makes sense that he would include them in there and just try to make a really fun, funny movie for everybody to engage with. But then you just really stuff like that just takes you out of it and just kind of like undercuts some of the messaging and stuff. And I don't know, it's a fun concept that leads into like a really good message. And yet I just find half of it to be taking away from that. And so, for that's exactly why it's like almost dab smack in the middle of my list. It's 22. It's like, I think it's good, but it's not great. And it could be a lot better. And so, yeah, but obviously I like it. So there you go. Click, James.
Yeah, I think on this one, the lows kind of hit harder than like the highs did. And I think, like you guys have mentioned, like for how much like are we laughing or are we crying type deal, like as much as I appreciate like the overall message, I think everything else about this just kind of brought this way down. I had this one at 42, so I did not like Click at all, really. I did not like this movie. I think the whole like he like wakes up at the end like, oh, now you can live your life knowing what it would be like. I don't know, to me it's a little cop outy, I think, at least. So to like have that whole kind of like journey, like you think this is the whole movie, like this is the end, this is how it wraps up, like he's regretful for missing out on all these things, he just keeps hitting fast forward to the good parts only, like that kind of thing. But then to like have it be like, oh, well, okay, you have a chance now to like live it normally, like you can live knowing what you know now. Like I don't think you don't get that with life, like in the past or the future, really. Like you can like learn your lessons and shit like that and learn from history, but like I think to me that's just a little bit cop outy. So this was number 40. What was it, 42 on mine? I'm one of those who just did not like Click. It did not work.
Yeah, it makes total sense. JPO is it higher, I have in the mid, you have it pretty low. 22. All right, so now let's go with Just Go With It. I'll start with this one. I actually like Just Go With It quite a bit. This was one that I saw. I have this at number 20, so it's just a tad higher than Click. Where there is some dumb stuff in it. Again, I think a lot of the times Nick Swartzen is on a journey to make me try to dislike movies that I would like. otherwise. Yet he doesn't like go that hard to make me actually really dislike this movie. It is a little bit like kind of like ogly at Blake Lively, is it? That's correct, right? No, 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 it's not Blake Lively. Who is it? It's off the rails. Who am I thinking? Brooklyn
Brooklyn
Decker.
Decker.
Oh my god, completely different people. Anyways, sorry about that. But no, it is kind of like ogly at like her character a lot of the times, which is a little weird. But they're trying to like make a whole thing. I don't know. But I think the concept's interesting. It's kind of like a womanizer kind of guy. Trying to get with her, but then finds out that he really loves Jennifer Aniston's character, and then it's like doing like a whole thing, pretending they're married and stuff. And I like the kids in the movie, and speaking of one of the kids, I just watched The Strangers Pray at Night, that has the little girl who's older in it. Yeah, so it's the same
Okay.
actress.
Oh, all right. Nice.
Kind of
That's
interesting.
isn't the new Strangers, really?
And not the newest
I
one,
never
but
saw them.
the second one.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah,
Yeah.
I forgot about
But
that.
and she's doing like a fake British accent like the whole movie, which is sometimes grating, but sometimes kind of funny. So yeah, there's a lot of I think fun to be had with Just Go With It. It's a fun premise, and I like Sandler and Aniston together. I think it's better here than it is in like the murder mystery movies, and yeah, they just have fun, and it's just a really really good one. One of the jokes in this movie that made me like die laughing in the theater. So they're going to like a kids play place, and they're walking, and all of a sudden a little boy just throws like a full like water bottle or some sort of soda or something at his mom, and she goes, "Oh hell no." And it all happens in slow motion, just like dying laughing over that because it's so random and there's no reason for it to be there, but it happens anyways, and that's the one that really gets me for some reason. But yeah, I don't know why that joke just like hit me, but it really goes to, there's some like comedy and Sandler films later on that we're gonna get to that just really really gets me, and that's the one joke that gets me. There's also like the Dave Matthews picking up what is it? Something fruit with his butt. So what the fuck is
Oh
going on?
yeah, yeah. I remember that part. Yeah, yeah,
But it's
yeah.
still really, really kind of funny. Um, so this movie does really get me quite a bit. I like the concept. So yeah, just go with this one. I have it at 20. James.
Yeah, this one I overall liked enough. I had this one at 32, so it's a little bit lower than middle of the pack. Enough of the storyline works, enough of the like the jokes and the acting works enough. I think this is one where Nick Swartzen just kind of takes me out of it a little bit. This is another kind of like over the top, ridiculous kind of performance for him. Like he's like, just tell me what to say and I'll say it regardless of whatever. It's not like raunchy or nothing, but I just can't really take him in this movie, and it usually is what like can make or break these films sometimes. So this was about middle of the pack from. He left again. Oh, there he is.
Totally. JPO. Just go with it. Or did you just go with it?
And I'll go with a little bit here. Now I got a number 25 here. I always felt this one was actually kind of slightly underrated by I think some people's opinions here. Because yeah, I don't want to make the pun, but I just kind of went with it. I think there's a chemistry between him and Jennifer Aniston here. The little shoehorn that they have to bring in. The other actress for them to ultimately fall in love. That kind of from the get go here and whatnot. How it's going to end. And as you guys said, Swartzen can be different levels of kind of wanting to be around him. But yeah, I enjoy the kids. So you mentioned the girl Bailey Madison. I actually thought she was funny here. I do remember her kind of sticking out as well here. And yeah, like I said, I think there's enough in it to it warrants it. That's why, for me, this is the one that is truly for me in the middle of the pack, but which is a good thing at number 25. This still means I still liked it decently enough.
Absolutely. Same with me, and it being in my top 20. That's saying something. Trust me. And next we'll go into Little Nicky, and we'll start with James.
Little Nicky. All right. This one I thought was like pretty stupid. This one was just pretty dumb overall. And unfortunately, like there's lots of like what is supposed to be funny about this. I don't know if it's just me or what. I had this at number 38, so I don't know like where people like to rank his like late 90s, early 2000s stuff. But I thought this was just over the top, just ridiculously dumb. Unfortunately, I don't even remember like the story that much. At one point, he's got the bra hat on. Hell freezes over for some other reason. I don't really remember that much. I just remember this one being dumb, and I didn't like it. So that's Little Nicky for me, man.
That makes sense, actually. I could see it both ways, to be honest. Yeah.
So I did hold a grudge against this movie for a little bit, because growing up as a Sandler fan, it was always VHS, and DVD. Well, I guess really VHS at first. This is the first theater experience. I'm pretty sure. I don't think I saw Big Daddy in theaters. Maybe Big Daddy, maybe this was second, but like I remember it was one of the first theater experiences, and yeah, it was a bit of a letdown here. It's definitely to me the first Sandler slight misstep in comedies. So far, he's nailing it for me here. So far as his leading roles in the '90s. Um, I don't hate it though. I get it at number 24 because I have kind of liked it a little bit more over the time. I don't like the voice, that his little whisper growl, is definitely kind of grates it very quickly here. Um, but I don't know. I kind of like the world that they built here. Man, again, kind of like bedtime stories. I think there's a lot going on where at least it's kind of fun and intriguing enough. And even for rewatchability, it's kind of fun and intriguing here. I mean, you mentioned Boobhead, Kevin Nealon. It's kind of funny here. If you watch the end credits here, him and that monster have kids. Um, they even throw out a quick shout out to Chris Farley and the end credits as well. He ends up working for him. You get to see Chubbs one more time too. Reese Witherspoon's mom,
Sure.
Keitel. That's probably this is his first time with Keitel. Ronnie Dangerfield's grandpa. So there's enough. I like the dog. The dog's pretty funny at times. Popeye's chicken. There's enough that works for me here. So Henry Winkler covering bees. So yeah, I don't mind it.
Get in the flask. Yeah, I kind of love this movie. I have it the highest ranked. I have it number 15. I
Mm.
agree, it's very stupid, but like JPO, where he's like, "Oh, which one did I see in the theater first?" and stuff. I think I saw The Waterboy in theater, but I know I saw Big Daddy and Little Nicky in the theater, and very great experiences. It's funny because I remember I mentioned it earlier, Billy Elliot. Billy Elliot and Little Nicky were in the theater like at the same time, and we were going to see Little Nicky. Um, Billy Elliot was rated R, and Little Nicky was rated PG-13. And my mom took me and I think probably a friend or something to see it, and we went to see it, and she was like, "Why is Billy Elliot rated R? This isn't rated R. And he's got boobs on his head. What the?" And stuff like that. I was like, "Man, she makes a good point." But I have a lot of fun with Little Nicky. It's definitely nostalgia. It's not like a great movie in the classical sense, of course. So anybody who says this is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen, sure, it probably is. But for me, I actually enjoy it because I have so much nostalgia with it that I'm just like, I don't know. I just have a fondness for it. Like a lot of the stuff that happens. I like the idea of his, he talks like that and his face is like that because he got hit in the face with a shovel. He looked normal before, and now it's just like it's just so weird. She just decided to do that the whole movie, and that's the character. And he's just like the lesser one of the brothers, who's actually the best one of the brothers, and the most kind-hearted one and stuff. And I just think that's really cute. You got shoving fruit up Hitler's butt. It's what's going on right now.
Bigger.
And then you got I like him going to Earth, and it's a big fish out of water story. And I love Patricia Arquette in it. I was always obsessed with her voice in the movie because she's got one of the most unique voices, and I just love Patricia Arquette, and she's such a great actress. There's a lot of times when you see people who have been really great in normal movies, go and like people would say lower themselves to be in a Sandler movie, but really they're just having fun, doing something different, comedy, and I don't know. I think a lot of it works for me. I just really like it. Yeah, I like the dog. I like the roommate who's he tries to like. I think he tries to turn the Coke into piss, and he's like, "What's it taste like Pepsi?" So I love a lot of these the dumb jokes. The what is it? Dana Carvey as the referee who gets possessed. A lot of the demon stuff. His head spins around. I will eat your heart, and everyone starts screaming. It's so stupid, but a lot of the jokes just really work for me. I'm sorry. It's on that level for me where I'm like, it's in my top 15. It is my number 15. And yeah, I get it, but I love it. Anyways, what's
It's
your
funny. Real quick too, I want to say I know
sure.
you mentioned like the MPAA. I always had that thought too. Like they're kind of all over the place. Like I remember, much was a Zohan Speed 13, but like Slumdog Millionaire got an R rated, and I'm like, I'd much rather my 13-year-old watch Slumdog Millionaire because they say the F word a couple times than Zohan where he's like banging grandmas and there's punk jokes and you see his ass at one point with a fish in it. Like, what are we really telling our 12-year-olds? Like, come on. Like, let's agree about it because just because they say the F word doesn't mean that's not as bad as I thought always weird conceptions.
I'll say that is a great point, especially because I started off with talking about Billy Elliot. That's actually a really, really great progressive movie that like I think little boys should watch. So,
Yeah, no,
or
and
not
even
even
like Dog is
boys,
like
but
they're in a bad place, but he's still a good guy at the end of the day, and you know what I mean. Like, I'd show a 12-year-old that movie. Yeah, there's an F word a couple times. Don't say the F word, Billy. That's all.
yeah, he just says
Don't say those bad
you're not
words.
you're not fucking doing ballet or whatever he says. But
Yeah, yeah, you
anyways,
know what I mean. Like, yeah, that sucks when like that's all it takes. But then other weird, even weirder things that a 12-year-old probably shouldn't see because it's technically not. Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird
not
standard they use.
what you're actually. Yeah, it's interesting. But transition, JPO, if you will, to Spanglish.
Yeah, so I had this at number 21 here. So at least accumulatively, I think we all agree maybe drama wise, this is the least of his offerings, though, but still not I think that bad of a ranking here. We're kind of talking nicely now for the most part about a lot of these here. This is James L. Brooks, who is coming a few years off of good as it gets. He would even go. Was a couple different things. Oh, how do you know and whatnot? Broadcast news. So it's not as good as it gets here, but there's still I think enough going on here. Again, this is another kind of Punch Drunk Love showed one side of Sandler. This is showing a different side of Sandler. He's a little bit more of a regular human being, and this one more of a content human being, if that makes more sense. As this father, Taleone, who there's a good storyline I always like. The slightly chubby daughter, and how they handle her. He's a little bit more normal. She's kind of forcing it a little bit more here. The relationship with Paz Vega, who I think is a really good performance as well here. So I think there's enough good here. I've always liked this one. Never loved it, but I've always liked it.
Yeah, I'm actually like around the same kind of estimation of it. I have Spanglish at 17. It is in my top 20. I like it, and it surprised me. I didn't know what to expect from it because drama can be iffy when Sandler does drama, but I think Spanglish really works. I like the dynamics between like the married couple who just aren't there's no spark, and they she ends up cheating, and then that it has like a whole dramatic like thing to it, and then he ends up like really liking the housekeeper, and I think she's great. Her little family with her daughter is really great, and just trying to like figure out if she should trust them, and just like it feels like a very great, like kind of like dramatic bit like romance tied into it. And I feel like all that really works. I really like Sandler's performance in it. So this one actually does work for me quite a bit. So I don't have it in my highest of highs, top 15, but it is in my top 20 because I do think it really works and surprised the shit out of me. So yeah, Spanglish is good, I think. James.
Yeah, I think a lot of these like early to like mid 2000s kind of end up not being my favorite movies. This one in particular, just because of like the kind of drama-y style movies that came out like, after this. I had Spanglish at 39 because I didn't really like this movie that much at all. I don't know
Mm,
if I
okay.
just if like the drama didn't do it for me, or if we're coming off of like more of his like straight up comedy stuff. I mean, this I mean also at the time I think this was like a 2004 movie, I think 2003 maybe, so I was like at that age where I like
Or-
me personally I was not trying to find like the drama romance style movie, so this one didn't really appeal to me when it first came out, and I didn't really have much for it when it watching it again, so it's not one of my favorites, that's all.
Yeah, you were like me. You were watching Spider-Man 2 and Shaun of the Dead.
Yeah.
So there you go. Yeah, I think Spanglish, it's kind of middle of the road too. I agree.
I mean, I
So
see how it works for folks, it just it didn't click with me, that's
honestly,
all.
there's gonna be some movies that like should have worked for me. I think a lot more that
Right.
didn't. So
Yeah.
we'll get there, I'm sure. But
Yeah.
yeah, that was the 22
Right.
ranking slate. So now we're gonna go to number 21. So we're at we're breaking the tie again. Well, that doesn't make sense. But we're at number 21, which is not a tied movie. It is one movie. It is part of the Hotel Transylvania series. Which one is it? Number 3 is the lowest rated of that series. It looks like. So 21. Hotel Transylvania. JPO started, so I guess I'll start with this one. It's really hard to talk about this one without talking about the whole series. And I kind of have this whole series in the same kind of like they're all like at the same like level to me. Like they're all similar with just kind of differing stories. I mean, I guess that's what you do with the trilogy. The same characters with just
Sounds
slightly
about
different
right.
and stuff. But I think because of that, if it were like How to Train Your Dragon or something like that, a Toy Story, like some of these that are like top tier, like greatest trilogies of all time, kind of a deal, then maybe it would work for me. But because I think I don't really vibe with the characters that well, the story, the silly humor with the dancing all the time and stuff. And I don't think Dracula is like that likable of a character. Blah blah blah. Um, but it is cute, so I could throw
Don't
this
say
on with
blah blah.
what?
I don't say blah blah blah.
Yeah, it is a cute series of films that I could throw on with my son. So I could see myself watching this a lot more in the future, especially when he starts to actually pay attention and like movies, and not just like look at the pictures. Then it'll be really fun, and maybe they'll grow in my estimation. But now I have them. I feel like they're all middle of the road. Yeah. So the third one I put at like number 26. So it's like kind of middle, right dab smack in the middle. I don't love it. I don't hate it. I think they're fine. I think they're enjoyable enough. They're funny. They have stories that I think are worth telling, even if some of them have been told before. And the third one, going on a cruise, trying to fall in love. It's got arch villain, a lot of really, really cool stuff there, but I didn't super vibe with it either. So it's all right. I think there's other animated movies of theirs that I liked, or his that I like more, but this one's good. James.
Yeah, I had Hotel Transylvania 3 at number 27. So again, it's like a
Same.
decent enough, series of movies. The other two aren't that much higher. I don't think I have to look at the other one, but I mean, it's amusing enough. I can sit back and watch it for what it is, and enjoy what they put up on the screen. But nothing's like super great about it. I'm probably not the target demographic for it either. But it's a cute enough movie, I suppose. They're fun enough to watch. Nothing overly great about it. Chad kind of wrapped up most of the points, like with the overall like plot, like how they kind of transition between each other. Not bad though. Not a bad movie.
Yeah, JPO.
Yeah, the guys weirdly had this slightly the highest. I think at 23 is where I have it sitting as well here. And yeah, I'm kind of with Chad and kind of James as well a little bit. As in, it's actually a relatively kind of tight trilogy in a way, not in like a egregiously great way. Like it's not like How to Train Your Dragon tight trilogy, but like I don't mind any of the three, and this is my lowest of the three. Is the third one here. Because again, the jokes are definitely kind of starting to get retread here a lot too. It's starting to work in a little bit here. I've never seen the fourth one because Sandman wasn't in it, so I don't know how bad that one falls.
Mhm.
But I did see the first three because of the Sandman. So yeah, I mean, I think Summer Vacation's fine. I enjoy the Van Helsing. I think it's Catherine Hahn is the voice here as well. So again, I have fun with these characters here. I think again they also very much. I also try to give sometimes movies like this a little bit of a leeway too because I think I saw this with like my niece. So like I think like also I think it works for the right demographic, and I think is a great trilogy for them. So I also give it a little bit of a plus for that. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we might have a similar conversation when we get to the other two. But the next one is at number 20, The Longest Yard. So we're now on in the top 20. This is getting very interesting. I started with the other one. So, James, you want to start with The Longest Yard?
Yeah, I thought the longest yard was pretty funny. I liked it for what it was. I like that they bring back Burt Reynolds, of course. But to me, I mean, the comedy here works enough. I like most of the story itself. I think Adam Sandler does a good job. Like with what he does here. I think the prison scenes are funny. I like that James Cromwell plays the warden. He makes it pretty good. He does good enough with the role there. I had this one at number 22. So this is like it's like getting better on like my list. Like as it gets up in like the 20s, 15s. Like this is one of the ones I kind of like liked watching more than others. I liked the comedy. I liked the humor here. I liked I mean Brucey, that actor is funny enough. I liked the cheerleaders was a pretty funny bit. You're like 4 cans of shark shit or whatever. I forget what the actual joke is, but like that was enough to like make me laugh. It's a funny enough movie. I like Chris Rock plays a good role in it. They got I forget the actor's name, but the extra big massive tough guy, and he's like, "Can I play football?" He's like, "Yeah, Papa John's over there is playing safety." He's like, "Okay, I'll play." Like the stuff like that is like memorable enough lines, memorable enough jokes. I actually kind of like this movie. This one was pretty good to me.
Nice, JPO.
Yeah, I don't mind this one at all. It's number 17 for me here, so we're in top 20 territory for me personally here. Yeah, I enjoyed this. And a weird side note, too, my mom didn't hate this one, and she actually hated Sandler. So also a plus for this one here, if you will. I think it was because of Bert. I was trying to remember why she even saw this movie. It was because of Burt Reynolds. Yeah. I was like, hates him. That's right. It was for Burt Reynolds. But yeah, I think she didn't hate it probably because again Burt Reynolds. And yeah, I think it also is brave enough to do what happens with the Chris Rock character here. I remember my mom afterwards saying, "Oh, that's how the old one happened too." And I was like, "Oh, okay." I had no idea. I actually still haven't seen the first one here, so I have no comparison personally. But yeah, I don't know. I think this one too is kind of interesting one too because it is. There are slightly, well, it is very goofy at times. There is stakes here. You know what I mean? I kind of like that Sandler again is not totally just a goofball. Like he's kind of a shitty alcoholic who, and by shitty I mean like he's kind of also kind of a shitty person at first who kind of redeems himself towards the end there because he doesn't take the easy route out. He actually defends the prisoners versus the guards. And two also always a plus too for me personally. Throw a bunch of wrestlers at me. I won't mind because you got like Stone Cold, Kali, Kevin Nash. Like there's several of them up in this. So and shout out to I think Kevin Nash who has the most fun of being the one that gets dosed with what was it? Less testosterone. So he's kind of he's very.
Oh yeah, the estrogen pills.
Yeah, no, that all makes sense. Honestly, I probably have this one way too low ranked, but it's one I saw this in the theater, and I remember liking it, but then like upon rewatch, I was just like, I like other football movies that you might be able to see like right beside my head right now, more than I like The Longest Yard, and I don't know, it's just one of those where I don't know. I feel like I haven't seen the original, but I'm pretty sure it's probably better than this one. I just didn't really vibe with this one. I feel like a lot of the Chris Rock stuff just kind of felt like a little bit too. I should I melodramatic kind of. It just didn't really work for me, especially like with the spoiler alert, the death and all that. And I'm just like I don't know, just like everything they're swinging with, it just don't really vibe with. Although I could easily see myself watching this and swing it a little bit. It's never going to be like in my top like 15, but maybe if I watch it again, I might like it a little bit more. So I don't know. I have this a lot lower for some reason, but it's at 36, oddly enough. But I could see this one actually being in like the 20s at least. But it is what it is. So that's the longest yard. We're gonna go on to the next one, which is maybe another kind of underrated one. At number 19, we have Airheads, which is a very early Sandler movie. So yeah, JPO, we're starting with you, I guess, right?
I think it's underrated because this is top 10 territory for me.
Nice.
I
Wow.
love Airheads here. It's the only one in my top 10 that you could argue is not a Sandler led, because I think you can technically say Frasier is kind of number one
Yeah.
here. But easily number 2/3 is him, and then of course Buscemi, which I believe this is probably what starts the wonderful Steve Buscemi relationship that we will get for the next several decades too, including his fantastic Bill Madison cameo, which we'll talk about later. But yeah, I've always been charmed by this movie here. I like the concept here, the Lone Rangers. Why is it plural? You're not very lone, are you? Them taking over the hostages, them taking over the radio station here, Joe Mantegna, David Arquette, and then again you get a really funny, quick bits from Chris Farley, Ernie Hudson, Michael Richards. Yeah, and then Adam Sandler, I just think is fantastic. Even when he's going out to the car and he sees the cops and they're doing a little slow back and forth, and I think it's very funny here. His little relationship with one of the girls here, when he's covering up his junk with his little hat. Yeah, I like these three here. Yeah, I don't know. I've always thought this movie was funny here. And who knew all those years later, Brendan Fraser would be getting his Oscar win, and Sandler would be getting Oscar snubbed again. God damn it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you mentioned that, and then you look at like all the three of those actors, and you're like, they've all produced brilliance at some point in their career, whether it's later, early on. Like, I mean, Steve Buscemi and like Fargo, and Reservoir.
Another guy who's never had an Oscar love, I believe. I don't think he's ever got a nod.
Yeah, I know, and he's
Right.
like he's a legit actor. He's so good. And yet he's willing to do a lot of silly shit for Sandler films. So there you go. But yeah, honestly, this is another one that I think with more rewatches can get higher for me. I actually do have this at number 19. So like right on the money, right there in the middle, or close to the middle. It's in my top 20. That's saying something. I think this is a very good one, underrated. People should talk about it more. I really like it. I think them taking over the recording studio and stuff is a really interesting idea, and I like all the characters. I like Brendan Fraser as the lead and the two backups, and I think this is a very this Airheads role for Sandler is kind of like his mixed nuts role. It's supporting, it's small, but it's not lesser. It's like really interesting and fun and good, and I like it a lot. I like when he plays these kinds of roles, sort of the kind of you can do it kind of roles. Sandler, James, Airheads.
Yeah, so I thought this was probably like the best one of his like early stuff between all his other like late 80s, early like 90s stuff. Unfortunately, on my list, that's not saying much because I have this one at number 43.
Ooh,
There's a reason this is lower than some bullshit.
Yeah.
Oh.
This one, I mean, I'm sorry. I'm going to do that thing that I do sometimes in these rankings where we're like,
oh no,
yeah,
here we
I'm
go.
gonna do my thing. Those
James,
cops.
what is it? Is it guns?
No. Those cops would have busted in that place long before the runtime expired on that movie. I'm sorry, in no way, shape,
A
or
movie's
form.
got a movie.
I know it does have to. I get it. I know, and I don't let it like affect it that much. I just thought the overall concept was kind of like silly to begin with, but not in like the best way it possibly could have been silly. Like no one would have entertained them, like threatening them at gunpoint so they could play a single of like a song, sample. Like I get it. I see how it is amusing and funny, but to me, it didn't click the same way it clearly did for other folks. I I couldn't with this one. I'm sorry, and I do like Brendan Fraser a lot. I know he had a huge hiatus from acting that was no fault of his own necessarily, and I like that he's back in movies nowadays. So I like seeing him in this. I appreciate that much of it. I couldn't take this one. I'm sorry. I just could not take this movie, man. I just
Oh man,
couldn't.
I honestly, I love every time James has this weird like persnickety kind of thing where he's just like, "Oh, wouldn't happen. Can't get behind the premise," and then he like takes us through like the construction of like weapons and how a gun works, and I love it every time James has one of these things. And when I say weird, it's with love because I
No, I
love
get it. I know. And
like other
I
people will be vibing with it, and then he'll be like, "Did you see this one thing that pissed me off the whole movie?"
like, and I acknowledge that too. Like, I know I get that way sometimes, and I do what I can not let it overly affect these movies because obviously it's a movie, and obviously, if I thought this way about everything, I would hate 90% of Hollywood, which I don't. But like to me, like just the overall premise and concept was just unfortunately dumb off the bat. So I can appreciate for the silly humor it is, but I couldn't rate this one all that. I couldn't rate this one that high. I just couldn't, man.
But
No.
honestly, James, though, like there's so many things that are like triggers or just things for me that I'm just like, nah, I can't do that. Like a lot of like animal violence and stuff like that. If it's like too
Yeah.
extreme, I'll just go, I'm okay. I don't really want to watch this right now. So no, I get it. I get it.
That's why he hates Billy Madison, because every time he tries to run over the penguin, it hurts Chad's feelings.
Yeah, that's why I have it super low. We've already talked about it, right? No, but here we go. We're gonna go on to the next one. After while JPO's heart tries to mend, we're talking about our number 18, which is another one, Hotel Transylvania 2. Um, me, I guess, right? Is it up to me again? Hotel
Yeah.
Transylvania 2. It's like three. I don't know. Maybe on some days I'll like this one the most. I actually think I have this one rated the highest, to be honest. So three was 26. Yeah, this one's 25. So I have them like all like right next to each other. And this one I rated the highest. I think it's cute with the little kid and stuff, and he's trying to like teach the little kid how to be a monster and stuff like that. And I think it's really cute. Naturally the first one's about them getting together, and then they have a kid in the second one, and it's just a natural like progression. I think that you would do in a sequel and stuff. And how does the kid who's like half monster, half not, work in this universe? Is he gonna just act as a normal kid or become the monster? And of course, Dracula would want him to be, the monster. And it is cute when he goes, blah blah blah, and he's like, I don't say blah blah blah. It's really funny. So there's a lot that works in it, but it's still not one of my super high ones. But right dab smack in the middle. Obviously, it's my number 25. James.
Yeah, I had Hotel Transylvania 2 at 24. Again, middle of the pack. It was cute for what it was. It was amusing enough. Again, I think with these three movies, it was Adam Sandler and all his friends being like, let's get together, but in voice actor form this time, and we'll just have this kind of storyline premise to go off of, and we'll just, chill, but in a studio this time instead of on the actual screen. So, I mean, I liked it enough, amusing enough, but it's not like bad or good at the same time. I put it at 24.
Totally. JPO.
I got a number 18. Yeah, again, I think it's a relatively light, tight trilogy as far as it just they're well intended too. Like I like the stuff with the kid now, you know what I mean? And Adam Sandler's kind of trying to force him hopefully to being a vampire here. And again, there's like some nice things, just kind of being yourself in the end. Get the addition of Mel Brooks, I think is always a fun welcome as well as Grandpa this time around. And yeah, like I said, the humor's still there and the heart's kind of there. And like, yeah, I think this is a fun trilogy. So I added number 18.
Yeah, totally. All right, so we're gonna move on to the next one, which is number 17. Oh man, I'm interested to talk about this one. Reign Over Me. I feel like this one is kind of divisive in a way. So yeah, let's get into it. James, do you want to start with Reign Over Me?
Sure. Yeah. So this one, like, was basically, I mean, obviously pure drama, but I think I like this one a lot. I think it showed more like drama-ish, like acting chops, like out of Sandler. I know we had a really good job working alongside Don Cheadle. Like they're both, he's really good in this one too. I know it tackles he loses his family in the 9/11 attacks, and it's all just PTSD, this like depression, that like it's really like finding someone like to bond with and like help through with this. If you do find that kind of relationship with someone, I think it's more obviously on the tearjerker side of things. I think this really shows like what he can do as far as like dramatic acting goes. I think I had this one at number 9. I think this one definitely like kind of stuck with me a good bit more than some of his other like drama style movies. So this was a pretty good one from him. I thought so at least. I like this one.
JPO.
Nah, so it's Chad that has this low because I have it at 14. So because I like this one. I like this one as well here. I think
Yeah.
Sandler's great. I think there's some missteps with the plot. I don't enjoy the I don't remember her name, like the one woman side plot. I thought it was kind of weird and unnecessary here. But I think the main stuff with Sandler and Cheadle, I think it's really dang good. I think Sandler's fantastic here. I think he gives a couple of great moments here. I love his explanation to the mother of his wife. You know what I mean? Like I don't need that reminder. I see her. I see them every day. Hell, I see our dog and a poodle. You know what I mean? Like, and they're completely different dogs. Like, I think he's great as just this tortured guy. Who just doesn't know how to kind of continue on with life. And I think Shield's really good as well. And let's not mention Jada Pinkett, or else we might get slapped. Chad, why do you have it so low?
Yeah, no, I have this pretty low. I have it number 40. The
Oh
reason
God, what?
Wow.
I don't know what's worse, you or
Um,
him with Airheads. Ah,
this movie is very ham-fisted. Is very
fish your
it
hand.
it wants
I don't know what that means.
it wants to be a very like deep emotional film that like is about like deep heartache and just 9/11 and just all this stuff. It just really wants to go there and be that, and I don't think it works all that well at that. I mean, there's some stuff that I like in the movie, but when I was watching it, I was just like, is this good or is this just trying to be good and just really doesn't know how? And I think it's the latter. Obviously, I'm overruled here. You guys liked it a lot more than I did. But I think it's, I don't know. Like certain times I'm like on his side, and then like there's like a time is like destroying the dentist office, and I'm just like, ugh, I don't think this is. I think he's playing it too hard. I think he's trying too much, going too much with it. Whereas he does similar stuff in, we'll get to a Punch Drunk Love. I like that movie obviously way more than I like Reign Over Me. But I don't know. It's just something about his performance in this that I just don't vibe with. I don't think really works. I think Don Cheadle's okay in it. I'm not a huge fan of Don Cheadle just in general. I will say just in,
Whoa.
yeah, I know. I think that's a big hot take for me, but I've always kind of been that way ever since he took over. He stole Terrence Howard's part in the
Whoa. Don't say the
um,
word stole. Terrence Howard screwed himself.
Stole. I don't know.
sure,
Stole,
Yeah.
bro.
but
What was Don Cheadle supposed to do? Not take the money in the
I
role?
don't think
No,
steal the right word. to
you're
use.
correct. I'm saying he's worse in the part. That's all I'm saying.
Oh,
I
which
don't
also-
like him in the part. Okay. Anyways, we can get into all that later.
Hold on. Let's play the letterbox game with Reign Over Me. This is just from our friends, our mutual friends. 3.5, 4, 3.5, 3.5, 3.5, 3.5. Where are you? 2.
Yeah. I think people are seeing it in the wrong light. I don't know. They're watching it and they're like,
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Chad is saying we're all crazy, but he gets it.
Yeah, I am.
That is the definition of craziness.
This is deep.
His tin hat's just sitting right up to the left of his
I just
desk
think
right
Sandler's
now.
doing a really good performance of a guy going through depression.
I think it wants you to think it is that. I don't think it's that. I'm
Well,
glad you guys vibed with it, but I don't think it works. I think it's going too hard. It's way too long.
What's the next on the list?
No, I'm not done. It's way too long for what it is, and I'm just like, this could be way tighter. It
Oh
could,
yeah, did this one hit the 2 hour mark? I forget. Was this one as
it
longer one?
felt like it if it didn't.
Let me see.
120.
2 hours, 3 minutes. Okay, okay, so it's in that neighborhood, right?
Yeah, honestly, it could have
Okay.
been way shorter, like 20 minutes shorter. I don't know. I didn't buy what they were going for. They didn't fool me. So, anyways, maybe I'm the crazy one. That's fine, you know. But I thought you guys were going to be on the same wavelength. I don't think it's good. Anyways, it's a lot higher on the combined list. So there you go. I think some of these other ones are actually pretty too high too. But looking at them, where are we? We just talked about Reign Over Me at number 17. Now we're going to talk about Hotel Transylvania at number 16, the original. So yeah, who are we at? JPO.
All right, hey, what's more to say about this trilogy here? Now we're at the first one here. This is number 15 for me personally. Like I like the world that we brought into here. I mean, as much as these are characters that technically in other universes are all murderers. Dracula, Wolfman, the Mummy. In this world, they're just fun, characters, and a lot of people love spooky stuff here. So I could imagine this would be great for all you spooky mama and papas to show your kids, while they're growing up. Because I don't know, I think it works. I think it's funny, it's cute. It's not overly, poopy farty. It's a little bit, but not overly. And with enough heart, enough humor. Yeah, like I said, I like this trilogy. I don't love the trilogy, but I decently like the whole entire trilogy.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like I said, this one's like dab smack in the middle. 25 is 2, 26 is 3, and 27 is the first one. I don't know why I put the sequels above. I think maybe just the first one just felt a little samey to like other things that I've seen, and the other ones kind of like go different routes. Maybe I like that a little more. The first one I think is good, but it's about the same as the other one. So yeah, just rank them that way just because. But it easily could switch up if I watch them again. It is what it is. I think it's good, not great. There you go. James.
Yeah, I had the first Hotel Transylvania at 19, so I thought it was a pretty good enough movie. I like the story overall. The dialogue was pretty cool. It's not overly original, but it was good enough for what it was. I put it a little bit higher in the middle of the pack. I think we're starting to get into at like my 19 the ones that I kind of like start to really like a little more.
All right, perfect. Now we're going to get into number 15, 50 First Dates. So we're at another Barrymore Sandler combo. And I'll start with this one. 50 First Dates, I really, really like. I do agree. It is obviously, we have another one ranked higher. It is the second tier, the second one of ranked of the 3 collaborative efforts between the 2. The chemistry just really works. I think this movie is very, very sweet. I kind of love it at times. We have another Rob Schneider kind of thing where he's playing like a Hawaiian person, and it's one of those. I'm just like, I don't know, man. Can you stop doing this? But you know, uh, it is what it is. I think it's still kind of chill. But yeah, the rest of the movie I think works really well. I love the Sean Astin's in it is really really fun and funny in it. I love the concept, and she can't like remember like anything past a certain point, and so he's got to like continuously um remind her that who he is, why he loves her, and he's continuously like growing this love for her. and she's unable to really like reciprocate it too much because she'll just forget all over again. And then like he has to kind of like take care of her in a way and like prove to her dad and brother that like he's not just there just you know you could easily see someone like having like a one night stand with her or something. She'll forget and then like see ya kind of a deal. But he's not that type of guy. He actually falls in love with her and like I find it a really sweet movie. It's really charming. I love the Hawaiian setting, even though that comes with some problematic stuff. But it's really cute. There is they have that one actor, the Hawaiian actor, who does play the um, Over the Rainbow on the ukulele. And Carrie walked down the aisle to that song. So some of it's very very sweet in my life as well. But yeah, I think it's a cute movie that I really love. There's some issues with it, but ultimately it's very sweet. I keep saying that because it is. It just is. It's just one I love watching, actually. Especially him singing Beach Boys while crying and driving a boat. I think it's excellent. Exactly.
All
James.
right, now let's get mad at James. 'Cause I think
Oh, and I remember back in the day when it was first entitled 50 First Kisses.
hey, I was going to name drop that too.
James.
Yeah, let's get into it. I'm the odd man out here for sure. I think both of you know where you stand on this, which leaves me, we know where I stand on this
Oh,
already.
did I say where I had it? It's at number.
No.
Yeah, where'd you have it at?
Number 10. It's my top 10. I have number 10.
Ooh,
Gotcha.
James.
Yeah, this
James.
was not top 10 at all. Not even close. Sorry. I like that this was filmed in Hawaii, but I mean, to me, again, this was one of those like early aughts movies, like 2004, something like 2003, something like that, where I was not looking for like the drama, cutesy kind of like interactive like love story type thing. So to me, like the concept, I got it, but wasn't really vibing with it that much. I didn't really like most parts of this necessarily. I mean, I like seeing Sean Astin because he's pretty cool, but there isn't much else that I really found like cool or like great about this movie. So I had 50 First Dates at number 40. That is where I had this movie.
Wow. Wow. That
God,
was my reign over me.
This did not.
40.
This did not work for me. It just plain didn't.
I forgive you for Airheads. Now I hate you for this.
JPO, what do you think about this one?
Just give me a second, Chad. I just need a second here.
All right.
So I'm not superstitious.
You're just a
But-
little suspicious.
What?
He said you're just a little suspicious.
You are a little vicious.
Shut up.
Office.
But I like to end the year and start the year on a high note. I ended last year by watching this movie. It's the last year movie I watched of 2023 because I really like this movie here. I'm actually going to like it even more here because I just think it's so well intended and charming. I have this at number 8. Number 8. First of all, I absolutely love their meet cute at first here with the waffles. I think it works. It's charming. You totally believe these two kind of falling for each other. I love the car pulling away and they're both dancing, continuing to the heartbreak of finding out that like she forgets him. And this guy who, if you remember at the beginning of the movie here, is non-monogamous. Like he doesn't want to settle down, but like now it's the complete opposite of now that he's fallen in love and he's met the one that he loves. Like he's willing to go to the most extremes now to keep her here. And I think I love the way they start to grow to fall for each other here. And you finally find out like she even says at one point our 50th first kiss. Hence the original title. And then again, like I even love the ending here of his realization of like oh, she only sings when she thinks of me, and he goes to see her and he's like, do you remember me? And she goes, no, but I dream of you. And the way they end on the boat here, I don't know, I think it's whimsical, but I think in the greatest sense of styles here. And yeah, I don't know, I love these two. I think their chemistry as far as the rom-coms go too, I think the chemistry is off the charts here. I like it a lot.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
even for Schneider, at least he's like nice and like funny and well intended. I don't even hate Schneider. Like again, you could say it shouldn't have been done necessarily, but at least it's not like I don't think he's like a horrible person.
yeah, yeah. No, I agree with that. It's problematic, but he's still kind of a sweet character. That's what I
There's
was
just
trying to get at
nods
as
to it
well.
in a nice way.
But yeah, it's just interesting. You guys had rain over me sort of high, and I had it really low. And James was like, 51st Dates is my reign over me," and
No,
I think that's really funny.
this
But
is
we still got
absurd.
it to number 15, so
I'm
it's
looking at
not
things left on the list too, and I'm like, you guys are crazy.
not super low. But yeah, so yeah, I kind of agree here with another one we're about to talk about. But tied for number 14, we have two movies. His newest one, Spaceman, and another very new one. You are so not invited to my
Uh,
bat
about
mitzvah.
time that movie got brought up. I've been waiting for someone to say that.
All right, so we can kind of talk about these, in tandem, like right next to each other. Um, 50 First Dates I started with, right? So
Yeah,
James,
James.
Okay.
you want to talk about these two movies.
All right, so it was Spaceman, and you weren't invited to my bat mitzvah. I had bat mitzvah at 16 and Spaceman at 10. So I actually kind of liked how the whole like storyline and bat mitzvah played out. I thought it was a really cool story. There were some pretty funny jokes when she's like, I've had my period for I'm this age. I'm had my period for like 7 months now. He's like, that's a really long period. Like I kind of like the humor in that one. He's like, what are you gonna go sleep in a bathtub or something? Like that kind of stuff's pretty funny. I don't care that he puts his own daughters and his wife in these movies. That doesn't bother me one bit. I thought they were good enough in this one. I kind of like the conflicts, I like the friendships, I like the way a lot of like that, like back talk kind of this back room, like just drama between like the girls and the guys goes. I think it might not be like the most original thing, but I liked how like their like like journey kind of plays out and like their friendships with everyone too. Like I thought that was actually done pretty well. I was a little surprised with this one. So for being 16, this is definitely one of the ones that I liked like a pretty good bit. And then for Spaceman, I was pretty surprised with because it was kind of a weird like concept to hear about at first, but like I'm admittedly kind of a sucker for like sci-fi stuff, and this one was at least done right enough to keep me in. I would say almost maybe until the end. It's one of those where it's really really good up until the last few minutes because I don't know if it like really like landed well or like delivered on how I thought it was. But I really liked the whole. I mean, all the cinematography was awesome. Like the space shots were good. I like the spaceship. I mean, it was interesting to have what's his face voice the spider Paul Dano. Yeah, he was
Oh
pretty
yeah,
interesting in that one. I liked that kind of role. Skin the human, like that part was like funny enough ending, I suppose. Yeah, like it was interesting to have him. I think it was Czech in this one. He was a Czech spaceman, and it was the whole kind of like you know life like pondering story type thing, which to me was interesting enough. Trying to think about what else. The music, like I'm kind of a sucker for when you pair outer space with like ambient type music. So like I thought the soundtracks were really really cool, despite not being like the overly creative or inventive. I liked a lot about this one too. So Spaceman kind of surprised me. I like both of these. I think were pretty good movies though. I definitely like both of these.
awesome, JPO.
Yeah, let's see here. So first talking, I'll talk bar mitzvah. I had that. Let's see, this is my lowest one as far as what's left anyway. 31 here, so still not a bad one here. I actually was kind of slightly surprised. I was afraid it was going to be kind of too annoying or grainy, but I thought they handled it kind of quite right. I'm obviously not the target demo, none of us are, but I thought it handled it pretty well here. And again, like, I don't mind his kids being casted. So far, they're she was good for this role. So yeah, I didn't mind that here. Sandler's definitely kind of the co-star in a way here. But yeah, not a bad one. Not one I'm going to revisit much. But interesting kind of side tour. And then what was the next one? Oh, Spaceman. Yeah, so we're talking two of his most recent ones, 2023 and now 2024. I really did this one here. This one I almost was hesitant to even to even put on the list because I could easily see this going higher or lower upon rewatches here because it's a trippy little flick here. because I currently have it number 16, which is pretty high. And like I said, I could legitimately see it going higher. I could legitimately see me watching it again, going like, nah, maybe it's just kind of like the zany trip the first time and doesn't hold up as well either, and it going down to the 20s. But yeah, no, I enjoy the again from performance wise. This is again a different level of performance than you've seen in Punch Drunk Love and Hustle and anything, which again just shows that the range that the Sandman has. So I thought he was really good here. I enjoyed the stuff with Paul Dano. I actually don't even mind the ending here. I think for a zany film, it kind of ends kind of the way I kind of I don't want to say pictured it to, but I think it kind of could have and should have. And yeah, so I kind of went with it. And like I said, I dig it. It's one of my top 10 of the year so far, in this year. So
Yeah. Wait, where did you have the two, JPO?
Mitzvah is 31 and Spaceman is 16.
Okay, cool. All right. So, still pretty high for both of them. Very recent movies. And I like that how he's churning out like different stuff, and I don't always vibe with it, but sometimes I do. In fact, one of these I have ranked really high. One I have ranked kind of low, like more mid. Spaceman is the mid one. I have it at 30. I think I don't know. I think I just kind of like was on the verge of like sleeping through this. I just felt it kind of drab a lot of the times. But I love Paul Dano. He's one of my favorite actors. And I thought the spider thing was interesting. Maybe I was just like getting like really big like enemy vibes, and I don't love that Villeneuve movie over time. And I was just like, really not vibing for what they were going for. Although I do acknowledge is like really well made and just very like interesting for Sandler films. So I think that's why I'm like right on the fence. Kind of like what JPO was saying, is that I could easily see myself rewatching it and actually like vibing with it more, or maybe not. So, and it will say around 30. So yeah, it's a little new, although so is Bat Mitzvah. I really, really like Bat Mitzvah. How much did I like it? It is my number 9. I really, really, really love Bat Mitzvah. Didn't you have it like not even that much lower?
31. That's 20 spots lower.
I thought you said 13. Never mind. 31. Okay.
No, 31.
Oh, interesting. So we're actually kind of swapped with these two. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I found Spaceman kind of dull, whereas Bat Mitzvah. I actually watched this with James.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we did. We did. Yeah.
Well, this was your second time watching it.
It was my second time. Yeah.
And I really liked it. I don't know. All the times that I'm watching through the Sandler movies, and then I see his daughters pop up and his wife pop up, and I'm like, oh, cool. But they're never like huge parts of the movie. Sometimes they're like playing as kids, sometimes not. And here, I think it really works. I actually really love. I believe the main one is Sunny Sandler, right? And I think she is so good in the movie. I also like what's his other daughter's name? Um, oh, I'm blanking on it. But his other daughter is really great as like the kind of
Sadie.
side. Sadie, thank you. It's that kind of side character where they're just like they go to parties with their friend and she's just there watching like horror movies. It's like, can you go away? It's like watch my movie. And then, but I really love the friendship story with Sunny and her friend, and how the kind of jealousy gets in the way of their friendship, and they do like really horrible like cyberbullying things to each other, or at least Sunny does to her. And she's the main character, so she's like very like problematic in that way, but then you can see like just immediately after she does it, like she kind of flirts with the idea of doing it, she does it, and then everything goes to shit, and then she's got to like apologize in such a big way by like giving up her bat mitzvah to say, you deserve to have a great bat mitzvah. And it also opens it up to like like a different culture that not a lot of people get a ton of interesting movies about a bar mitzvah or bat mitzvah kind of deal. So it's kind of cool. And I don't know, Sandler doesn't have a huge part. He plays just like a dad, and he's just he's a good dad. and he sometimes he'll yell, sometimes not. It's kind of funny the way he's just playing that part. But yeah, I love the story with Sunny and her friend. I don't know. I didn't know if I would like it, and it just really surprised me. And I was like, wow. Like if he makes more movies like this, I'll really vibe with it. I love sweet Sandler comedy movies. So, and Sunny, man, she really surprised me. I think she can, if she decides to still pursue acting, I think she can go far. So yeah, bat mitzvah is high for me. We've all talked about him, right? Yes. All right. So now we're down to our number 13. So we're getting there. Number 13 is also new. It's Leo, the new animated movie from Sandler. And JPO can start with Leo.
Yeah, I got this at 22 personally. Yeah, I ended up enjoying this more than I thought I would here. I my qualms is with kind of more of the ending. I kind of feel like it becomes this kind of long tooth, almost too actiony, like them chasing the bus and stuff like that, and the teachers. I thought her double turn was necessary here, but before that, I kind of was just kind of charmed by this tale here. One, it legitimately takes place where I live, which is a weird
Oh,
kind of fun add-on. It's Fort Myers, which is where I am currently. So that's a
That's
fun add-on
cool.
for me. Yeah, of all places. Bill Burr's also got a great voice, so he's great as the sidekick animal as well here. And then yeah, just I think the songs kind of work. I think the messages mostly definitely work here. You know what I mean? Being yourself and him going along with all these kids and encouraging them in different ways and blaming the bullies and everything. So like yeah, this I thought everything was pretty again kind of like Hotel Transylvania, like really well intended and pretty well made. And supposedly, like a Hotel Transylvania, this could be the first of a couple because I believe a Leo 2 is potentially slated as well currently.
absolutely. Yeah, Leo's interesting. I think it is. Well, I must say, James, you must have this really high. Because because JPO had it, I think he's at 22. This is I think my number 18. Um, so yeah, I liked it. I didn't obviously put it in like my top 15 or top 10, but it is in my top 20. So that means it's my favorite like animated thing that he's done. I like a lot of the musical stuff to it. The extra stuff that I like. The character of Leo, I think, is really fun. I get scared when I think that like this, she's gonna take him away from where he's supposed to be, with all the kids, and they're all like singing about their problems and stuff, and it gets really cute, and the 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 little kids are like different beings almost
Oh yeah.
running around like like little me it's almost kind of like in South Park, where different types of people are like different, like and also little Ike or whatever is like kind of so it kind of reminds me of that. Little kids are kind of like that, I guess, right? So that's kind of funny. Yeah, there's a lot of fun in the movie. I think Bill Burr's great in it. The teacher who is a jerk that comes in, doesn't want to teach people, and then you find out she has a different side to her, and she ends up kind of being the villain. And then, for her to have like a big turn, I think really worked. So yeah, I really enjoyed Leo quite a bit. Not the highest, but it's up there. And maybe on a rewatch, it could be even higher because I do think it's a very cute film. Maybe a little long if I have to, uh, if I have to have a critique, but it's sweet, especially for like a new animated film from Sandler. So yeah, James, where was this ranked for you?
Yeah, I had Leo at number 15. So I
Oh,
was,
okay, all right. So not
yeah,
that much higher.
not
It
that
just
much
all kind
higher.
of we all had it in our top 20, or no,
Right,
top
yeah.
25. So
Yeah, I was surprised by this one. I really was. I did like the overall message. I liked how he helps each kid, and like I thought you could talk to me only. Like I like how that kind of like develops a little bit. The song numbers were pretty good too. I liked how all those kind of flowed with the scenes and whatnot. I was won't say much more than I think what you guys have already said because you wrapped up like a lot of like the plot and the storyline a whole lot. So I was pleasantly surprised with this one. I liked Leo.
Yeah, and also the kind of like in a very Wall-E type of way, the kid that's afraid of his drone. He's just
Oh yeah, yeah.
drones suck. They just fly at you and don't let you do anything. Like be a kid, and I thought that was pretty funny. Wait, I'm sorry. Did JPO did talk about Leo,
He
so
did. Yeah, yeah.
we can move on to the next
Mhm.
thing. And this is one that has improved big time for me. But at number 12, we have Mr. Deeds, which is another remake, I believe, from Sandler. So, yeah, I can go ahead and start with Mr. Deeds. Um, Mr. Deeds is interesting because when I was a huge Sandler fan, like he was my favorite actor. I love Sandler so much back in the day. Like it's all I wanted to watch was like his movies. And then I started to like get a little older, and then I was just like, Mr. Deeds just was a moment for me that I went like, do I like this? Like parts of it, but like, do I like this? And I just wasn't sure. And then upon reflection and rewatch, it's grown a lot for me. And I would have ranked it lower before, but it's grown so much. And I think a lot of it's like really iconic. Like I love the weird like John Turturro. John Turturro's character is great in it. Like
I hail from Spain. Ole.
yeah. And then is
Very
oh
sneaky.
yep, sneaky, sir. Very sneaky. And then the thing with Sandler and his black foot, does he got frostbite?
Oh
It's like
yeah.
whack it. Just go ahead and whack
You
away.
just yeah.
I don't feel
Go
anything.
ahead.
Winona Ryder is very good in it too. I like how she's like this kind of double agent where she's trying to bring him down or whatever, and then she falls in love with them, and it's very sweet. Um, and yeah, there's a lot to like in that. I love how he's like the idea that he becomes insanely rich, but it's just so happens that this guy doesn't really give a shit. He thinks some of the perks are kind of cool, and he likes to mess around a little bit and sing David Bowie on the airplane and whatnot. But deep down, he's a hometown kind of Southern boy where he just wants to write greeting cards and make people happy. And I don't know, I just love the vibes of that. And he gives Steve Buscemi his crazy eyes a car that he immediately crashes. Mr. Deeds, I think, is just so good. It's so sweet. I don't know. I love it, and it's so weird because I didn't when I was a kid. I have it at number 12, which is exactly where it is on the ranking. And honestly, I think this could if I keep watching it, end up in my top 10. And I think it's just a testament to how lowly it was ranked when I was a kid that I just didn't vibe with it then, and now I really do. So it's growing. It's growing a lot for me. So James, Mr. Deeds.
Yeah, I had Mr. Deeds at number 8. This is one of the ones that I loved watching the first time, and I've loved watching it every single time I've seen it ever since. I think it's one of his funniest ones. Not the funniest, but I definitely enjoy watching this every time I do. There's great bit of humor in this. I love the bits with John McEnroe. It's just so funny. And then doesn't Jared Harris plays the multimedia guy who wants Winona Ryder to like kind of like swoon him into getting his money. He's the actor who plays that role, and I'm surprised because he's made
Yeah,
such like other like like standout like really good movies. But it's cool to see him in like something like this too. I like that bit. I think the parts, in his hometown are funny. I do like the greeting cards bits are funny when he's eating dinner with him and the one guy in his opera voice is like, genius, genius, and he like pushes him over or something like that. Or when they visit his hometown and he's trying to, make fun of the cars and he pushes them over. Like, I think that's hilarious. And I forget the name of the actor who plays the homeless guy with like the wandering eye who wants
that's
like to
Steve
jump.
Buscemi. Crazy
No, no,
eyes.
no, no, no. The other guy who's like a gadget.
Oh,
Like I can't do the
Oh,
voice
right.
well, but I forget
Is
who
he the
that
one
guy.
that goes like, "Heh, heh, heh, heh"?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. What's his name?
Jonathan Loughran,
Jonathan. Yeah,
Okay.
that's it.
Okay.
He's so good in everything he's
Sandler
in. He's
regular.
so funny. Yeah.
Yeah. So I like his little bit in there too. This is one of the funny ones to me. I like this one a lot. I could rewatch it most times. I just like this one a whole lot. I put number 8 again. It's great. I love it.
I even love Peter Dante's part in it.
Yeah.
He goes up and over, is like, "What's up, DT?" JPO.
The sad news too, if you like Peter Dante, yeah, unfortunately him and Sandler are falling out, so you won't be seeing Peter Dante probably ever again.
Oh,
Oh,
really?
Uh,
that's
yeah, yeah, it's maybe a political reasons, or he just said some dumb shit. I can't remember why, but yeah, he did
Okay.
some dumb shit to where that's why there's been no Peter Dante these last few years.
yeah, that's
Okay.
Well, I know what you're thinking. If Chad had it so high, and James had it so high,
Uh-oh,
why
here
is it
we
not
go.
higher on the list? There could only be one reason. I have a number 30. This is my next.
Oh,
one
wow.
here.
Okay.
I do think this is one of the more
My turn to
overrated
get my
ones.
heart broken.
There you go. See, we're even now. We're even because I do think this is one of the more overrated ones, but that is a backhanded compliment because I know you guys are not alone. I can acknowledge that. My buddy Justin, if he was watching this, he'd be upset with me and with you guys. It's top 10 tier, Sandler as well. I don't know. I just from the get go here, I've always just found one that the main character itself. I like that he's a normal dude, but I also do kind of find him just a little more boring and like not as funny as he is in his other movies here. The main character, Deeds himself here. Winona Ryder, I think, is too douchey at first to where I don't think she earns being with him at the end. And I just said, other than that, the lobster just bland as much for me here. You know, the stuff where he's hanging out with whatever the tennis player and the fights and like all that. Just I don't know. It's never been a top tier Stanley one for me here. One I don't mind, but one I've never personally have loved.
Yeah, makes sense. All right, so now we're gonna go on to. We're almost at the top 10. We're at 11. Is a Noah Baumbach, the Meyerowitz stories.
Hey.
James, do you want to start?
Yeah, I was actually really, really surprised with how much I like this one, just because like in like his kind of Netflix era, more or less, like we've had some more like drama-y, slow burn, like dialogue-driven movies that like weren't as good as this one. I had this one number 12 first off, so I was surprised at how much I like this one. I think the performances were really good. I liked the actors and the casting they got for this were great. There, I was surprised at how much I liked this. I think it was weird because it was like kind of like a collected works almost. I think where it like kind of it does tie into itself, but it's like separate stories at the same time. So I like that concept and how that was done too. I was surprised with this one. This was a pretty good one actually.
Yep, JPO.
No, I'm going to echo a lot of what James just said. I dug this one here. This is my number 11 personally, so it's right outside of my top 10. Outside of maybe Marriage Story, it's probably my favorite Noah Baumbach movie here. I also enjoy While We're Young, and then it kind of triggers off a little bit from there. But yeah, no, I think too, this is just, there's some really great dramedy actors at play here. I think him and Stiller are really good. Hoffman's really good here. Everyone's got something to do. And yeah, I enjoyed it. It's one I've actually been meaning to rewatch because it has been a minute here, but every time I watch it, I've really enjoyed it. I think it's a tight script that everyone does really good with. And yeah, new and selected, I think is a really good flip.
Yeah, I'm the crazy one here, I think, but I think it's just because I'm a little mixed on it. Not that I dislike it. I think I'm just really mixed on it. Like I think Noah Baumbach kind of like has that where he has his style, he does it, and you either vibe with the movie or you don't. I love Marriage Story. That's one of my favorite movies of that year. Meyerowitz stories, I don't know. Maybe I just didn't pay enough attention to it. I don't know what it was, but just the differing stories. I just weren't into the conversations, I guess, that they were having, and I owe it a rewatch for sure. This is probably one of the earlier ones that I watched in this journey to do a Sandler ranking that we've had for so long. But I do need to owe it a rewatch. But I think that's why I have it like in the middle because I'm just unsure about it. And if I rewatch it, it might be higher. It might be my 11 at some point. But but yeah, I just have a little bit lower. James started with that one, right?
Mhm. Yep.
So all right, yeah, we're already into our top 10, which is there's no more ties. So we're this is a true top 10. Um, and the next one, JPO and I have a history with this one. It's our number 10.
Oh God, that's right. I can't believe this made number 10. All right.
It's Hubie Halloween.
Yeah. Yeah. This is not any higher.
This is an interesting one. I'm actually kind of surprised that it made it into the top 10. So let's find out where JPO had it. JPO, do you want to start?
All right. So it's I'm partially to blame because I don't have it that low. I do have it at 27.
Okay.
So that's probably why between your rating, I guess that James likes it enough as well. So yeah, I mean, I liked it. Again, I'm a little annoyed by Sandler's voice thing, and they're also throwing too much at the wall here. I think the segues of like Buscemi is wasted. And, there's a lot of just different characters popping up here where several of them are just kind of get like one line, a couple lines, maybe a laugh, maybe not, and then they kind of move on here. But there's enough laughs here. I do also enjoy immensely the Ben Stiller reprise from Happy Gilmore. Again, I always say to me, it's like the movie Up. The first minute's the best minute because after you get Hal from Happy Gilmore returning, the movie's on a downward spiral, but not in a horrible way. Just like the movie Up. The rest of the movie Up's really good, and the rest of the movie Halloween's still pretty good too. But he never reached the climax. I feel anyway. I've seen a Happy Gilmore character return, which is why they should do a sequel to Happy Gilmore and not Happy Halloween. That's another story for another time. Points to me. No one agrees. But yeah, I like Happy Halloween. Some stuff lands, some stuff I think is a little overdone. And speaking of Happy Gilmore, you also get the first reunion. Maybe now there's a sequel, not the last, of Julie Bowen as well, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Right. Yep.
All right. To briefly touch on the history that JPO mentioned, JPO and I used to frequent back when it was a big thing, movie battlegrounds in the community that we're both in. And it's a debate show. And so together we had a debate. And one of the questions was what Adam Sandler movie most deserves a sequel? He went with Happy Gilmore. I almost went with Happy Gilmore, but I think you got it first, and then I went Hubie Halloween. And we fought it. I won. Honestly, though, I think you got
I,
one of the points. So, uh,
I mean, I still would like to know how much you paid the judges because I still dispute the fact that you
but
won.
here's the thing: I won in the silly debate show, and you won in life because you're actually getting what you wanted. We'll see.
My answer was the right answer.
Maybe he'll decide to do a QB2 at some point if he's got
I wouldn't mind it. I
the
wouldn't mind it.
sequel bug. Yeah, and I think it would be a fun universe, especially if we want to go back to Salem and film, and get Julie Bowen back in the deal, because it was a fun world that he built. I really, really vibe with Hubie Halloween. It's actually a staple now. I watch it like every October, just because I have so much fun with it. It's not. It's a very silly movie. It's also very sweet. I think sometimes with Sandler's characters, like Little Nicky and this one, Hubie Dubois. I think he it's very dumb and silly, but also hits like a very like sweet kind of note. The characters where it's kind of underdog, you know, and it's funny the way he is just hated by the town, and then at the end he's loved by the town. He's the mayor and stuff. It's just very weird and stuff. But at the beginning, like everyone's like just throwing shit at him, and he's just like catching it and putting this like thermos that does everything. That just makes no sense. This is the thing that James should be like. That makes no sense. What? How are you? How is it a candle, a lighter? How is it, a blower, and also a beverage container, kind of a deal? But it's just so dumb that it's just, you gotta accept it. Carrie and I watched this at a time where we had just watched Mike Flanagan's The Haunting of Bly Manor, which ends on a very sad note. We were like very upset, and Carrie was crying, and then she went from crying real tears to crying from laughing so hard at Hubie Halloween. Just like you had the guy who plays Huel in Breaking Bad, just like going off in this movie, just making us crack up so hard. And yeah, so we just love watching Hubie Halloween. I love not just the Happy Gilmore callback, but so many callbacks. There's O'Doyle's in the movie. There's the wet bed sheets from the Water Boy, like Pitt's sheets. Uh, just so much from Sandler lore in this movie that I was just like, wow, I love all these callbacks so much. I love that he's like deep into Salem. He loves, patrolling on Halloween and just like, making sure everyone's safe. But he's scared of everything, and it's so easy to scare the shit out of him. I kind of love his accent. I love how people will just say stuff to him, and he'll go, "Okay," and then, I just love that for some reason. So I really vibe with the character. I vibe with the world. I love that. Rest in peace, man. Ray Liotta is having a lot of fun in the movie, and I'm just like, when he has Shaq and his weird like white girlfriend, and their voices are opposite of what you think they should be. It's just so weird, and yet I really love it. I agree that I don't love the Buscemi uh, mental patient werewolf bit. I think is kind of weird, but I vibe with everything else in the movie so much. So yeah, Hubie Halloween is my number. Did I say it already? My number 8. So it's in my top 10. I love it. I watch it all the time. James, Hubie Halloween.
Yeah, I actually was quite surprised with how much I like this one too. I know Chad, you were mentioning like it. There's a lot of callbacks to like his other movies. I think he was just channeling his inner Bobby Boucher for this one with that kind of slightly obnoxious voice. That's kind of the vibe I got from that. But all the other movie callbacks were pretty funny. I did like how he blended like all that kind of in there together. I liked the story for what it was enough, and I mean, honestly, like you were saying, Chad, like a thermos that does all of that kind of stuff. I mean, that's just so far outside reality. Why would I question it? Like at that point, like, all right, it can do this, whatever. Like, like that kind of thing is no big deal to me. Like, I did like how overall, the plot went along. I liked how kind of cute the movie was itself. I had this at number 11, so I liked it actually kind of a lot, but not enough to put in my top 10. So, but I did like it. It was really good overall.
Totally fair. All right. So we covered Hubie Halloween. And now we're going to number 9, which is Funny People. So I'm gonna start with this one. Funny People is one that challenged me like from the very beginning. I don't love Judd Apatow movies. I just don't love his brand of humor a lot of the time. So I just didn't really care about Funny People. I didn't want to watch it. I didn't like it when I first watched it. But my recent rewatch, it yeah, I've changed big time. I thought this was very funny. I like a lot of the characters, the bits, the whole uh, uh, feud between Jonah Hill and Seth Rogen. I thought it was really great in the movie. And one of my favorite things is Eric Bana in the movie. I think he's excellent in
Mhm.
it. It's one of my favorite parts. I love how this is kind of like a play on like Sandler's kind of life, being like a comedian who's hit like the big time and stuff. I mean, thank God we don't have like any like sickness that we know of from him or anything like that. But it is an interesting story where he has to like like look over his life because of this, and he wants to reconvene with a past love, and then he finds out he still loves her and stuff. And Leslie Mann, I think, is really great in the movie as well. And yeah, the chemistry between him and Sandler and Seth Rogen, I think, is really great. And how he's kind of mean to him, but needs him, and then he doesn't need him, and then there's the dynamics of that, and how Sandler has to grow and stuff, and I don't know. Yeah, I like the comedy bits in it and stuff, and this one really worked for me on the second watch. So yeah, I put this at number Funny People at number 14. So my top 15. I really, really liked it. Yeah, James.
Yeah, this one was good overall. I do like Judd Apatow films, so when I saw this one, I went into it knowing kind of what to expect. This was had a good bit more like kind of drama bits in it too, and I figured it would be that way because that was the whole kind of premise is he has cancer or whatever. So I think it was blended really well, though. I think there's not like are we laughing or crying type things. It really like took the time to focus on the parts that were funny, like the parts that weren't. I do like the Eric Bana bit. I think he's a pretty cool actor too, so I like getting to see him in whatever they were to put him in. I definitely like this movie a lot too. I think I put this one at number 20. I mean, all honestly, if I want like Sandler drama, I'll probably watch something else, and if I want Sandler comedy, I'll definitely watch something else. So as much as like all the elements like work well and like blend pretty well together in this movie, there's just other ones I liked more than this one.
Where'd you have it?
20.
Okay, fair. JPO.
Hey, I'm gonna read it out. Huggins in number 7. No, I liked it a lot. Outside of his, I think most recent one, The Bubble. He was hitting 100 for me here, and then The Bubble fell off hard. We talk about The Bubble, talk about Funny People here. I think it handles the drama and humor very well. I think there's some great laugh out loud moments as well. Like Eric Bana's great. I think the Eminem cameo is really funny. You mentioned Rogan and Hills has some really fun subplot stuff as well, including I believe I also want to say one of the first Aubrey Plaza appearances. Jason Schwartzman was funny. So just a great ensemble he's got around here as well. Fun look at the kind of the stand-up world as well. I do wish it was that easy though. I kind of wish during my fifth open mic at Adam Sandler person would find me and take me on tour, but it doesn't always happen that way. But no, I've always loved this movie here, it was one I did my most recent rewatch about a year or so ago, and really liked it as well. I even like how it kind of wraps up as well. So I like this one a lot.
Perfect. All right, we're going on to number 8, which is anger management, and I started with Funny People, so James, anger management.
All right, so I had anger management number 7. This is definitely one of my top 10s. I think this one's hilarious. I like this movie a lot. His interactions with Jack Nicholson are just hilarious when they're singing on the bridge and people are, cursing him out while they're driving by. When he's, he takes the plate of eggs and throws it. He's like, I said over easy. Like that part I liked a lot. The anger meant the counseling itself. You had the different guys with their anger issues. They learn, goose fraba, but the one guy's the same guy for the actor who I couldn't remember his name. He's got the basketball get up on. He's like, you gotta dunk that shit. You gotta dunk that shit. Like the small bits like that just make it that much more funny to me. I do like overall how the story plays out. It's funny how I like how it's all kind of doctored up, except for the one pissed off guy on the plane who ended up tasing him or whatever, just had a bad day or something like that. But everyone else was kind of in on it the whole time. I just think it's one of his funnier ones. And if I'm gonna rewatch it might not always be this, but it'll sometimes be this one. I definitely like anger management. That was one of my favorites.
Nice. JPO.
All right, I'm getting my James on in this scenario. You have problems with Airheads, but you don't got problems with this convoluted fucking movie. The fact that he's a little restrained, and so she hires Nicholson and all the airplane people, to get him to come out of his shell or some shit. That's always been the thing that I've had a problem with now. Is it is such a convoluted initial setup, and the deal at the end where it's like, what? Okay, yeah, that totally tracks. Anyhow, there is funny stuff in between where I do have it in my 20. It's my number 19. So again, I'm a couple things don't work. I don't love even the first scene is kind of dumb. They just show his his little pecker or whatever. It's the first show, and you get John C. Reilly later on, who's funny for a second, and then it just ends up with a wedgie choke. But other stuff is funny here. I like the main anger management group. If they had made that into its own sitcom, that would have been funny. So those guys are pretty funny together. More Louis Guzman, Jonathan Loughran, again, is really funny as well. There's enough laughs here. Yeah, I do really like the rapport of Sandler Nicholson together. I feel pretty, oh so pretty. Chad, what about you?
JPO, I'm gonna really need you to calm down.
I am calm.
Okay, I was good for. I'm calm. But no, anger management is like Mr. Deeds, where the first time I watched it, I didn't love it. I was going through that phase where I was like, "Are these good?" kind of a deal, and then like later on, I was like, "Oh man, now I have such nostalgia for it." Even if I didn't love it then, like I still have nostalgia for it, and now when I've seen it, I just really enjoy it. And I agree with JPO. I mean, it does kind of get convoluted in that way, but I think the explanation later, is kind of interesting. Where I always forget that they have that, and then I go, oh shit, it was like planned out. That's why it seemed so weird. At the beginning, like he's not even doing anything. What the hell are you guys talking about? Like he gets tased. Um, they boil him up just to get him to go, I'm calm, and then and he gets tased. And yeah,
Here's how the movie should have ended. It's to him to Marissa Tomei. You did what? We're over. You're crazy. I can't believe you just fucking did that.
yeah. Well, she's hot, so I guess it is what it
True.
is.
I forgive you. Oh man, never mind.
All right, do whatever you want. But,
Yeah, but
but yeah, there's so many parts in this that I love. James hit on a lot of them. That you got to dunk that shit. It's the people. Luis Guzman I think is great in this too. Really like that ending with him. I think is really funny. And then you have the only like big issue that I have is I don't know. I don't think Woody Harrelson's part holds up. I think that part is still very
yeah,
weird. Um,
Okay, yeah.
but
the
that's
Heather Graham stuff. There's a couple things I think were great.
true. I do still really like the John C. Riley part. The where you
Yeah,
are
I
kind of
told her she
nerd.
had Casper in her clothes.
He convinced her that he has ghosts in her clothes. It's so stupid, but I love John C. Riley. Just getting he's like a monk, but he still gets pissed off, and it's oh man, I just like want to watch anger management laugh now because it's so funny. All right, yeah. Anyways, anger management was my number 13, so it's right there alongside Mr. Deeds. I think those could end up being in my top 10, but there's so many good ones. It might like my 15 on are just ones that I ended up loving. So yeah, there you go. Moving on to the next one, which is our number 7, which is a newer one, and it is Hustle. Um, Very interesting movie. JPO, do you want to start with that one?
I love Hustle. It's my number 6. I just have it one spot higher. Yeah, no, this was another. I don't want to say pleasant surprise, but I mean just another dramatic hit for him. He got a love for basketball, which you could kind of tell throughout the film. Like this is also kind of like a love letter to basketball. Even the end credits kind of show that as well. And yeah, the guy that they actually got to play, the main baller, who is, or at least was, or is a main baller in real life, is really good as well. Here, it seems very grounded. Some good side performances from Ben Foster, Robert Duvall, my auntie Queen Latifah, because her real name is Dana Owens, so I call her my auntie. I haven't fact checked that, but I like to think it's true. So yeah, no, I just thought this is really really well made here. It's an interesting tale, and yeah, another good entry in the Sandman's catalog.
Yeah. Hustle, I really liked. It's just outside of my top 10. It's my number 11. I really like it. It's just a really solid sports movie. Sandler playing he never played, but he loves the sport, and he's really good at managing players, and he has the eye, and he goes to a different place in a country, and he finds a talent. He's like, you have something. It follows him home, and it's weird. Follows him home and like convinces him to come back with him, and really builds him up and stuff. And I could easily find this one getting too over dramatic, if not done right. But I feel like this one was done really right. It actually became like one of the most watchable Adam Sandler movies. Like I was just like loving watching this. I threw it on one night, and I just like couldn't stop watching it. Just like fell in love with it, and then I could throw this on again right after that because it's so interesting and watchable and stuff. And Ben Foster is one of the most hateable people in that movie, I think. But he's such a good actor. I love Ben Foster so much. So yeah, great movie. Yeah, great movie. James.
Yeah, I was surprised with how much I liked Hustle. Also, this was another good drama movie from Sandler. I mean, I liked all like the plot was done so well. Like you guys said, the actors are all really good. I like the dialogue a lot. It's just a really good story. It was like a wildly more mature version of because he liked basketball so much and Eight Crazy Nights, but this one was like wildly more better than that for sure. But I definitely liked I liked pretty much everything about this. I put this at number 14 though because there's just some Adam Sandler classics to me that I liked a lot more.
Totally fair. All right, so now we're into our number 6, which is a classic, The Water Boy. It's right behind me, right next to my head. And we'll go ahead and start. I'll start with this one, right? The
Mhm.
Water Boy, I adore. I really love it. I actually think this one is crazy underrated. I understand people feel the same way about like Forrest Gump now, even though it won Best Picture. That it's like if you're playing like someone that mentally challenged, I think is the best word to or best term to use. It can get a little iffy. I think it's really endearing in this. I think it's very endearing in Forrest Gump as well. It's able-bodied people, or not able-bodied, but able. I don't want to say I'm messing up here big time. I'm sure, but people who are neurotypical. That's the right way to say it, right? Who are playing mentally challenged people. It does get a little weird sometimes, but I think it works here. I really think it's endearing. I love the character so much. I have so much nostalgia for this movie, but I also have watched it so many times recently that I just feel like it's so sweet. And it's like, a guy that just wants to be taken seriously, whereas his mom wants to, not let him do that, not let him fly. When she underestimates him and says that because of your the way you are, you can't aspire to something greater. You can't. I don't want you to get hurt. The football's going to make you, get hurt, and so he has all these mama isms, and my mama always has. And then, cut to him going to college and like learning from people that like his mama's wrong sometimes. Well, mama don't know won't hurt her. Mr. Coach Klein said that. And then you have just the sweetness where his mama learns to let him fly and it's kind of like a Finding Nemo, like let him fly, let him learn from his mistakes and learn to grow and be something greater than not that there's anything wrong with being a water boy. It actually saves the day when he knows his high quality H2O. And I just love how he becomes one of the team, and instead of making fun of him and stuff, they all accept him and realize he's such a good player. Because he has all that like pent up rage from being the butt of the joke so many times that he's like a really great tackler. In fact, he's the best tackler I've seen since Joe Montana. No, I meant Joe Montana. But yeah, I love this movie. I think it's a fantastic sports movie and very underrated. A lot of people say it's bad. I disagree. I love The Water Boy, and it's my number 6. James.
Yeah, I also have this at number 6. This movie's hilarious, and I love watching it. I know Chad eloquently, put how his mom tries to like keep him from doing this in the beginning, but I think the line was, "Bobby, you don't have what they call the social skills." I think that's how she put it in the movie. Actually, that's one of my favorite lines from that movie of all time. But I think it's pretty quotable. I like the humor in it. I like the kind of jokes. It's like alligators. They got all them teeth but no toothbrush. Like that's why they're mad all the time. Like
They're
it's
ordering.
just yeah. It's just stuff like that that gets me. So I do like it for all the reasons that like Chad, kind of mentioned too, because there is like some, the story like progresses really well. It's definitely like a good story overall too. But I just like it for like the lines and how quotable it is. So this is number 6. It's one of my favorites. I think this one's definitely is really funny too.
And you have some of the best characters too, with like Blake Clark's Farmer Fran. Then you got Vicky Valancourt, all timer Adam Sandler character. Love her so much. You want me to kill them? Kind of a deal. Yeah, so many great characters. JPO.
No, I gotta love this movie as well. It's my number 9 personally. So it's just a couple notches, maybe lower here. Yeah, no, I love this movie too. I love him and his relationship with his mama. Just like, the love and respect for her, and like I even get her too. Like I mean, it is the I was gonna say before you said it, Chad. Like it's the Finding Nemo syndrome. It's she's been hurt. Her husband, is a piece of shit and left them. So like she's also just kind of protecting him because she doesn't want to let him go and everything. So I think there's also a sweetness to her as well. She's great. She told a funny story of how she actually was going to pass on the script until one of her like grandkids, I think, told her like, "No, it's a Sandler movie, do it." So thankfully, thanks to them for having Kathy Bates, who's fantastic in this as well. And I also think we got to kind of thank this film too for I feel like kind of the resurgence of Henry Winkler. Like I don't know if we get Winkler in like Arrested Development and then even then on to Barry without maybe this because I kind of feel like this is
great
like
point.
That first sign of like, oh, this dude's like really kind of funny and like also kind of like new age. It's no longer just the '80s fonts. There's a lot more to him. He can be truly, truly funny and given one of the best TV performances in Barry now. And like I said, even the rest of the film, he was really hilarious on too. So I think we kind of got this movie to thank for that. It's the weird relationship with Vicky Valancourt. It's really funny here. Gatorade, just all the stuff is funny here. His innocence too is very sweet. Like. You seen anyone? I see lots of people. guys and girls. Even Coach Klein.
Yeah.
And then,
Coach Klein and my mama the other night.
And then finally, the girls no longer into. But I've always had love for this one here too. Probably my least favorite of the leading '90s, which is a huge compliment because it's my number 9, so I still love it.
Yeah, top 10 it rolls. I lost my mind when you were talking JPO just because you brought up his dad, and then it was just I love the part where it's like that's not your daddy, that's your daddy, and it's like the guy like he just like looks all weird. He's just like, oh my god. So yeah, this movie is so funny. I love it to death. Okay, so now we can go ahead and get into this is like technically the top 5 now. However, the caveat is we're talking about 6 movies because there's a tie. So I guess it's the top 6, but how ties work. 2 movies take the space of one number, so it's a top 5 of 6 movies. So now the next one is an actual number 5. We're not at the tie yet. And number 5 is Punch Drunk Love. So I guess I'll go ahead and start with this one. Punch Drunk Love is a movie that kind of like some other Sandler movies, like I talked about Mr. Deeds and stuff like that I didn't love when I first saw it because when I was a huge Sandler fan back in the day as a kid and something like Punch Drunk Love would come out, that's a Paul Thomas Anderson movie that I just was not ready for, like with phone sex and stuff like that. I threw it on and it was awkward. I didn't really get it. I was like, this is not for me, I don't think. But then later on, revisiting this, I adore this movie now. I think it's incredible. I have it on Criterion. And I just love the story that Paul Thomas Anderson was so infatuated with watching Sandler movies that he just wanted to make one of his own. Paul Thomas Anderson wanted to take, that man-child character that Adam Sandler normally does in comedies and transfer it to drama and like see kind of what they could do there. And I don't know, this movie just kind of floors me now. When I just think about it, it's just like a caged man with all of these thoughts and feelings and just kind of like being bullied by his sisters and not really knowing how to express himself other than just pure rage. Like he bottles everything up and then just lashes out. He's got like weird quirks and just makes weird decisions, like his obsession with the pudding cups and his obsession with that keyboard that he finds on the street and his obsession with this new woman that he doesn't know how to talk to and how to relate to and or relate with. and she goes to travel, and he's like, I've never been anywhere. I don't know how. I don't even wouldn't even know what to do and stuff like that. He's busy pissing everybody off by like shattering windows and you know breaking bathrooms and stuff like that and just tearing them up. And this is the type of character that we see. Like if Happy Gilmore had been a drama, then it would have been him just going nuts on like the green. And instead of silly things happening, they would have been like, he's going to be fired now because of all that. So that's basically what Paul Thomas Anderson did, was flip it on its head. And I think it's a pretty brilliant movie. It's one of my favorite love stories. Can't call it a rom-com, but just like a love story, like a romance film, a drama of that. And I don't know, this movie blew me away. I love it to death. This movie was actually my number 5. And I'm glad it's in my top 5, but honestly, I wish it were higher. There's just so many other great Sandler movies that I love. But yeah, that's just how much I love Punch Drunk Love, is that it's spiritually my number 1, but I could probably say that for each of my top 5, kind of like, or at least my top, my spiritually my number 2. We'll see when we get to my number 1. That'll probably have like the most discussion. Oh, no. Well, I mean, honestly, I could probably talk about Punch Drunk Love for a long time, but we should move on to James to talk about Punch Drunk Love.
Yeah, I'm always surprised with this one. Just I have it at number 3 for starters because this one just really like it hits so many marks so well, and you really get a good bit, I think at least, of like chemistry between Philip Seymour Hoffman and Adam Sandler in this one, and it's just done so well. I don't know why I always forget it's Paul Thomas Anderson until I'm like halfway through it, and I'm like, this is odd for Adam, but I'm like, that's right, it's Paul Thomas Anderson. Never mind. But I love like just the emotion in this. I like what Chad has already talked about. So many of like the extra bits and like the plots in this one. It really does like definitely make the top of this list for sure. I know I've got some of his other like classic comedies up here, but Punch Drunk Love, like it really is like not the exception just because you have to have like a drama movie in your top 3, but I just love how this thing plays out pretty much every time I watch it, and I was really surprised even the first time I did. I don't even know how long ago now, but this one I definitely like Punch Drunk Love a lot. It's a great movie.
Um, and yeah, and that arc that he has, where he's so sheltered and then he's ready to kick Philip Seymour Hoffman's ass at the end. There you go, JPO.
I guess I'm the reason why maybe it's not a little bit higher here. I actually have it at number 12, and I still really like the movie as well. Maybe it's the rewatchability is a little bit lower for me, which I usually don't like to use as an excuse. Maybe because there's just more love I have. A couple more dramas hook me more too. But I mean the positives are already here, as you said. It's a good looking movie by PTA. Knows how to make a good looking movie here. Yeah, and this is kind of really our first glance, really, of being like, oh shit, Sandman, look what you can pull out.
Yeah.
This is before spending this reign over being, of course, Uncut Gems and whatnot. So yeah, this is the first time where and his first Oscar snub won't be his last, sadly.
Yeah.
And everyone around him is really good as well. What a limited screen time. Philip Seymour Hoffman also sticks out very much as well. And then we go back. He's only in like a couple scenes, but he's so good. Owns the screen time that he's in. And it works. It's a really interesting movie. It is actually weirdly enough worth rewatching as well. Even though I said it's not one I necessarily go back to as much as others. It's also a good one to rewatch. So find some nuances in it that you haven't maybe caught before.
Yeah, I mean, and I can say that, like, it might not be everyone's favorite rewatch, but I do, for me, think it is actually very rewatchable because, fun fact, this is one that Paul Thomas Anderson challenged himself to make under 90 minutes. So he was like, this is going to be a really tight movie. So that's another thing that I love about it. But yeah, we can move on to number 4, which is also not a tie. And dead set at number 4, we have The Wedding Singer. I know it's actually a little low. So, James, do you want to start with The Wedding Singer?
Oh yeah, The Wedding Singer. So this one, I guess for how good this really is, like, I mean, I know we've talked about the other two, Sandler, Barrymore, Parents, but this definitely absolutely is the best one of these for sure. I love the comedy in this. I like the way like the whole thing plays out, like the plot plays out is really funny. The whole Julia thing's pretty funny just off the bat. That kind of bit gets me every time. I have this. I'm pulling a little bit of a Jordan here. I have this number 13 actually.
It was your fault. I knew it.
If anyone's fault it was gonna be, it'd be mine here. But I think there was too much else that I like. One, like from the '90s, aside from this, and just two, I think just a little more, just maybe like comedy and content wise a bit. But overall, it's still a really good movie. I think I personally just liked too much of his other stuff a bit more. That's all.
Totally fair. JPO.
Somebody please kill James. He put this too low. That is my number one. I absolutely love this movie here on every single level. I think this is easily his best rom-com as well. Some of the other times the ladies who get lost in the shuffle here, you know what I mean? There's a couple nice moments with Beckinsale and Click, but it's definitely more about Sandler and a lot of other things. Katie Holmes could be any actress here. Salma Hayek gets underused in the grown-ups. But this is definitely, to me, a kind of a two-hander here. Barrymore gets enough screen time to shine. You love the relationship that it's built, because it's also built. You really love just you love Robbie Hart. You know, he's a nice guy. I love the scene of him walking up and seeing Barrymore in her dress and wanting to tell him he loves her, but he thinks she's happy for the wedding, and he's willing to let that go. He's willing to make that sacrifice because if she's happy, that's all that matters here, and he's willing to walk away, even though she truly is thinking of him. And then, of course, Want to Grow Old with You. It is such a sweet, fantastic ending with Billy Idol, with the airplane, with the douchebag finally getting some comments here. That guy's a great D-bag too. By the way, he's such a good D-bag. He's just about the one that got to get his comeuppance the entire time. It's funny too. I feel like the laughs hit. You know what I mean? The band T-shirt, take them off before you jinx them. It's this. I wish I could have known this yesterday. Alan Covert's really fun buddy as well. Some fun stuff with him. Shout out to R.I.P. Alexis Arquette, who only knows the one song. I think, again, to me, this is one that hits on every level. And I think I even just saw a sweet Jimmy Fallon clip of him and Drew Barrymore of every 10 years we're gonna fall in love again, and I hope they do. I would love to see these two make a rom-com in their 60s and their 70s and their 80s. Every 10 years, let's get Sandler and Drew falling in love again.
Yeah, 100%. And I wanted to say he's losing his mind. And
I'm reaping the benefits.
Yeah. This is also extremely high. This is my number 2.
Yeah. Damn it, James.
And it's also a spiritual number 1. I also adore it. Not only do I think it's Adam Sandler's best rom-com, every time I think about it, I'm like, honestly, I think this might be the best rom-com of the 1990s, and definitely one of all time. I do not think this movie gets enough love. Everyone I talk to who talks about The Wedding Singer, nobody goes, that's a bad movie. That's not, I don't like that movie or anything like that. The most thing you get is James putting it number 13. Which is I like other movies more, but I still really like it. And I think that's kind of the reception, or people just don't talk about it. I know it got a musical and stuff like that, but honestly, this is one of my favorite movies because it shows, just like JPO was hitting on all the points, saying, it shows just a true love forming between these two people. Two people who are lost, one who's about to get into a shitty marriage, and one who just avoided a shitty marriage. One of my other favorite lines is, "Hey Linda, you're a bitch." That's one of my all-time favorite lines too. Every time I think about it, I have to say it, and then I start laughing. JPO sang the song, and that's just the deep pain that he's in, and you get to experience that. You get to experience Julia just kind of aloof in a way where she just doesn't.
I'm sorry, I was listening to The Cure a lot.
She feels really, exactly. She feels really, kind of stuck and she's like, I guess I might as well go along with this. Like, he makes money, he supports me. He's nice to her sometimes in like a fake way, and then until he's not, and then until you realize that he's gonna say, like, I work in the city so that I can sleep with anyone I want, and she will never know about it. And then you basically get like that guy juxtaposed to Robbie Hart, who doesn't do everything right, but like when everything comes down to it, he realizes when he's a jerk. He realizes, that he would push her away, and she, made him sheet music, like personalized sheet music and stuff like that. And yeah, so this movie is incredibly funny, incredibly touching, heartfelt, dramatic in all the right ways. I mean, it doesn't hit the dramatic like super hard, but I don't think it's trying to. And I think when it does, it's great. And you still got all the Adam Sandler quirks, like paying, the old lady paying him in meatballs. Just yeah, the people dancing at the wedding. You got pissed off Steve Buscemi, who's pissed off at his brother. He gets really drunk at the wedding. Yeah, so you got the mutants at table 5.
Stings.
You got incredible songs that they sing, and yeah, honestly,
so much so that it would become a friggin' play down the
a
line.
musical. Yeah, absolutely. And I've heard some people who are like, I've seen the musical but not the movie. I'm like, bro, you need to stop.
That's funny.
And go watch that movie.
That's a weird take. Yeah.
Because it's incredible. Yeah, I absolutely adore it, but we should move on. This is definitely one of my favorite rom-coms of all time. My number 2. So moving on to, actually, we're hitting our tie, guys. So we just covered The Wedding Singer. So now tied for number 3, we have 2. And these are very different movies. We have Big Daddy and Uncut Gems at number 3. Yeah, very different movies. So we can start with JPO, and we can do what we've been doing, and he can talk about both. And then we'll just go around and rat them off, and there you go.
This is very close for me. This is number 4 and 5. Big Daddy, I got it at 4. Uncut Gems, I got number 5. Yeah, Uncut Gems, such a, I don't want to say thrill ride, but it's a what's the word? Just you're on the edge of your seat. It's nerves. It's pretty nonstop. It's again a unique character by Adam Sandler that you've never seen in another movie of his here. And he's got another voice going here, but again, it's much more on the dramatic scale here. Safdie Brothers, if you've seen Good Time as well, as another one where it's going, man. It's got such a good pace about it here. And you don't really necessarily know where it's going here. He's not a good guy. It's the opposite of Robbie Hart. He's cheating on his wife. He's looking for that nice big score, and he's maybe willing to do anything to do it to get there. And yeah, this was such a big it's a surprise. It totally works. It's a good theater movie here. It's a good at home viewing. Also, too, if you go out of your way, if you haven't seen his independent film award win speech for this, is hilarious and must watch.
Nice. Did you want to talk about Big Daddy now?
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot we're out of time. So yes, I too also know how to wipe my own ass. If you don't shed a tear when Cole or Dylan's friends. Weird side fact here. I found out recently I have a friend that's friends with, I want to say, Cole, and I said to him, find out for me, whose take is that? I want to know who said I can wipe my own ass. Is it Cole take or is it Dylan take? I've always been curious. I don't know why. I want to know who said that because they absolutely delivered. This is another one here too that kind of like a Click and other ones sneaks in that emotion kind of sneakily, but like it works here. I mean, first of all, it's just a very funny movie as well. You know, we've kind of talked about the Rob Schneider semi-problem of some of the movies here. He is at least very funny here, and at least he's playing a nice guy. So, like, you know, he's got some fun. Hip Hop Anonymous. He's cheating. He's having fun. All the side characters. Joey Lauren Adams is another one we mentioned. You know, a good rom-com. That's also a nice little rom-com thrown into this one as well. Not as much as Wedding Singer, I think. But again, they have enough time where, you know, you like this character here. She's a great kind of romantic kind of person as well. If you've seen Chasing Amy or some of the other ones that she made in the 90s. Just a lot of good laughs here, and like I said, that heart too of what is he gonna do with the kid as he kind of slowly actually starts to fall for the kid, even though he's kind of just using him to impress Buffy.
Right. The OG
Yeah,
Buffy.
Chrissy Swanson, yeah.
Yeah.
The OG Buffy. He's just trying to impress her originally, then finds out she's cheating on him with a 60-year-old man. He's got a 5-year plan though. To what? Not die. So, and then of course the Hooters references that pay off in the end. So yeah, this is another one that this has always been a big time rewatch for me as well. I'm trying to think. This is my first theater experience. Maybe this will make you. So I think it might be this one. So yeah, so that's also another one for me.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember. No, this came out in '99, so I definitely saw like. No, wait, was Little Nicky 2000s or '99 '90s?
Little Nicky's after in 2000. Yeah.
You're right. Okay, I'm trying to think about what is was my first theater thing, and actually it might have been this, to be honest too. But yeah, I did want to say big friend of the channel who's been on a lot of the times, Dylan Randazzo. We covered Big Daddy on an episode of we call it Frame Wreck This over on the Dill Pickle Movie Network, Dylan's channel, and we covered like all the Razzies for 1999, and Big Daddy was on there. Big Daddy was called one of the worst movies of the year. I don't think it won, but I think it would be like Wild Wild West one or something like that, which makes more sense. But Big Daddy was on there, and we talked about it. And Dylan revealed that because he was such a huge Sweet Life of Zach and Cody fan back in the day, he has figured out how to tell who's who. So I'm sure he knows who's in that one scene, or at least he says he does. I don't know. I don't know how accurate he actually is, but I'm assuming pretty accurate. But maybe we'll have to ask him and talk about that later. But getting into the movies, yeah, Uncut Gems. I do really love it. What did blow me away? I don't love it as much as Punch Drunk Love, so I have Uncut Gems actually at number 7. I was like, you know what? I know that's what like most people would probably put in like their top 5 or something like that because it is such an incredible movie. But I was like, you know what? Sometimes I just got to go with my heart and like what I like to rewatch more. And it's not always Uncut Gems, even though I do think it is a rewatchable movie. And you just have to be in the right mood for it because it is so chaotic. It is so wild. It does have that ending. If you don't know what happens at the end, I guess I won't spoil it for you, but it's not one of the most happy endings of all time. So it's one that makes you go, oh, okay, because you were rooting for Howard. At least I was. You know, I know he's not the best person in the world, but you're rooting for him because, you know, I don't know. He seems good at what he does, but he seems kind of like an asshole, but he's being like chased by bigger assholes and like worse people. So I guess from that you can go, all right, we're on this ride with this guy. We might as well root for him. What are we just going to hate watch this the whole time? So you want to see him succeed and like make a big deal and, you know, and stuff like that. But yeah, it is really chaotic. It's really crazy. It's like such a feat that they did to like take Sandler to like a whole new level. Like, you know, he's great in Punch Drunk Love, but you know, he also loses himself in this role as Howard. So it's wild. And a lot of people who didn't wake up to him for Punch Drunk Love woke up to him for Uncut Gems. And it's wild that he didn't actually get the Oscar. A lot of people were like, he might get an Oscar nod for this. This would be insane if he does, but it would be really cool. And he didn't. But hey, maybe next time. Yeah, it's incredible. I also love Good Time. I think the Safdies are great. So maybe they'll work with Sandler again in the future. Big Daddy.
I know they discussed the possibilities for sure.
Yeah, I have heard that as well. Big Daddy, I love even more, of course. I put that at number 4. It was one of, if not my first theater experience with Adam Sandler. And, you know, my mom would always take me to see Sandler movies and stuff. And yeah, I'm just a tad older than the Sprouses, I believe. So I was right there, kind of like that little kid, just a tad bit older, and so I've always looked up to Sandler as like a not just like a comedy legend, but also like kind of like a older brother or dad, even kind of like that, like so being going from being more like uh Julian in the movie to being more like Sonny now is just wild. It's really cool to like grow up and watch the movie that way, and seeing that relationship build, I think, is so great. It's one of those things. It's like School of Rock, where it's a relationship built on like false pretenses. He takes the kid. He doesn't actually call the authorities. He's like, I'll watch him for a little bit, but then he makes the steps to actually like, I'm gonna keep this kid. Obviously, it's wrong, but I think the movie takes that logic and makes it endearing, because it's like he's not doing it to harm the kid. He's doing it because he thinks that's the best thing for him, which is wrong, of course, because Kevin Garrity should come get his kid. But at the end, you're still like, I want him to end up with Sonny. That needs to happen. And in fact, when he tells he has that whole exchange between him and his dad, and he's like, I know you just want what's best for me, and I know you're afraid that I'm just going to screw up, but I can't because I love this kid so much. I'll go to his court case, and you know shit on him and stuff like that, one day, just because I love him, and I don't want to see him, make a mistake and stuff like that. And just being a son, and then being a dad, and just all these things, just there's so much feelings that I feel with Big Daddy, and I just think they do that relationship so well. It is so funny. Rob Schneider's doing another weird like take on a type of like culture, which is always weird when he does it, but here it's not. I don't think it's as insulting. He's just playing like a delivery guy with an accent. um but he is very funny in the movie, and the Hip Hop Anonymous is like one of the big jokes that most people remember from the movie. And yeah, it is not uproariously hilarious like he tries to make a lot of his other movies with just joke, 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 but it really does get you in the feels, this one. And to the point where everybody in the courtroom and the audience watching Big Daddy wants to call their papa, and tell them that they love him, kind of a deal. So but yeah, this movie is incredible, and I will not hear any different Razzies. So you can go fuck yourself. And if you don't like the movie, that's fine, but just don't say it's one of the worst movies ever made, because I think it's great. I really love it. I have it on number 4. And James, what do you think about Uncut Gems and Big Daddy?
Yeah, Big Daddy, I had it number 5 because again, this is absolutely up there with the movies that I do find. I mean, obviously, it's really good. I like the humor, I like the comedy in this, and I like how it doesn't like overshadow like the drama bits too. Like both you've mentioned before, like there are definitely like some good feels in this movie too, along with some like the smaller jokes. So this one, like I like this one a lot, and I'll definitely watch it a good bit. I personally though I did put Uncut Gems at number 1. This probably is of all of these. I know there's other like comedy ones we're gonna get into and probably quote for the next hour, which I'm cool with. But like as far as like just how well like just put together a movie this is, and the performances and just the dialogue and the conversations they have, like everyone's already said, like you're on the edge of your seat the whole time. There's some weird kind of like just uneasy like aura about the whole movie, but that's kind of like A24's thing anyway. But it's definitely no exception here. It's definitely a different version of Sandler, and it was weird to kind of like put it at the top because I don't want to say it's like unfair to like the rest of the things he's done, but it just stands apart from this stuff into such a different way. I think it kind of caught me more than some of his other stuff did like before it and even after it too. So I definitely love Uncut Gems. It's such a good movie. I mean, he's totally different in this one, which is so great. You get Idina Menzel, aka Adele Dazeem, is in this one too, and prior to that, we know her from Frozen, of course, and she's in the musicals as well. But she was so good in this one too. It was just so much. I mean, Kevin Garnett does such a great job in this one too. I mean, as a basketball player too, like I love how they incorporate all that in. The sports betting just goes wrong after wrong after wrong, and it just spirals, and you might know what happens, you might see it coming, and might not. But I think it ends on an appropriate note too, like for just the pace of the movie too. But this is number one for sure on my list. I absolutely love Uncut Gems.
Yeah. Wait, did you talk about Big Daddy already?
I did, yeah.
Oh, you did. All right.
That was number 5, and Uncut Gems is number 1. Yeah.
Nice. James definitely put on his cinephile hat there and was like, all right, we're going to have some laughs, but now I need to talk about the masterpiece that is Uncut Gems. No, respect. I get that. Yeah, I knew that was going to be highly ranked, but like if we had even more people on this panel, I was like, most people are probably going to put Uncut Gems at least in their like top 3. And then I was like, you know what? For me, it's like a number 7. Like it has to be in my top 10. Like I can't, and I was like, I was like, should it be in my top 5? And then I was like, you know what? There's 6 others that I love more. But yeah, I totally get it. It makes sense as a number 1. But now, guys, we're getting down to the namesake of Happy Madison. If you've been
who could have seen this coming?
If you've been, listening and watching to all of our rankings so far, there's 2 movies we haven't talked about, and they're 2 of the most important Adam Sandler movies ever, because obviously he named his
why we're here, baby. That's why we're here.
Why we're here. These are the movies that got him his start and got him to the level of fame he's at, and just only has risen ever since. And at one point he was like one of the highest paid actors and all that stuff, and just such a great comedian. So yeah, let's get into them. But what is number 2? Do you guys have any guesses?
It could go either way. I know how I feel.
Could. I feel like it's Billy Madison's number 2 and Happy Gilmore's number 1. I feel like that's how.
I want to agree, but I agree. Like logically, that's not what my heart says.
Right.
Okay, so you guys think Billy is 2 and Happy is 1?
That's what I think.
Yeah.
So at number 2, we have Happy Gilmore.
Right. Okay.
I agree. There's a couple of us agree. Like heart-wise. That's how my list goes.
Yeah. So I'll say my list. I have. So it might be my fault. I put Happy Gilmore at number 3 because, like I said, I have Wedding Singer at 2.
Oh, right.
So
I had 1, but then I had Billy Happy.
Yeah. So all right, I'll go ahead and start with Happy Gilmore, and there we go. Happy Gilmore. I grew up with this movie. I think it is one of the best sports movies. It's silly. Yeah, it's got all that Sandler humor. Grizzly Adams did have a beard. Just the random stuff that he throws into his movies. The rhyming. Or in the you eat pieces of shit for breakfast, and just like
pieces of shit like you for breakfast.
What?
No. Jackass. All these the price is wrong, bitch. All these great lines. Of course, it's a Sandler comedy through and through, but I also think it's just one of the sweetest movies. There's not a lot of golf movies out there. Like, there's just really not. It's kind of weird that there's not that many golf movies, or at least not many that I've seen. And so Happy Gilmore, I think by default, is just one of the best golf movies. But even if there were a lot of golf movies, I still think this is an incredible movie, an incredible 90s comedy. I love him, basically opening up the movie with, him telling his life story or so far to the sounds of Lynyrd Skynyrd. And I love that montage. I think it's really funny. It's sad. And then, talking about why he's living with his grandma and, why he's so attached to his grandma and would do anything for her. Um, and when she's about to lose her home, he's got to figure something out, and he's a guy who can't control his anger problem, and he can't play hockey all that well. He like loves hockey, but like he's just so angry and just like not as good as he thinks he is at it, I guess. And then he ends up trading the skates for a golf club, and it turns out because he has that wicked slap shot, that's one of the things he is good at, that he can hit the ball so freaking far. It's highly illogical what he can do with this ball, but it makes for a really fun, premise. It's kind of like the Water Boy, where he can just tackle so hard, and the way they use the sound and just like the stuff. Everyone's afraid of him, and it's kind of the same thing here. He can even hit like a Subway sandwich really well, apparently, which I don't think that works like that. But it's the comedy logic of this movie. You have the relationship between him and Chubbs. You got him and oh my God, what is her name? Help me out here. Do you remember the character's name? You mentioned her earlier, actually. Yeah, we're gonna have to figure this out. I don't know why.
Yeah, I
can't pull her name. This is so weird. So, Virginia, played by Julie Bowen. Yeah, Virginia. I love that whole relationship. I love the feud between Happy and Shooter McGavin. The relationship, like I said, between him and his grandma. I'd do anything for her. And just like him learning how to control his anger. And like I mentioned earlier when I talked about Punch Drunk Love, this is the comedy version of him trying to learn how to control his anger and, vent it in a positive way and try to find, different expressions for that. And he does that, and they focus on your happy place, and it becomes like one of the best golfers of all time, basically. Just super good. One of my favorite. Sorry, guys. One of my favorite scenes in the movie is at the end when the jackass guy crashes his car, and it knocks the tower down, and then he's got to play around it. I love stuff like that, where he's got to shoot the ball into the exact right spot, and then it does like a whole erector set kind of thing, and bounces off, and then ends up going in the hole. I love that shit. I love the time when he gets in the batting cage and he's like, I need to toughen up for hockey season. And he's getting hit by the ball. He's like, yeah. And then the little kid tries it and he's like, ah. I think that's so great. The comedy's really, really amazing in this. The villain is an all-timer. I love Shooter McGavin. And him going to grab that jacket that he thinks is his, but it belongs to Happy. And then having his old boss chase him down and beat the shit out of him. I don't know. There's just so much great stuff in this movie. I adore Happy Gilmore. It's my number 3, but it's a spiritual number 1 because I adore it. So, but James, Happy Gilmore.
Yeah, absolutely love pretty much everything about this movie. I have it at number 2. It's so good. It's so memorable. I mean, you kind of already touched up there, Chad. There's a great blend of kind of feel good moments and plot bits with the comedy, and it's so memorable. I mean, how many times I'm on the golf course and you see people getting a running head start for their tee off and shooter, when they sink a putt or something like that. It really translated so well to just that sport itself, and it's, oh my God, it's so funny. Like you were saying, Shooter getting beat up by his boss, he's like, you can count on me waiting for you in the parking lot after. Oh great, you can count.
Hey, you remember that Mista lady? I think I killed her.
You just pulled landscape duty.
now your back's gonna hurt. And one of the greatest other all-time villains, and Ben Stiller.
Oh yeah, I know for sure. And then he's like, "Yeah,
best part of that Huey Halloween movie."
Yeah, I know they brought him back for that too. Yeah, and it was like, Chubbs, remember that gator that got your hand? Yeah, well, I got his head.
I got his head.
There's just so much to remember about this. There's so many great scenes. There's so many quotes. Um, we could talk about this thing all day. It's number two on my list. It's so good. It's so rewatchable. It's so memorable. I love it. It's great overall.
Totally. JPO.
Yeah, that 1-2 sweet punch of Billy Madison, Happy Gilmore, right at the perfect time too. I think I said earlier I'm a '90s kid, so these came out at the right time. Fell in love with them both. If you want a cold glass of milk, well, I can give you a cold glass of shut the hell up. He said eight pieces of shit. I love the dream sequences too. They're so nice or even crazy at some points. Uh, People running around on the golf course, scantily clad Julie Bowen. The ending where it gets good old Croc, Abe, and Chubbs waving.
Yeah.
And again, it's kind of like as much as he's crazy, like there is again kind of this weird inherent like. Certainly with Billy Madison, I'm talking about in the second, where it's like you still like Happy. He's a dude that wants to get his grandma's house back. Like, I mean, it's an earnest little plot too, in the middle of all these crazy shenanigans of him yelling at a ball, "Why won't you go home?" Him getting into a fight with Bob Barker of all people. I don't know. My brother's still supposed to be sending some stuff from Arizona. I totally have those Funko Pops. I love those Funko Pops. Yeah, it's just so much fun here. It's again one of the most rewatchable comedies to me. I think it always will be. And again, that sweet dual punch of this Billy Madison is why I am, as the cool kids say, ride or die with Adam Sandler.
Shabadoo, that's right. Two more additional things. One, so speaking of great Alan Covert, we get him as the caddy, and I love his caddy. I think he's so funny in that role. The cat was like GPO Frozen. But then also, what was the other thing I was going to say? Oh no, okay. Let's move on. But then if I remember it, then we'll go back and I'll bring it back up. But now we got to talk about our number one, and it is. Wait, no, I thought of it. The other thing that I was going to mention about Happy Gilmore is that I would love for today for them to come up with another kind of I realize we're getting a sequel, Happy Gilmore 2. It was announced, but I would love for them to come up with continue to keep coming up with ridiculous kind of like concepts for sports movies that are like, oh, he can like kind of like this and like Rookie of the Year, like he got injured, now he can throw really fast and he's a kid, something like that. Like it's just crazy. Just do that. That's why Hubie Halloween I think is so great, because it's got the thermos and it acts like that. But yeah, now we get to talk about.
Oh no, I was gonna say too. Now I'm gonna add on. If you look up Shooter McGavin on Cameo, that's what he's listed as. Not his real name. He's listed as Shooter McGavin because more people were searching for that. So he finally just changed his name to Shooter McGavin. Like, all right, finally you can find me easier now.
Legally changed it to Shooter McGavin. It's like,
no, he's on Cameo. That's how he's listed. Everyone else is by their name. No one goes by their character name, but he just that's what they're looking for anyway.
That's sad and amazing at the same time.
And amazing at the same
time. Yeah, so now we get down to our number one, and it is one of Sandler's most iconic movies, Billy Madison. And to start us off, James.
All right. Billy Madison. And it's so incredibly hilarious. It's so quotable. I mean, just from the get-go, pretty much all the way to the end, you've got he's like, did you fall asleep or did you pass out? Shut up. Stop staring at me, Swan. Hey, what day is it? October. Nudie Mags. And then he's in the tent with her, and he's like, when's the whatever invasion of Britain? He's like 1490s. She's trying to take her clothes on and put them back on. Like,
that's correct.
That is correct.
That's correct. Yeah. 1492, 1688, 2003. Like,
give me the answer.
I know. Oh my God, there's just so much that's hilarious about this. The ending is like, thank God I called that guy. Everyone is now dumber having heard what you just said. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul. It's like a simple no would have been okay. Oh my God, it's so quotable. On my list, it's number 4, and I hate to do this. I hate to say this because I know we are all in agreement with how funny it is. The concept is just so dumb, though. Like, never has like a quotable, hilarious movie come from such like a silly concept of like, I guess, redoing whatever grade or elementary school to get some school degree to take over the family business. I don't know, like that part's like he's going through, grade school. He's, chlorophyll, more like borophyll. No, I will not make out with you. Again, you get so many quotes. It's so funny. I could quote it all night, so I'll turn over to JPO. But this one's great. I love it. It's so funny. Again, rewatchable for sure, just on the quotes alone. This one, Happy Gilmore and Uncut Gems are probably the three of mine, and I'll rewatch pretty much any time. But I love Billy Madison. It's so good, though.
Yeah, totally. JPO, Billy Madison.
Shampoo is better. No, conditioner is better. Shampoo cleans the hair. Conditioner leaves it nice and smooth. Oh, really, fool? Really? Stop looking at me, Swan. That's the Funko Pop I need. I don't know why I haven't bought that one yet. Probably because it's like 40, 50 bucks now. Oh my God. I have an endless amount of love for this movie from day one. Again, I feel to the day I die. I think I even did a rewatch recently. I like to always end. I did like it's just a Sandler marathon, I think, at the end of the year. Because I was like, let's just be happy at the end of the year. And this, of course, was one of the rewatches. Veronica Vaughn, so hot. Want to touch the hiney. Ow. Don't forget to write Rudo in your best cursive.
Not fair. He's a baseball player.
I'm never coming back. I'm the smartest man alive. Of course, they play ASAT trivia. Chad's played before. If all 5 to 6 players get the wrong answer, I now like to play. You blew it.
Right. You blew it.
On the phone. Hey, I double dog dare you. I don't know, man. I love the spirit of this film. It is. I can see why maybe critics were didn't like him at first, because it is the epitome of man-child. Even just a little something like, I bought you everything. Bought all your clothes. Actually, this is Frank's. And she says Frank brand on it.
I stole this from Frank.
That was great. I don't know why they don't make that shirt. Someone needs a just Frank on the lip of a shirt.
I wish you had done that. That would have been incredible.
I don't know if it's this or Airheads or if it's right around the same. I guess Airheads would be first, but yeah. So from there, he got Curse or Buscemi now in a movie that he leads. Just a great scene. Buscemi's so chill, just like, hey, Dad, thanks for calling. Wipes him off and puts his lipstick on people to kill. Which that joke almost got me suspended because I made a similar joke and they didn't like it in high school. So just watch it. What you do in high school. But regardless of that, though, do you have any more gum? It has a musical sequence for no reason, but it's fantastic, including my favorite. Hey kids, I bet you thought that I was dead. The freaking clown's still alive, which is good. Hey, does Eric kill his assistant in one scene?
I think he does.
That man just murder somebody in the middle of the comedy.
Pretty sure.
Hospital, but they never really confirmed it.
I like to. I mean, I know he's willing to kill Billy at the end. I'd like to think we're not watching a murderer. I hope he
I don't.
Again, this sounds weird to say. I hope he just really hurt her.
He doesn't go to jail. He just doesn't get the company.
I figured he was rich enough. He's probably bought her off, but it's. Let's say I'm frozen. But yeah, it's really dark if you think about it. That he just in the midway scene of this movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I'm literally laughing just thinking about this movie. I want to rewatch it, just talking about it here. Hey, maybe because I was 5, it hit me at the right time, but I'm a few years away from 35. I think I still love it then.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. I've also been loving this for 30 years. I can't tell you exactly when I started watching, but it's probably around then. I watched it not way too young, because it's not even that, dirty of a movie or anything like that. I didn't get all the jokes. But I used to watch this with my sister, and this started my love for Adam Sandler. It's very nonsensical. It's so weird, and there's just things that happen that aren't explained. James talking about how the concept would never happen. Yeah, that's true. But movies kind of used to be like that sometimes, where something would happen, and you'd go that would never happen in real life, but I'm here for it because. Because it wouldn't happen in real life.
Hey,
it's interesting.
One of my favorite new sentences that I've been saying for maybe the last 6 months a year: a movie's got a movie.
Yeah.
Like, is it dumb? It doesn't make sense. Yeah, but then there's no movie. Then there's no Billy going to first grade, second grade. You know, come on.
Exactly. And I
You
love
said that.
Slippy.
You said that on my take of Airheads.
Yeah.
I
Why put
know.
Airheads
And
so
then you
low?
defend an anger management. Get out of here.
Yeah. And so, I mean, you know, I love how it was basically like Sandler and Hurley just like writing the silly movie, and you know, it just ends up being like so many Sandler fans like favorite because, like James started with, it's just so quotable, so fun to watch. Just a lot of the characters, you know, his relationship with the kids, you know, it's weird. Like he sees a penguin everywhere, and no one's questioning his mental health. You know, but
It's too
it doesn't
hot here
matter.
for the penguin.
They have, it's not a musical,
No.
but they have one musical number that just happens, and that's it. And everyone just, you know, is singing together because they know the words to this random song.
When he shakes the chubby kid, stay here.
Oh yeah, stay here.
As long as you can. For the love of God, cherish it. Cherish it.
You too.
Little kids there.
Little kids like, oh, like my head. Yeah, you got, you know, Chris Farley in one of his funniest roles as the bus driver stealing 30 bag lunches. With
And she said, I knew a guy who knew a guy.
You,
Really?
me, Jack, and Frank, we gotta go light bags of shit, and we gotta set this on fire.
Doesn't Farley end up with the penguin?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Farley
yeah.
ends up with the penguin. I think Frank tries to kiss like a high school girl, so it gets kind of weird.
Oh yeah.
Actually, and it gets kind of weird too because like we're not going to get into the weirdness of him like talking, like flirting with the high school girls and stuff because he's older, of course. So yeah, there you go. That's where James's like, you know, take comes from. It's like, well, there's some stuff that if you really get into it, it's very weird.
Yeah, I didn't think about that.
Just like a lot of these, you know, early Sandler comedies, like they always have like that tinge of sweetness where he's really just like a, you know, a kid that just like never was challenged. Like his dad just let him coast. So it's his dad's damn fault, to be honest. But, you know, basically he ends up going back to try and gain what he lost and gain the sense of, you know, what he wants to do, what he wants to become, and what he wants to achieve in life. And he finds it. He wants to become a teacher. He doesn't even want to run the company. He knows he's not fit for it. He gives it to Carl, and stuff. So, you know, there is some good messaging in the movie. There is some really good character growth, and you know, a lot of great side characters that are just really funny. Like, you know, betting who would you rather sleep with, Meg Ryan or Jack Nicholson? You know, but Jack Nicholson now or 1975?
Which era?
Yeah. If what is it? If peeing your pants is cool, consider me Miles Davis. Yeah. So we could sit here and quote all day because it is one of the most quotable movies of all time, to be honest.
Doyle rules.
I mean, forget it. One day you're gonna. I feel like you're gonna get what's coming to you, Adoy. But for now, I got to study. Yeah, this movie is so enjoyable because of the quotes, because of the endearing nature of Billy Madison, and just how he, you know, relates to all these kids, and you know, falls in love, and you know, it's just all the side stuff is just so funny, and just I don't know. I think like a lot of the times, you know, especially when you're a kid, you're like, oh, this is interesting because an adult is going back to school. You never see something like that happen. It's crazy. And then, you know, when you're an adult, you're kind of like, you know, how interesting would it be to go back to school and, you know, got to go through all those grades again and just, you know, really quickly and stuff like that. But yeah, this had to be my number one because it's the movie. It's the Adam Sandler movie. He's done better movies, sure. Like Uncut Gems is like a better movie, like logically, and you know all the stuff, and just it's a one that it wasn't nominated for Best Picture, right? But it could have been.
Yeah.
And so
And he
that's
should have been nominated.
right. And so that's why, like, that's up there. Like, that is a prestige movie. Billy Madison is not and will never be that, but it's one that is close to our hearts. And that's why, even James, like, had a criticism of it and still ranked it really high. And then we're like, yeah, we also like understand, but we don't care. It's like when James and I don't know how JPO feels about this, but Anchorman 2 is another movie that James and I quote all the time that we adore, and yet it makes not a lot of sense.
I'm definitely higher. I don't know if I'm as high as you guys, but I'm definitely closer to you guys than anyone that hates it. Yeah, I like it. I think it's a very watchable movie. Again, I think it's pretty funny. It's a bit too long, and the last half is a bit iffy, but there's some really fun stuff in there. It's a worthy sequel.
I can get behind that, yeah. But why I bring it up is because Billy Madison also goes to that place where it's not afraid to get ridiculous and just, hey, let's just have a random musical number. They do the same thing with Jobu and Anchorman 2 and stuff like that. So it's kind of like a spiritual kind of similar thing here. And so Billy Madison, it was the thing that got Adam Sandler his start. It ended up being my number one and the number one overall. And I love that because, it's the movie. It's the namesake for Happy Madison, or half of the namesake. And honestly, it'll probably never happen, or maybe it will. I don't know. But I'd love to see a Billy Madison sequel too. That would be really fun as well. Although we wouldn't be able to get Chris Farley back. So, but it is what it is. We love Adam Sandler. We're really big fans. Watch through his filmography if you want, and just remember that he does movies his own way, and he loves what he does, and he just has fun while he does them. And not all of them are good. In fact, I think over half of them, or maybe even like 2/3 of them, we were all like, these aren't very good. But when you get into the great Sandler, it's really, really great. And that's my last little thing. So does anyone have anything that they would like to plug before we get out? Because we've already done our overall ranking, so we're done with that. JPO, do you want to plug your anything?
Yeah. When you not catch me popping up in here occasionally, I got the Pierce Co is where my main channel that I run is at. We do lots of movie trivia there. We're always in movie trivia over like 9 million episodes, or maybe a little less than that. But we still do lots of movie trivia. We're currently in the middle of a tag team tournament there, as well as we also do top 10 countdown sometimes as well, drafts, other fun stuff. And Pierce Wrestling as well. You find a lot of wrestling stuff related over there, exclusive matches, exclusive interviews, sometimes from our WWE alumni, as well as wrestling trivia. And then, all over the place here, Movie Hero Network. Why We Love Horror, where I'm going to face a certain person's wife soon. So tell your wife she's going down, but maybe not, because I don't watch, was it Katie Siegel I got to fucking study or something? Always throwing that Katie Siegel at me. So no, that's gonna be fun as always. I always love playing the webs or just hanging out with the webs. So thanks for having me, Mr. Webb.
Great, and give me a Shabadoo.
Shabadoo. Yeah.
All right, great.
Or as he says at the beginning, I Shabadoo, I Shabadoo. And James, we're not ranking winning singer higher. Gadu.
James, anything you want to plug? You good?
Nah, you can find me here, man.
All right, good, great. Always love doing this show with you. Give me a Shabadoo.
Shabadoo.
All right. And as always, check out all the other episodes on You Rankin' With Me, because we just have so much that we've done. And we have a lot planned for the future. I won't really list off anything here. But, check that out. And I won't plug anything else here because, you guys have probably already heard. But I'll say Shabadoo, and then... Oh, what was that other thing? Are you ranking with me?
You blow it.